a bit like a stegosaurus. I am a stegosaurus. This looks a bit like a stegosaurus with rocks and trees coming out of it, you know, like stegosauruses. Right, Sin, you should go take a delivery mission, mate.
Okay.
Go deliveries in the Hammerhead, that would be sensible.
What's my flight system doing? There we go.
It's probably quite angry at you.
Well, it loves me.
It does.
Right, a delivery mission, you say?
Yeah, well, it can be any mission you want, I suppose, but a delivery one is a good shout, just for sort of like super chill while we chat. Last time 4 ships received a livery from the ship showdown. Do you think we'll see 3 ships instead due to the layout of the competition? No, we'll still see 4. It should still be top 4 ships in my opinion. And they'll get something like skins for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. That would be my expectation, almost certainly. Now this is pod racing indeed, Giran. I hope you're doing well, sir. I have noticed you, Giran. I have noticed you. Pretty quickly for me as well.
Noticing, senpai.
I noticed you, Zin, as well. That's why I've hired you. Also, stop trying to be cute. People will assume. So Zin is very different. She's on stream. She is shy, slightly cuter than she normally is, and sort of kind of quite nice. Okay, that is not the real Zinnia. I'll tell you that. Right? It's not the real Zinnia.
Can't believe you're gonna sully my name like that,
mate. It's not the real you.
To be fair, you are a bit of a cock.
Thanks. I love you too.
If anyone saw me and Sin playing Green Hell,
Green
we
Hell,
were tired and angry and grumpy.
Oh god, we were trying to
that's
find
realistic.
that goddamn frog.
Blue frog. We were too tired to want to travel. Do you think 3.11 will be a good patch, or has it been too gutted? If it's stable and playable, great. That's what I want. There is some good gameplay in there still with the cargo decks, for example, and the Mercury Star Runner, and we should see a lot of other little bits in there as well. But it has had a lot of its features that I wanted gutted for sure, and that is disappointing.
Shall I change ship?
I would.
Okay. What would you recommend?
It depends on exactly what we're doing. If it's basic cargo mission, freelance is probably pretty solid. Cutlass Black's pretty solid. What do people think? What do people want to see Zin fly? Do you think the Caterpillar will win the ship contest again this year? I did, because I forgot that the Carrack had been added. So almost certainly the Carrack. I heard that 3.11 will eliminate 30Ks. That's unlikely. They literally put a post out saying they could never, even when the full game's out, ever fully eliminate 30Ks, because the 30K is just a term for a ungraceful disconnection from the server. So anytime you disconnect from the server, if it's not expecting it, so that could be your internet goes down or something, or a microwave is too close to your internet or something. That's what one of the devs said they got a lot of flack for. But any form of disconnection like that is a 30K. Or error that causes a disconnect. What's the difference between weapon sizes? Bigger weapons deal more damage. That's basically it. But obviously, typically generate more heat and all that sort of stuff. So, size 1 weapons are still useful in some situations, especially for keeping shields not charging. But everything needs a big balance at the moment. So, talking about meta at the moment, especially when missiles are just meta kind of full stop, is a bit redundant.
Did you get some beautiful shots of me trying to fly through the canyon?
Yeah, I got some shots of a ship, what I would refer to as spazzing out in a canyon. So, good job. Well done.
Thanks.
That's okay. That's what the viewers want. I think, maybe. Who knows?
Want to see me derping?
Yeah. And spicy memes. With the release of the 100 series, do you think we'll ever see a 400, 500, and 700 series? Yeah, we'll see more Origin ships in the future, almost certainly. What are your thoughts now on the 100 series now that you've had a sneaky peek? I'm actually really liking the look of them. I mean, they're not true starter ships. They're sort of like the second-tier starter ships in the same way that a Reliance is a second-tier starter. And they're just a little bit better than the base starter ships. Because they have so much in the way of features. They've got interior space, they've got a bed, and they've got speed, fuel efficiency, they look good. Missiles, lots of stuff going on with them. Do you know anything about the rumours that Squadron 42 aims to release in Q2 2021? I mean, we've been wanting and expecting Squadron 42 to release ever since 2016. Obviously, huge sort of like delays and re-gearing of a lot of this stuff have led to what we have at the moment, which is a little bit of a lack of communication to the new roadmaps come out. And I think it's probably best that we look at them before we make talk about definites or anything like that, or what's really expected. I mean, I'm roughly expecting Squadron 42 to be released within the next year to year and a half, because it sort of like has to be closer to a year now rather than a year and a half is what I'd hope. I think they've sort of got to try and push for 2021 release now, because it's been so long. They need to show that they can actually produce the game that they say they can produce. Do you know what I mean? Or at least start sharing a huge amount more of the progress and what's going on with it. Because we don't see Squadron 42. They say they're working on it. It's getting the lion's share of development, or at least it sort of was supposed to. And when you don't see the progress on that because they're not showing it, that's frustrating. Valkyrie's just a bigger colourless black. Anyone else feel the same? No, the Valkyrie's more of a drop ship, more combat ready for planet stuff. Is a lot more armoured. The colourless black is obviously a bit more sort of manoeuvrable, smaller. Yeah, so there was the implication that Batgirl and Montoya got told that something might be happening this December, like a Squadron 42 release party or launch party or something. But that was rumoured ages ago. I'm not sure really what happened with that. Could have literally just been a rumour. Patches are normally released within a yearly, quarterly, 3 months. Typically, the Q1 patch is typically at the end of March, and then you have one at the end of June. On paper, you have one at the end of September, and then one at the end of the year. So that one, the Q3 patch, the one that's typically, or at least on paper, at the end of September, they often have it delayed or split up or pushed to where CitizenCon falls, so a week or two later. And that sort of makes sense. Any news on Squadron 42? None at the moment. We're waiting for the Squadron 42 update video, which is the briefing room, I think they called it, and which might be a new little series. And we're waiting for the new roadmaps, which should convey a lot more sort of information to us. I've got a copy of the Squadron 42 for Zin. So you'll probably see me and Zin, single-player game-wise, play Squadron 42 and Cyberpunk. And anything else that really super takes our fancy. You're really looking forward to Cyberpunk, aren't you, Zin?
Yeah, kind of.
Because you're a big fan of The Witcher. Well, she's been relatively hyped about it. As hyped as Zin gets about games.
Thing is, I don't like to get too hyped about stuff before it's released, because
you're talking to the wrong community. You're talking to the wrong community.
No, but I mean, like, if it was in a state that I could play it, then I would be more hyped about it. But I mean, I literally just can't.
You're talking about
it.
Star Citizen or Cyberpunk?
It's just closed on me.
What were you done?
The doors. This is my landing.
This is your landing, is it?
Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be landing. In front of me, where those doors are.
I mean, we could just get out.
Or just leave it here.
Well, go to an entrance where we can get in through a door. There's no door here.
I think I took too long.
I think you took too long as well, mate. But it's okay. You're learning. You're learning that. I mean, you could just request landing. And
there we go. I just poked him and he opened the doors again.
When do you think we'll have a cinematic cockpit view without all the player tags? I don't know. I know they're working on the more tactile cockpits, so the 100 series will be the first a series of ships with the new cockpits all set up, so every button has function as sort of idea there. I do have forehead envy of Chris. He's just been sneaky. He's been a little sneaky boy. Sneakiest of boys. Yeah,
my landing's always a little bit.
Yeah, wonk.
That's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Bit wonky.
A little bit aggressive.
Yeah. It's all good. What a beautiful parking scene. And it's not really damaged, the ship. I'm surprised the bits haven't fallen off it.
The back end got a little bit damaged. It was red on my display, but
Right, take us out of the ship, Sin. You found some of the exits earlier, so. And then they got crushed by an elevator.
Oh, bye.
Bye.
Just take the ladder, you'll be fine.
Hi.
Like a pauper.
Wow. So you know that door that you went to, that sort of area you went to earlier, just in front of us, yeah?
Yeah.
Go there again. And open that up.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's a bit of a jump, but it's like an airlock.
So I'm hoping that we can actually ram things with it properly in the future. It's sort of, it's going to be semi-rammy ship. But I'm hoping that you can ram them and then open up, potentially even dock with them in the future. That'd be cool. Any landing you can walk away from is great. That was a solid landing. It's just a bit slow, that's all. Zin hasn't flown such a big ship before.
No, it was... yeah. I just don't want to blow up on stream, you know?
Really?
That would be very embarrassing.
We'll work out how we want to do the manhunt stuff, and because I want to do in future ways people can potentially win some prizes. Zin's got a baboon butt.
You're showing them my baboon butt.
I'm showing them the baboon butt. It goes, oh, a baboon.
Right, so shall I take a Cutlass Black?
Yeah, that sounds good. If you want to do a quick delivery mission or set of 3 delivery missions, which is what a delivery mission is now. We'll do that. What could go wrong?
2.
With the delivery. Oh, do you want to see if you can get a delivery mission from here?
I've already got it.
Oh! Okay. It's fine.
I've already accepted the delivery mission.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
I shared it with you. I guess you didn't take it.
Oh. Can you share it again? Thanks, mate.
Is that okay? Is that acceptable, that delivery mission?
That's lovely.
It's not too far, is it?
No, it's not too far. Good shout. Perfect. After you, baboon butts. Right. Do. Maybe I should get some more recognizable armor, because I quite like the white armor, but maybe I should go for all yellow.
You need yellow accents.
Mining or some shit.
It's all right. You've got a yellow body. Chest.
No, I'll come up with the armor that I like the most. Because I got so many different characters, there's sort of like a mishmash of armor and all of them. No! Thank you.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
What's wrong? What have you done?
Am I still in the ship with you?
Did you just fall through the floor?
Just clipped through the cockpit.
Oh. Where are you now? Oh yeah, I can see you outside again. Hey.
Outside.
Hey, Sin. This time get into the chair rather than clipping through the floor. Thought about that?
It wouldn't let me in there.
Did it feel to you that Chris seems to think we have more of a vision of what's going on behind closed doors than we actually do? Yes, they have a disconnect with communication of what the actual public, what the backers know. I'm not sure if they know how to convey everything, and I think that that needs to be worked on for sure. And better roadmaps conveying what the actual teams are working on, and just general better lines of communication would help a lot. As a better lines of communication, they've got the lines of communication there for sure. They just need to actively update the community and post. And like if Chris just answers some Spectrum posts once a quarter, did a video once a quarter, great. And then get as many devs as you can on answering Spectrum posts, and then make sure the roadmaps and stuff about the features is accurate as possible.
Wait, I got a crime stat? Oh, I got a crime stat for that, bro.
Yeah, use
This dude was red,
use
bro.
the
I got a crime stat.
you can use my board gamer enlist to create an account, or the Reddit randomizer as well, and both will get you the or a friend's code. That will get you the 5,000 Alpha UC bonus. What's your opinion on the new Mercury ship coming? Mercury Star Runner, probably going to be one of my favourite ships. It's pretty multi-role, it's not huge, it's going to allow you to do a little bit of everything, data running as well as cargo running. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great content ship, so we can do a lot of stuff with it in the verse pretty easily. Show us your struts. Put that on a shirt with a picture of Chris Roberts on the back. I'd buy that for $1. Can't use Chris's image on merch, unfortunately. Not without CIG's permission. I doubt they would give it. I'd let you have it though if it was up to me. Oh, thanks, Chris Roberts' image. Appreciated, mate. That's okay. I'm about to sneak in. He's sneaky. He's a sneaky little dev, isn't he? You little naughty little dev. Do you feel like CIG should change their federal qualification to own a game package instead of spending $40? They should. Yes, I do. I think it should have a game package. When do you think we will have a cinematic cockpit? We talked about that already. So we're just gonna do. We'll answer some more questions. Sin's gonna sort of try and do this cargo mission. Interested to see this cargo mission that once upon a time Sin was all we had, and we were happy.
Is this on the planet? Is that what I got to get to?
So it's probably on one of the outposts on the planet. Let's have a look. The actual mission. Yeah, it's one of the outposts. There's 2 packages to pick up.
Can I quantum jump there?
So you should be able to, if you wheel in enough, you'll be able to see where the thing is. You might have to go to a different OM, an orbital marker around the planet, or to the Comore to get a better angle. But yes.
No, it's got it now. It's got it now.
Hopefully it will not hit us into the planet.
So sometimes I think if the location's on the planet, it will let you jump around the planet. Okay, now I just need to rotate.
Rotate, Sin, rotate! Rotate, Sin! Rotate! When do you think we can transfer minables from a mining ship to a cargo ship? Well, they got the new inventory system, or parts of a new inventory system coming in 3.11, which will allow you to interact with certain cargo pods and things like that and transfer stuff between your backpack and like a hold of a rock, potentially, things like that. So probably very soon. Any news on the Merchantman? No news on the Merchantman. What exactly is Vulcan, and when will it be ready? So Vulcan is sort of like a It's part of their Gen 12 rendering system. So rather than using DirectX 11 like they currently use, they're going to be moving on to Vulkan, which has got significant improvements over DirectX 11. Obviously, you could argue that maybe they should be using DirectX 12, which, yeah, you could certainly argue that. But Vulkan's very hardware neutral, so they'll be able to focus on that, and it's going to be good for your system, whether you've got a GeForce or one of the Intel cards when they come out, or an AMD card or whatever, and they're going to focus on that, and that could potentially even work then on Linux systems, maybe. But it's basically part of their Gen 12 rendering system, which will allow for prettier graphics, more going on, better performance, better scalability, all that sort of jazz. And it is something that they should be working on for this year, starting implementation with DirectX 12 and Vulkan this year. Yes, Sin.
I can't see shit.
Press L. Get your flashlight on your ship. Yeah? Can you see now?
I mean, like, I can see
the lights,
I can see the compound.
Yeah. That's what you need to see.
It's very foggy here.
That's the ground. So remember, N for your landing gear and J for your change your orientation.
It's K, actually.
It's K now. God damn it, I told you that the other day and I got it wrong this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1,000.
It already knows more than me.
It's no, because I was telling you the other day to do it, and you're like, what, you want me to change my ordnance? Whatever it was.
Oh, my countermeasures. This changes countermeasures.
Countermeasures.
My ordnance.
Whatever it is.
Close enough.
But I'm good, though.
What's
the easiest way to recruit someone with my referral code? I posted in social media. No one interested in that.
Right here.
When someone asks about Star Citizen, show them your code, but don't just show it randomly on people's streams and stuff. There's a Reddit referral randomizer which you can add your code to, and that gets a lot of people a referral occasionally. I give my Patreons and high-level YouTube members access to my randomizer and chuck their referrals in there. But that's sort of like a bonus. That's not supposed to be sort of like the reason they sub or anything. So I can't like guarantee you'd get any from that. But the best way of doing it is add it to the Reddit referral randomizer, or when people are interested in it, say, oh, you can use my referral code. But again, don't spam that on like people's streams or anything like that. That will get you a bad rep and just get them deleted. You can post the Reddit randomizer link here. Yes, I'm happy for that. No problem.
Oh, hello. I didn't realise you were with me.
Yeah. It looks like you're calling the cops. See you later. Oh,
I thought you were gonna stay in the ship.
No. I'm watching you, mate. Good job. She's got the box. She's on the move. She's got the box. So if these outposts had a lot more function, like take and hold missions and full of people that we could fight and lots of stuff to loot, great. We've got a little bit of loot sometimes.
So I don't have to
see if you can place these boxes in the ship without them janking through the floor or anything. Yeah, but the idea with Vulkan is by the end of the year they want to have, it looks like by the end of the year they want to have the first stage of their Vulkan integration, which would be DirectX and Vulkan, before moving fully over to Vulkan, phasing out the DirectX 11.
This doesn't have a cargo area.
Yeah, it sort of does.
Okay.
This is cargo area where I am.
Yeah, well, I'm about to get rid of my crime stat, right?
There you go.
Wow.
I tried to place it and I clicked drop instead.
Give it a nice little place.
There I go.
So is Chris Roberts back? So yeah, he started posting on the Spectrum forums again. He was replying to someone asking about the room system. And so what he talked about was, the room system is already in game, but we've got lots of additions to it. Obviously, there's going to be damage control gameplay on larger ships, fires out, breaking out. There's going to be power nodes which can break which you'll need engineers to fix. Fires will need to be put out with fire extinguishers, otherwise they can suck up all the oxygen. Oh, God.
You all right?
Yeah. Don't worry about me. I was just looking through the floor into nothingness. So it's like all this sort of multi-crew gameplay, all this damage control gameplay, sort of updates they're going to be doing to the room system in the future. And then the original poster sort of said, yeah, but it's never going to happen. You always say this sort of stuff and we never get anything. And then Chris actually responds to that again, saying that can actually be quite frustrating and not helpful. If you've got a problem with anything, I mean, say it in a constructive way, not in this sort of way that is demoralizing and just not helpful to anyone. And what did you expect? The answer to your question of where the room system is, I gave you that answer, and he's sort of not happy with that. So Chris sort of replied to him and gave him context there, and I thought it was quite a spicy reply. Sin said that I don't understand what the word spice means, but we're going to watch the new season of June, aren't we? Probably, and then maybe I'll understand what spice is. Yeah. So yeah, Chris has reappeared and re-emerged, hopefully. He will answer more questions and actually appear on some videos, and maybe we can see him in a Pillar Talk for 3.11. It looks unlikely that the 3.10 Pillar Talk is going to turn up.
Trial expired.
You could very much tell Chris's frustration with the with sort of like internet discourse that doesn't provide any helpful sort of like development things. I mean, they're sort of okay to hear we didn't like this, or this isn't the right route for this mechanic, or we need to get this fixed or whatever, or providing solutions for things, or this needs to be like this, or this like missed the boat or whatever. But just this is shit, you're shit, or oh, it's going to take forever, you're never going to get it done. It's just not helpful for them, because they obviously are working on the game. Pew, 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 pew! Pew, pew, pew! I'm happy, Sin, I'm happy.
Good.
Then get this other box, and then we're going to say that you're a proper Star Citizen, mate. It's going to be official. People will see an officially completed mission by you.
$40,000.
Then you're like one of the Masons.
Completed missions?
Oh,
Yeah, but not on stream.
Serious?
Or have you?
That was a couple seconds
No.
of work.
You see? People are like, oh, she's done
What
a
the
delivery
fuck?
mission set.
Yo, I love this shit. I just sold some shit for the first time.
But then again, Board will never agree to that because he's in Chris Roberts' pocket. 1 second. 1 second, let me ask.
Are you going to put him in your pocket?
Board. Oh my god, can I get into Chris? I haven't got a picture of Chris Roberts' pocket. Board Gamer is not on the CIG payroll. See? You heard it from Chris's mouth. Okay?
I'd just like to say that if for any reason I was endorsed by CIG in any way, I will say there will be full transparency from me in all situations. For example, they very occasionally, very rarely, but very occasionally, give me a ship, which I then do a giveaway with immediately. I've only received 3 ships and a rock, I think. I was like, I wasn't accepting anything.
Say about the Ripper,
And then people were like, you're dumb to not accept it. I was like, yeah, I am dumb to not accept it because it's not taking away people's money. It's sort of like them giving to me and they're giving to loads of other content creators. And you can argue, he's getting something from them to give away exposure. You can argue that, that's fine, but I've told you about it. Please do more Chris Roberts talking head imitations. It's hilarious. They're not imitations, it's literally Chris talking. Look. I like Board Gamer stream, it's the best. Wouldn't you agree, Zin? He's talking to you, Zin. What do you think?
Yeah, your stream's alright.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you too.
Yeah.
I always hear pillow talk when people say pillow talk. Yeah, it's supposed to be a pun on that. It is supposed to be a pun on that. Would you expect the Banner Merchantman to streak to 160? We don't know what's happening with the Banner Merchantman, really. Expect the Banner Merchantman, however, to retain its use and function on paper. So it's going to be a cargo hauler, shopping ship, trade ship, that's not just for cargo hauling. It's got a lot of other functionality, a bit of a blockade runner, that sort of stuff. The truth is, Chris is in Board Gamer's pocket. Boom. What did this guy say? What was this guy complaining about? Maybe we get some elevator buttons in 2 months. You're angry about elevator buttons. That's right. He should not be frustrated. If anything, we that should be damn frustrated with him. He is a joke if he threw that back at the backers/gamers. But then again, board will never agree with that because he is in CIG's pocket. I'll agree whatever the fuck I want to agree with. CIG certainly do stuff wrong sometimes. There's been loads of inefficiency. Do you think I like the crashes in Star Citizen and some of the gameplay loops that don't work and the balance, the combat with missiles, you just spam a load of missiles, oh, you're dead. You think I like that? No. I enjoy the project. I enjoy the socializing. I enjoy the tourist nature of it. I love the promise of what it's going to be in the future and its potential. There's stuff I hate about it as well. God. It's sort of...
There's no point focusing on the negatives anyway.
Well, it's fine criticising that sort of stuff. And
yeah,
that's
no,
problem.
I mean, acknowledge them, but don't focus on them.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a fair point as well, to be honest. The other thing is there's lots of stuff that you can quite reasonably criticise about stuff. And also, don't say that I'm not critical about Star Citizen. What the fuck? Oh, that girl is a new backer, that's for sure. That is true. Well, actually, you've been a backer for a long time. She hasn't played much. She hasn't learnt to hate Star Citizen gameplay frustratingly yet. Enjoyed it at a good time, I think, though. This is sort of like new features are being put in regularly. Maybe.
Badass space cowboy right now, though. Get my badass space cowboy outfit.
I probably should have jumped to another location and then jumped to here, but I've flown around the planet. I don't care.
You tell me what effing video you're talking about that's putting Chris against the wall. I mean, I talk about Chris Roberts and... Okay, so I haven't done a critical video specifically on Chris Roberts because I don't believe that I need to do a critical video on Chris Roberts. Number one, be civil in my channel, please, if you can. Otherwise, the auto mod keeps on picking you up, so and your messages won't come through. But I'm fine for you having an opinion and everything. So I don't need to put Chris against the wall. I report on Star Citizen News. I believe in Star Citizen as a game. It is incredibly long sort of development cycle, and that is disappointing and annoying, and their communication is very poor. I've talked on many occasions about how I thought that there's been inefficiency and mismanagement and problems with the development of Star Citizen, because there have. That is demonstrably true. However, I do genuinely believe they are building towards a great game. I like what Chris Roberts' vision for that game is, even if he is probably slightly over micromanaging. Maybe he's been a bad manager previously or bad director or whatever he is, but I do like his vision for it. But there's certainly criticism to be had there. But I'm not here to produce the videos that you want to see. I'm here to produce the videos that I want to make, that I think the community want to see maybe, but it's more the news and what's a hot topic. So you don't believe that he's a bad project manager? Probably, I don't know. He's an inefficient project manager. I think he's probably bad at project management when he started Star Citizen in this sort of like early stages of it up until 2015. And then I think it got a lot better bringing people on board which were significantly better at doing certain areas of Star Citizen, like Aaron, like Brian Chambers, like Luke Presley, like Todd Pappy, like Tony Zerovic. All of these people, what they're working on now, great. Let them champion most of the game and let Chris just make sure he's happy with the vision and make sure it's maintaining to what he wants. So, yeah. I find it weird that people sort of like have these weird sweeping generalization statements that they haven't really thought about or haven't looked in and just go, you are like this. What? What are you talking about? I've criticised stuff loads about Star Citizen. It's so frustrating. Doing that is how you frame annoyance. So Chris didn't do a very good job in his post. You can have any view you want, I don't care. It's all good, bro. But so that's one of the other things I actually heard, that Chris Roberts writing that post was framing being annoyed at this guy and that it was actually set up by them. So reading that, Zin, would you say that that's a case in any way, shape or form? Or would you say that's entirely bullshit?
I wouldn't see why they would bother doing that.
Mm-hmm.
What would they achieve from that?
They'd show that they're responsive and understand the player base. Was the thing I heard.
Then why not do that with every post? Why that one in particular?
I can't. Can I leave this turret? I want to leave the turrets in. I want to leave the turret. I was in. I can't leave the turrets
Huh?
in. I'm stuck.
Oh, that's your life again then.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just watch you run away. It's
Am I
okay.
in my big gear? I haven't got my big. Oh,
I think I've got the camera panned
No.
out far enough I can see you. Are you in your big gear?
yeah. I meant to.
Basically what I think is that Chris has a great vision for the game, and it always has, and it wouldn't exist without him. And I want his creative juices to be in all parts of Star Citizen.
Oh, dear.
Yes, I do think it slows it down. Him probably being very sort of micromanagey, and that's not good enough, or change that to that color, or do this or do that. But could we see a better game for it eventually? Maybe, hopefully. It's certainly going to be much more in with his vision, and that's one of the reasons that I love Star Citizen as a project, because it's not being done by a major publisher, and they've got all the time in the world. Now, that's going to be frustrating to some, and that's going to cause a lot of, oh my god, well, why would they ever finish the game? Well, they finish the game because they make a lot more money from finishing the game, and they clearly want to finish the game at some point. They don't just want to keep it in perpetual development. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Like, they're obviously going to want to push it out eventually. They'll take as much time as they want, though, and they'll keep on adding to it after it's released.
Hey, bro, you want to sit there and look pretty? Fuck you.
Where's my
Yes.
Put
package?
some hair in your face.
Oh, is it broken?
Oh, fuck you. That's all you want to say?
It broke.
It's not there.
Have a look around more. Have more of a look around. I mean, I'm stuck in the fucking ship, mate, so...
You want my money.
Squadron 42 is, or should still be coming. They should be updating us on that pretty soon. I can understand how you perceive the negativity as annoying, but 8 years of development and $300 million, and the single player game hasn't been released. I remember Citizen Gone from forever ago, where he recorded the studio trying to make a demo for the single player, and it seemed like they knew it wasn't going to work. I walked away thinking it would be presented the following year. Here we are, still no demo. We've had various demos for various parts of the game and bits and bobs. I really love what they're sort of like, the way they're doing Star Citizen as a project, and drama and all. And they're certainly, it's just so interesting. It's an interesting project. You cannot deny that. Whether or not you absolutely love and adore Star Citizen and play it now, whether you're waiting for it to be a bit more developed, whether you think it's going to fail, whatever, or can't live up to its hype or whatever. Even if you're a little bit less hinged and think it's a scam, which is demonstrably untrue, but you're allowed to think that. I will shame. I'm allowed to shame you for it as well. Then, please be aware that I am allowed to shame you. Y to get out. Oh, thanks. Oh, let me just try pressing Y. Let me just try pressing Y. Oh, look, it didn't work.
Oh, shit. Look at this fucking dude.
I'm stuck.
You looking nice.
I might have increased my sensitivity too high. That's why I got angry there.
You guys all look real fucking nice. Oh, what's this?
Doesn't work.
What?
Doesn't work.
Rifle.
Got my visor.
Sex.
Yeah, makes me feel better. Hey, can you not get your package in?
I can't. It's not there. There's just a mark on the ground,
It's okay. What we'll do...
and also now my armor's not working.
Talking to me.
What do you mean your armor's
Why
not
is he talking to
working?
me like this, bro? Did I do something wrong?
It's not showing my armor.
Oh. Damn, bro, that's hella fucked.
So is this my life now? I'm just stuck in this ship.
Yeah.
Stuck in this colours.
So fucked.
Good job.
Where are you?
I'm just trying to be.
I don't know, Zin. Where did you leave the ship that I'm stuck in?
Yeah, there
Thanks
you
very
are.
much, thank you very much, Christopher Grump. With your Ron, I love Ron. I love any currency being donated to me. Chris Roberts was probably overwhelmed by the support he received on his vision. He kind of admits that in one of the posts. Oh yeah, I mean they never thought they were going to be getting this amount of money. Was it over 425 million? I mean, if you count, I believe, if you count all the investment money as well and the subscriber money, probably over 430 million now. I don't think I can eject from the turret.
I've got my armor back.
Good
There
job.
we go. That's better.
I don't want to do that. I'm going to do this.
Let's see if I think the package is updated as well.
Sin has no package. Oh, that'd be cool if you get the package. Well, we'll end pretty soon.
It's
We've been
actually in
going
a building now.
we've been going for 2 hours. We'll try and get this mission done. Answer questions. Thanks very much for flying me around, Sin, and sort of being here to chat to people as well. As I say, me and Zin are finding our feet at the moment. I do want to produce a much wider variety of videos and more videos on Star Citizen, and so we want to be doing gameplay and that sort of stuff as well. But also we'll probably be playing other games on stream as well. I'm not going to subject Zin to forcibly playing Star Citizen constantly. Like, just because I enjoy it a lot doesn't mean that she's going to want to play it all the time. And there's a load of other games that we'll want to play, including Apex Legends.
We were going to do some SWAT 4, weren't we?
Oh God, yeah.
Maybe with DC.
So SWAT 4, absolutely love it. We played it a little bit a little while ago. I remember playing it when I was really young, but we started playing through it again, and went, this is really cool. This has got some sort of very slight Payday 2 type vibes, but it's so unique compared to any other game, and it's really quite fun. Sort of planning what you're going to do, reading the sort of briefing, getting people to stun them, saying that they've got to drop their weapons, and make sure you secure them, secure their weapons, everything. It's absolutely great.
I have a very tight handle on my package.
Hey,
That sounds... Why did you make it sound so sexy? Come on. Jeez.
Isn't that what female streamers are meant to do, right?
I don't... Yeah, but you're not even being shut. Even Chris is jiggling about that. He's having a little laugh. Oh, he thought it was hilarious, mate.
There you go. 2 packages collected. Yay.
Mate, we can have an OnlyFans off.
For yourself,
Well, we have to be me and DC. We have to have an OnlyFans off. We're dressed up as Japanese schoolgirls on OnlyFans. Oh my God. I promise this is the last question about the Venom Merchantman. How do you think they will implement the warship aspect of Venom Merchantman? It will just have big guns on it. It will have some big guns, pew-pews. Have some gun, some big gun, some turrety gun. And also it's going to have some sort of functionality that I think allows it to partially dock with defenders as well to rearm, repair and fuel.
People that hate their jobs and want you to hate your life too.
Never mind.
Or some
Never
of that.
mind. You're fucking right. Never mind.
Please keep doing more org videos, board. Yes, I 100%. 100% we're doing at least one org spotlight a month. I need to work out who we're doing this month. What do you think of limited stock on ships like the Polaris? I mean, they're doing artificial scarcity because they know that works. And you know it makes money for the game.
Yeah, the Lidos where they have some.
But you can buy all that sort of stuff in game. So
I wish that was
bear that in mind.
You dumb fucking light on the left side of your fucking shoulder. Fuck you. I showed him. I told him he ain't got shit to say now, right? Piece of shit.
Oh.
Well, no, I need to be cool before he gets pissed at me, bro. Yo, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. I'm having a shitty day too, all right? Sorry, bro.
You should play some Grounded. So, yeah, I'm up for playing Grounded. I think Zin might be as well. It depends if it's... it depends on what sort of survival type game it is. I know it does have a proper storyline. It's supposed to be reasonably good. So, yeah, we'll check it out. Hermes Conrad, thanks for the bits. Sorry I made a naughty comment earlier. No offense to you two. No worries. None taken. None offense taken, mate. Don't you worry. Don't even know what you said. I can't even remember.
It's very hard to defend me.
Yeah, indeed. I might feign anger as well, like I was sort of earlier a little bit. But yeah, it's more for show than anything else. So apologies if you were worried. Is the 890 jump limited sale? Yes, it is.
Back where they found them. It's not my job to pick up after you.
More quality vids, not necessarily more vids. You are totally wrong. All of my videos are quality videos, so shut your filthy mouth.
Oh my god, this guy
hey,
is
board.
a psychopath.
Nice to have you on the show. No worries.
Don't come here, dude, because one day he's going to say, fuck this job, he's going to kill everybody.
Hey,
that's full of
welcome to...
gods.
Never mind.
The last thing I have to say is stop giving Chris money, and sooner or later he will realise the shape the F up, or hire some better project managers. It's Star Citizen slowly but slow. Let's see what happens with the new roadmaps. Hopefully, and they really need to get Squadron 42 out next year, in my opinion, and it free to be a great game. Yeah.
The field bikes? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get one as soon as I get enough money. I'm buying everything.
Hey,
I only have
welcome to.
I think that's sort of reasonable.
Never mind.
$40 real?
But indeed, there are no ejection seats in the Drake ships as well. That's a good point.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were
I agree
talking
that
about
the
bike,
idea behind Star
like
Citizen is an
the
amazing one.
fucking
But I think
space
the scope
glider
creep
bike.
has gotten out of hand, and backers are essentially paying a
welcome to
video
the
game
bike, you know,
development company
Never
for a
mind.
buggy live service demo. At some point, you have to draw the line in the
this right here.
in the sand, I think you probably meant to say that, and say these features will not be implemented because it will push the game back. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. However, they don't need to do anything in a particularly short-term manner. They can go, yeah, it's going to take 4 years before we have anything like that. But they can work towards that, and they can make the alpha more and more playable, and people are playing it now. And I think that a lot of people are willing probably to wait 4 years still, even if it's frustrating a lot of the time with the updates in between. Oh,
Why can't
I love the
anyone
fact you're
think
dealing with
back
the
when
different
they
gravities on
found
the
them?
planets
It's
and
not
that
my job
is
to
pretty
pick
well.
up after you.
But look,
I'm
I had to buy
pretty
a couple
adaptable.
things, bro.
yeah, good.
I had to go shopping, alright?
So I've coined the phrase development as a service to describe Star
Well,
Citizen.
it's been over, but I already bought the.
And
bought
it sort of
the
is.
sneakers, though, but yeah, it was a
Roadmaps
wrap.
and
I
development
was
as a
in there all
service,
day. I would
which
stop
is,
mining and just been buying sneakers.
Frustrating for sure, but it's because they are maintaining a playable alpha, and the monetization model and Star Citizen would not have received so much be so much of a success. You can't argue that Star Citizen isn't a success as a business. I mean, it's making a load of money, it's producing the game, it's built a big studio up from it. You can argue that their product's not what you wanted, or it's going to take ages, or it's never going to be exactly what they say it's going to be, or it will never fully release. I suppose you can argue as well, because there's no way of disproving that. But it's certainly a successful business and company, and a lot of people are loving what they're doing.
This fucking dude.
But a lot of people, even the same people that love it, are also frustrated by it a lot of the time. And that's fair enough. And it's fair enough to talk about that. But obviously, if you're talking on Spectrum or directly talking to a dev or whatever, then be respectful and be constructive as possible. I mean, I don't think you need to be constructive as long as you're civil, personally.
Exactly.
But
He's a
not
fucking
unconstructive,
actually
not destructive.
truck stop prostitute. You just
Isn't that
don't
right,
know,
Chris?
you know?
Yes, that's right. That's what I was trying to do in my post. Okay, yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Are you still
Makes
stuck in a
sense.
turret?
That guy from Real
I was, but shall I try and leave it again? Yeah, let's try and leave.
The gay one on the rollerblades, that's him basically.
I'm still stuck in the turret. So I could try and quit out and come back in by F4ing, and that can fix it, I think. But
Have you
it doesn't
tried like interacting and leaving, or have you only tried pressing
Yeah,
F?
I've tried every
Not
form
F.
of leave.
Why?
I've tried every form of leaving, other than leaving the game. But it's alright. It's all good. I mean, I can stay here. You're flying us around, or landed us at the moment. Is this the last package you need to pick up, or are you dropping them off now?
I believe this is the last package I need to pick up.
Yeah, we'll just get that done while we're chatting, and then we'll call it. So yeah, what we want to do is we do want to get people involved in the streams, and people that are watching, even if they're not in our party, to be able to get involved. Like, we'll do some manhunts. Either you've got to capture me. If someone captures me, I'll give them a little prize, like a bit of flare or helmet or something during the stream. Or if they can take me out without taking Zin out, for example. So if like I'm in a ship with her, you have to take me out without taking her out. Then I'll give you a little prize. Things like that. Get people involved, having a bit of a search around, see if they can find us on servers.
I ain't go outside.
You need a healthier lifestyle.
All
You
that
play this
fully
more than you go
burdened for
outside.
nothing. I
But that's
died
true,
because
I'm in
the
lockdown.
elevator killed me. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
fucking Grim Hex.
You're saying that I
is
should
a
break the
fucking
law.
hellhole.
Okay.
Hell,
You
that
should
shit
break the
from
law
elevator
more.
just
Thanks.
killed me.
Thanks, the
I
Bearded
just thought I
Jedi.
fucking
Appreciate
died
it.
at the
I'm not even sure really what the rules are in the UK at the moment.
No one knows. Not even the government.
I'm
They're just
serious,
like,
bro.
you know,
Who do I talk to?
don't get ill.
Supervisor was a piece of shit.
if you got ill, don't see people.
Fucking law
I was prepared for the
But
apocalypse.
go to work.
Go to
But
work.
don't
Go to work.
interact with people. But go to the pub, but don't interact with people.
I'll have you know, people on stream, I went from a 44-inch waist, which is a big old tubby boy. Tell you that. I am now 36. I actually think I'm 34 now, which is how I used to be when I was younger. I've lost a load of weight, and I feel a lot healthier. So. How about fuck you? How about that? Yeah.
I'm currently dealing with getting rid of my lockdown weight.
Congratulations, board gamer. I'm really happy for you. You lost so much weight. You're so attractive. Well, you're not attractive, but you make ugly sexy. Thanks, Chris. That's appreciated. No worries. Bye. He's still not going. He's just hiding there. He pretends to go. You can see him. See him.
The same as Discord, yes.
I can't point where he is. I'm bad at working out. I'm bad at orientating myself. Yeah, I know you can Alt F4 or crash yourself out, drop it in the task menu and stuff to fix it. It doesn't always fix it though. Sometimes it just drops you back in the port. And as we're just going to stop when Zin's finished doing our parcels, it's all good. Congratulations on losing that weight, board gamer. Thank you very much appreciated. But don't worry, even if I do die, I'm probably going to get frozen. We'll talk about that another day because I don't want to sound like I'm too mad until I've fully researched about being chronically frozen. Otherwise, you'd be like, "Oh, you cray," and I am, but also I want to be frozen. So, respect my wishes. Would you come and visit me if I was frozen, Sin?
Would I come and visit you?
Yeah. Would you come and visit
if you
the
were
site?
Frozen?
Yeah. So they go. Board gamer's really ill. He's chosen to be frozen.
Oh,
Yeah.
Would I come visit you before you got frozen?
No. After I've been frozen.
No.
What? Why not?
That's a waste of time, isn't it?
Wow.
Oh, look, there's a frozen board. Yeah. Okay. Can I go get ice cream now?
Wow. Yeah, there'd be an ice cream stall next to me.
Would there?
In fact, that would be. I'd be part of the ice cream truck, chilling me. I can't believe you wouldn't. You wouldn't go on a pilgrimage to
It's not
visit
like you're
me.
in hospital. What? It's not like I can come along and be like, "Hey, board, how's it going?"
No, but you can look at me and reflect on life and go. So
Just load up one of your previous streams. It's fine.
You're so attractive for a handsome for an unattractive man.
Yeah, I do.
So handsome. Yes. I'd have my streams constantly running like a Teletubby on me as well. So my midriff would just be my streams. Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Oh shit!
Could we lick your head?
What?
That's
who?
not me asking that.
What? That would be inappropriate, Sin. You to ask that. Oh. No. If you see me at a convention, please no grabby, licky, rubby, okay? None of that
Ask
behaviour.
permission first.
Yeah, ask permission.
He'll
and
probably say yes.
I probably will give it. Yeah, that is true. I just don't want to be. I'm like a scared little rabbit though. With my anxiety, and if people suddenly touch me, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just dart off or jump out a window, mate. Boo!
Got you, bro.
Kind of a personal one. How's your dad been? That's fine. No, I'm happy to talk about it. I started talking about it earlier, but then I didn't. So my dad had lung cancer, had operations to remove it, which was good. Unfortunately, it came back as brain cancer, which is not so good. Neither are great, to be honest. But he's had radiotherapy, which he's responded really well to. He had just finished his last treatment of radiotherapy on Friday. He's now on a targeted drug therapy. It's not chemo. Targeted drug therapy, which he's really responsive to. So hopefully he'll have a good few years of uninterrupted life from that. So he's a relatively old boy anyway. I'm hoping we can push him past 80, a good few years, and then that's sort of fine. But not fine, but you know, it's not awful. It's certainly not a death sentence what he's been handed. Look, it's a privilege to be able to help and look after my parents as well. So don't worry about me. It's not like too stressful for me. It's something that everyone's going to have to deal with in their lifetime. If they are close with their family, especially the sort of death of parents, friends, and family. It's just obviously with parents, it's sooner than later. Yeah, it's shitty. I'm glad I can be there for my parents, and I do appreciate all the love and support. As I've said though, don't chuck me donations for medical stuff or anything like that. I live in the UK. There's no medical expenses here for that sort of stuff. He's on the best help that he can get. We've got great facilities near us in the hospital that are near us. The best sort of radiotherapy treatment that he could actually have. We've got this like super high tech stuff here. We're incredibly lucky where we are in the UK, and because we're part of the NHS. We've got the NHS there. So thank you very much. For now, no. I mean, I would genuinely fight for the NHS. It's one of the few things I would fight for. I don't really believe in violence too much. So, but yeah, I appreciate the love and the kind messages. Send some of that. If you want to send donations, send them to me for graphics cards or drinking. I'm just saying that. It's certainly not needed for anything else.
I'm not drinking much at the moment. Just wine.
Oh yeah, so obviously me and Zin were thinking about doing some sort of like wine tasting, alcohol tasting sessions occasionally on stream.
Oh, that was a beautiful landing.
I mean, I'm watching still, Zin. I mean, it was a janky landing.
Ah, it was lovely.
So yeah, you might see us talk about some wine, some cider. I used to be a chef. Zin's a proper foodie. She really enjoys her food. And
I really enjoy food.
Well, it's true, but
I really enjoy food.
Me, you, and Cameron really enjoy our food. And we'll probably do something about that at some point and talk about that, or do some live streams about that, or pair wine and cider drinking with on stream somehow. Work all your hobbies into one thing and get drunk. Perfect. How do you think Star Citizen will compare to other games once it's finished? So I'm not sure if it ever will be. I think they're going to keep on adding more and more to Star Citizen beyond the features that they've got planned and after live. I mean, the same with any live MMO game, yeah? So in that way, it will never be finished, but finished to what we know is supposed to be in it and actually have a live release, yes, for sure. Once it's finished, I'm expecting it for brevity's sake, I think brevity is the correct word, to be like first-person Eve, where full first-person shooter sort of elements. Obviously, you are your character walking around rather than your ship, which is a big important thing. It's super high fidelity. It looks beautiful. It's going to have a much more player influenced rather than led economy. So it's going to be NPCs, simulated economy, rather than this player led one, which the Eve one is. But the way I originally talked to people about it was Eve sort of 2.0 first-person shooter, and with a load of this sort of like fidelity and beautifulness. Obviously going to do a load of stuff with physics and all that sort of jazz too. Much more sort of, obviously, huge amount of Eve is spreadsheets and scaling up. Star Citizen does not have any of that. Okay, Star Citizen very much your own personal skill. No leveling in the game. It's just sort of like reputation, assets, amount of money you have, your ships you have, and your own personal skill at being able to utilize those things that are important. Hello. How you doing? Dropping off those packages in?
I'm nearly done, mate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Beer, wine, mead, or whiskey? Which one do you prefer and which is recommend? So my favourite is not on that list, which is cider. I love a good red wine. I'm okay with some beers. I've drunk a lot of mead in my time and actually find it quite sickly, but some meads are great. I love an expensive whiskey, and that can be single malt or bourbon.
Okay, got you. Not going up in here.
Oh, Baldur's
See,
Gate
my,
3.
my,
I'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3. Sorry, Zin.
I was just going to say my favourite cider, and then red wine. Other two can't stand.
So we've been drinking a lot of I bought a load of Millie cider because you were buying some, and I really like it. I really like the lemon and lime one. Oh,
I like the one. It was either the bee sting or it might have been the pig one or the goat one, but it had like a high alcohol content, but it was nice to drink.
Okay, yeah. I was drinking a load of Beaky 20? Beaky 20, Beaky 25 or something?
That's it. I'm done.
It's a Beaky 21 I was drinking. Oh, it was good. That was good. Cider isn't an alcoholic beverage in the US. I think this has been brought up before. What? It's not an alcoholic beverage. What? Like alcohol pop. Zin has completed a mission. Congratulations.
Alcohol is an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, just... Oh, yeah, of course it is.
I'm confused about this.
Is it just apple juice? Go find something to finish off the streams in, like rams. Actually, don't ram something. We'll get criminal rating. Just land somewhere nice. Go to a landing zone. We'll land there and just call it.
Okay.
Yeah, we only had a couple of shots each. It was like 16 or 17 quid a shot or something. What? It was pretty expensive. It's nice though. I love my cider. Any news on CitizenCon 2020? Well, CitizenCon 2020 is cancelled, and there is going to be something around the 10th of October. I'm expecting 3.11 to be released around then. They should have some sort of event-ish thing, whether that's in-game as well as like a sale or something. We don't know 100% know yet. There's going to be something though. Summersby was all right. Summersby cider. Any other questions, quick, before... have you noticed that in live, some servers have been allowing more than 50 players? So I've seen more than 50 players in the chat log, but I don't think they're actually on the server. They have previously tried 60 or 75 players before, quite successfully on the servers, but they're waiting on the iCache, they're waiting on the server to client network rework stuff, and they're waiting on server meshing and that sort of stuff to really get more players in, sort of all of it. What's your favourite mead? I can't remember names of any mead. I mean, I used to drink mead and Old Rosie a lot, which is obviously a scrumpy cider. I used to drink so much Old Rosie. Oh my god.
The sort of cider you can buy in the store, I'm very partial to Aspel's. Anything from Aspel's, really.
Mm-hmm. Have you tried Rattler? I quite like Rattler.
No.
Rattler's good. Cornish cider. Very nice.
Oh.
Mm. I'm sure we'll do donation drives for that stuff. Yeah, thanks very much for joining us today. We sort of like just messed around, chatted about a bit about Chris Roberts' post. Talked about, answered some questions, talked about what people wanted to talk about. Sorry, I'm a bit scatterbrained today. We wanted to stream on Friday, but we were quite lazy. Well, I was lazy. And then Saturday, I was busy. And then Sunday is today, and that's when we streamed. So we'll be checking out... so they've Elite Dangerous have given us some keys for me, Zin, DC, and Zen, so that we can all try out Elite Dangerous start together. What is that jankiness? What is happening?
I do not know.
What is happening? Why is this happening? What?
I have no control over this.
Okay, this is interesting.
There we go.
What do you mean, there we
Wow.
go?
It stopped.
What the hell was that?
I don't know.
Such
My
bugs.
quantum drive didn't want to disengage.
Jean-Luc Picard said engage, and that happened, mate. Oh. He'd be livid.
I don't know why that happened at all.
Bored, I remember that you're partial to a drink or two from long ago at CitizenCon. Is that the 2015 one where I was shit-faced? Yes. I'm a much more sensible alcoholic now.
Yeah, after that time you spilt cider on my kitchen side.
Oh my god, she won't let this rest. I spilt, potentially spilt, okay, we'll say potentially because I can't remember, I was drunk. A little bit of cider, a little bit. I mean, you know how liquid goes everywhere. A little bit of cider in the kitchen. You know where spillages happen regularly, and you can easily clean stuff down in the kitchen there. And because I didn't clear it up because I hadn't noticed if that it wasn't.
You were
me,
really drunk.
Yeah, because I was really drunk. Zin got really grumpy at me. DC got grumpy at me.
DC got grumpy with you because he was the one who had to clear it up.
Okay, how long did it take him?
I don't know.
2
But
minutes.
it was unnecessary cleaning.
I was sorry enough, okay, mate. I had to sleep on an airbed that was deflating with Cameron snoring. Okay.
Yeah.
That was hell. That was as close to hell. I was still gone in the garden with the spiders. I spilled liquid, you monster. Exactly. That was Zin's thought process. I'm a monster. Bob, where's Chris? He's here. Hey, Heavy Bob. How you doing? See, he's there, mate. I like watching Bob Gamer streams. He's about to stop now. You should all like, subscribe, and give him lots of money from donations. Why am I talking like this? This is my stream talking voice. Hey, Chris, go back there. Perfect. Mate, I promised you. The other thing is that I think it's unlikely I would have spilt stuff because I was drinking so much. I was trying to hoover it all into my face. Right, Zin is coming into landing at Lawville on Hurston.
See if you
He's
can
a
do it quick enough before it disappears.
So I think that's one of the questions we have to ask. Is Chris Roberts just a shield for Board Gamer? And I think the answer is probably. Well,
Oh, I've pressed something. I've
What?
I've decoupled. How do I stop decoupling?
what's decoupled at the moment? Is it Z or X or C?
Oh no,
or
it's said.
V?
I got it. It's good.
The decoupling the camera.
It really confused me.
Happens regularly. Yes, C's. Yeah. Say no. It's always Z, X, C, or V when your camera or your ship's doing something and it's not supposed to. I just go, yep. When I'm filming. Obviously,
Why
it's a
am
little
I
bit easier.
going down?
Because you. Yeah. Now you've got your thrusters
Jesus.
pointing downwards, you see?
Yeah, I know.
Your VTOL thrusters, vertical takeoff and landings in.
I'm going to do a really bad job at this.
Have you thought about doing a better job?
Nah, I just do what's necessary.
Perfect. That is why I got you cheap, mate. That's why you are a cheap employee. Oh.
I'm a bit lopsided.
This tunnel thing was a dumb idea. Yeah, so Zin's driving at the moment. We've got Zin to do some delivery missions while we're chatting. But yeah, so I'm not a massive fan of these corridors. I think they're a bit dumb at the moment as well. I think eventually they're going to be quite a good idea once they're fully implemented and they have a little bit more give to them. Maybe a queuing system. Maybe when they're fully developed and not so dumb and annoying, it'll be a good idea. But at the moment, dumb. I don't think she's a good idea to ask Sin for her to ask her for a raise before she's had her first payday.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, it's
Zin.
okay. It's autopiloting me.
Is it?
Yeah,
Doesn't feel like it's autopiloting you.
it is.
It's like you just bumped your butt on a silo.
Oh, I hate Lawville so much. It was
good
bad
job you-
enough before the landing corridors.
Good job you chose to land here, isn't it? Perfect.
Come on,
Perfect landing. mate.
autopilot. Oh, I'm stuck in autopilot.
It's okay. Just wiggle. Turn off everything.
it's-
Turn
I
everything back
can't.
on. Blow up the ship. Just blow up the ship. Set auto destruct. This is my life anyway. Oh yeah, it's fine now. Is this us landing?
There we go. Now the autopilot's. No. Oh, come on.
See, now it's probably the hangar's probably closed by now.
Currently government property, no trespassing.
Oh no! Oh no! That's good as well though, because they'll impound our ship. At least we'll be able to get. It will teleport us inside.
Yeah. It's not. It's broken. It's not working. No, I've landed. There we go.
Yeah. Is this a landing?
Yeah.
This is what we're calling a landing now. I can't.
That's a landing.
Yeah. Is this a landing? Perfect, Sin. It's great. It's better than I expected.
Yep.
We're gonna get a criminal rating just for being here. Good job.
Felony trespassing. Leave now.
Thanks. Thanks for watching, guys. It's very much appreciated. We're gonna probably wake up in prison. I see prison in the future. Yeah, I think we all see prison in the future. I appreciate people donating a ridiculous amount of money today. That's very, very much appreciated. We'll be pre-ordering some 3080s on the 17th. I'll certainly at least be pre-ordering mine and trying to force donations for Zins as well. So get one for her more easily. But yeah, very much appreciate it.
How can I self-destruct? Can I self-destruct this?
Hold backspace.
I don't think I can. I've already got a criminal rating. Have you got a criminal rating?
Probably me. I'm trespassing, aren't I?
I don't think this has got a self-destruct.
Yeah, I'm a criminal. Good job. I'm pretty sure it's got a self-destruct, mate. Ship system self-destruct in your wheel menu. Hold F, right click. Actions, ship systems,
So
self-destruct.
what I just did was broke into a space station and cleared my criminal staff for shooting that guy.
No.
Oh.
Pretty dope.
It's broken.
It's broken. Well, it's Star
broken.
Citizen. Can't self-destruct
Can't
analysis. Of course you can't. Of course you can't. Oh, I'm
Have to
done.
log out.
Well, we're done anyway. Thanks for watching the stream, guys. Very much appreciated. This board gamer acting was in a bad mood. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. This is me
You
in a
don't know
good
what he's
mood.
like when he's in a bad mood.
No, you don't. I'm stuck in a turret though, and we are ending up the stream. But yeah, thanks very much for watching, guys. Very much appreciated. We'll go and stream someone else. Go and host them. Do you want to choose who we hosts in?
No.
No, fucking yeah. Why not? She's not choosing. Choose who we. No, that's me again. I don't want to host me. Do you want to choose, Chris? Yeah, I'm gonna choose. I quite like Maya. I quite like Maya as well. I like the Dark Lord. Yeah, I like the Dark Lord as well. Many of them are good choices because they're streaming Star Citizen. Yeah. Can we not stream Board Gamer? I like him the most. I am Board Gamer, aren't I, Chris? Yes. That's Chris. Yeah, we're gonna give Maya some love.
Quantum drive activated.
Why does who sound like Homo? What, Chris? We haven't had him for a long time, that's what it is. He's come back out of his shell. Alright. Thanks very much for watching today. Thanks very much, Zin, for doing submissions and chatting.
You're welcome.
Slowly bring you into the streams as much as possible. It sort of sounds sensible. And you'll see more and more videos from Zin over the coming weeks. You'll see a prison sort of guide coming out in an hour or so as well. Which I'll maybe even sooner on the channel. Zin has fantastically edited, super professionally.
Fantastic. It's amazing.
Professionally edited. Yeah. So after this month, I think we'll probably have found a little bit more of our feet, and you'll start to see more and more content coming out that is better and better edited, and hopefully more videos, better streams, more streams, gameplay streams, all the streams. Love you guys. Zin will replace board, probably. That would be the best thing. I'll make a load of money and Zin can replace me. Perfect. But thanks very much for watching, guys. Very much appreciated. Love you loads. Feel free to message me on contact@boardgamer.co.uk or come on the Discord, discord.gg/boardgamer. If you want to say hi or ask any questions or give any feedback or want anything sent or whatever. Words, love. Thanks for the money. Mwah. Say bye, Zin.
Bye. Bye, Zin.
What the fuck is that thing? Who's that? Who says that? Lotus? You only playing for 10 days? Damn. Let's see. That's a way. What about this comma ray? I can't go there to do it. Pick up my ship. Oh, yeah, you mean go back to where it was before and then got you. Nah. Full immersion, bro. Good looking out. Full immersion. Good looking out. Gotcha.
Oh, that's me drinking a cup of tea, enjoying it. I'm gonna enjoy this tea, and then we're gonna start.
That dude didn't like anybody, but yeah, I initially
That's
thought he was a
actually,
racist, so I was like,
tweet
well,
out.
fuck this shit, you know? And then I realized he just has a fucking issue with life, you know what I'm saying? I thought he was playing it. I thought it was him, bro. I thought he was the one. You know, I was like, you know what? I was about to call some people. I'm getting fired from his job, and I realized he probably owns this place. And I was like, fuck it, bro. Like, this dude, I can't. I mean, he obviously running something talking the way he was talking to me, motherfucker. A lot of shit was being talked, bro. Yeah, bro. He said he didn't like to come in my
Please
gym,
come to an
bro.
immediate halt and hold for your vessel to be scanned.
Exactly. Everybody picks up shit and puts it down and shit. It's fucking weirdo.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Clear to proceed.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for letting me proceed. Exactly. Typical racist bullshit. That was profile. What else did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
Drive deactivated.
Oh, shit. No, it's not there. I don't know what this guy's fucking with me. It's all good, man. One day at a time, people. Full immersion, bro. Full immersion. Exactly. Where the fuck is this goddamn place at? No, I found it. So all he wants combat assistance? Fuck you, buddy.
Quantum drive activated.
Nah, man, when I'm playing this game, I only play lo-fi hip-hop, so... What the fuck? I'm gonna do that and listen to podcasts, unless I heard the podcast going through the play. Yeah, man, I'm a retired firefighter from San Francisco. Well, I'm not retired, I got fired, but you know, same thing. Nah.
You want your Star Runner?
Caught stealing shit all the time. I don't get, well, my bad.
I want my Star Runner as well.
Shit. Firemen steal shit all the time.
If anyone would like to ask a question during the live stream, question in brackets will probably get my attention. That's sort of what it's supposed to be about.
Nancy who? Pelosi?
Or we might show a couple of the videos off.
Unemployment for me, that bitch. I hate her.
Right. Give me a minute or so, and then we'll
We'll
start probably.
I hate them.
I'm drinking just some tea. I don't even know what tea I buy. Not PT Tips or anything. It's like an organic. It's a Clipper organic blend. Let me find out what I get asked a lot. What tea it actually is.
That's a white thing. Like if you call a black girl a cunt, she wouldn't even know what you were saying. I mean, it's not as much of a term in the black community. You know what I'm saying?
I'll drink
If you call a black girl a bitch, then she'll
some form of black tea.
God!
It
Worst
is
fucking thing ever.
natural and delicious tea, organic, Clipper, everyday black tea. Tea that I like. I do have it with milk. A little tiny drip of milk. And I should probably move over to almond milk. To be honest, I know that might be heresy to some people, but I'm trying to lose weight and be generally healthier. And milk's
probably pretty bad for me. I'm not saying it's bad for everyone. And in moderation, it's fine. But I love dairy. I love all food. I jam all food in my mouth, except for cucumber. Cucumber and insects. Those are the things I don't want. I don't want them.
No.
All right. I will be about a minute, and then we'll start.
I get my flying skills on point, you know what I'm saying? They're coming.
Landing gear deployed.
Tea dealt with.
Landing complete. Weapons deactivated.
I don't recognise this tune that's in the background, but it's the menu song. It's just it's an alternative of the menu tune.
Handling little business, getting shipped.
It's very Mass Effect. Right.
I really hope they fucking
Hi.
keep on making it.
How's everyone doing? I hope you are doing well.
They just got shut down by the FCC for fucking
We're day
and they just ended the service.
to like 220 of lockdown or whatever, something like that. I don't know. I might have made that up and make some stuff up. Probably that sounds about right, doesn't it? So we've had lockdown up and down. The global situation's a bit weird for a lot of us. I think I'm doing pretty well. Like I was pretty geared towards surviving lockdown, and my business and everything is relatively geared towards it, so it can carry on. It's obviously been affected. The general YouTube landscape's been affected. I mean, I think that people are probably getting more views overall from like the day because more people are at home and there's more people bored and trying to consume content. But people advertising on YouTube and the revenue, that's down. So that's unfortunate. So it's a good time to grow a channel, not necessarily a good time to run a channel as a business. But I think stuff's going pretty well for Board Gamer. Zin seems to be settling in pretty well. So she's going to be looking at doing some lore pieces over the next few days. She just put up a video about the regatta, one of the more recent lore pieces. But I think we'll have a look through some of the lore and get her to narrate and put a video together for it, because it sort of seems like a good way of getting Zin confident of doing videos pretty quickly and understanding that full process. And I want to be able to, I'd love to be able to get 3 videos out a day. One sort of fluff/lore piece, one proper news piece on Star Citizen, and really then either a gameplay piece or a guide. That would be the joy there, and that would be the goal. And then with that, sometimes maybe 3 times a week do Star Citizen streams. So that would be something like this, and a lot more gameplay, because I want to start playing the game more regularly. I mean, I like talking about Star Citizen. I like communicating and sort of interacting with the community, and that's the main reason I do any form of streaming. Because I go, well, let's talk, let's digest, let's work out what's going on, what sort of things do people want for videos, what questions are people asking. When do you guesstimate Squadron 42 1.0 could be released? I think optimistically the end of 2021. That is an optimistic statement, because we don't know. We know that the Squadron 42 beta that they had, their internal beta, was delayed by at least, from their original estimate, well, more recent estimate, by at least 2 quarters. Yeah, because it was planned very roughly for the end of Q3 2020 to have a feature complete beta. Although I think a lot of us realised that was unlikely for them to make that, and that was before the lockdown and working from home. And obviously that's affected some stuff at CIG for sure, and obviously they're still going with it's done when it's done approach now. And they've said it's not going to beta this year for them. Squadron 42 Episode 1 is not going to beta for them this year, so it's at least 2 quarters delayed. The Star Runner is coming in a 3.11.x build of the game, which should be within the next few weeks. I would actually expect it. I'm expecting it before the end of October. So a couple of weeks' time, I'd expect to see the Star Runner in game. That makes sense to me. That's what it looks like as well. Because if you look at the roadmap, such as it is the now depreciating roadmaps, let's bring this up on the screen so you guys can see it. There's 8 tasks left to do, and I suspect those are lighting passes and the sort of balance passes and actually getting it in the game. If you remember, typically when a patch goes to PTU, ships often have like 10 or so tasks to do when they go into PTU, and that will be literally just balancing and tweaking and checking stuff while in PTU. So I suspect that the Mercury Star Runner is pretty much almost ready to go, just requires polishing. Maybe we'll see it in a 3.11.x PTU. I'm hoping it will be in 3.11.1, and as I said, I'm hoping we'll get it for the end of October, and that looks likely to me. So Squadron 42 Episode 1, I think at the earliest now would be Q4 2021, and that would probably be still optimistic. It does depend on Cloud Imperium's focus plans and crunch. Okay, crunch is incredibly important for getting a game out. I know people are like, no, crunch is awful. Yeah, so crunch is back-breaking, but a lot of stuff gets done during a crunch phase, and then and then something will go out. I think Salty Mike was talking about it in a video that he recently released as well about CitizenCon. So CitizenCon obviously was cancelled this year, but we had this weekend had the not CitizenCon event as I'm deeming it. It is a Star Citizen birthday party where CitizenCon was going to be, but obviously it's its grave site at the moment. Although you could argue that they did just say CitizenCon is going to be postponed, and I do think we're going to get the CitizenCon that we were going to have this year, plus a little bit more early-ish next year. First half of next year, I would expect to see CitizenCon 2020/21, if you see what I mean. 2020.5. So where was I going with this? Oh yes, so crunch for them once a year was CitizenCon. Yeah, they had to get stuff together for CitizenCon. They had to get a lot of stuff to show, and it was a big sort of crunch period. They don't really do crunch with their major releases at the moment, and some people could go, I'm glad that they don't do crunch. It's a marathon rather than a sprint, rather than you want all the developers not to get burnt out, for sure. But crunch does, I think that a huge portion of the remainder of Squadron 42 will get done in the last 2 months before sort of like release. Yeah? Like quite genuinely. But yes, so CitizenCon each year for them was a big crunch period where they'd get a load of work done. They'd get these demos done. And you could argue that not all the stuff from the demo goes into the game. Well, that's true. It doesn't all get directly put in the game, but a lot of its elements, a lot of its tech, a lot of its assets, a lot of its plans and R&D and all the stuff that they go into these sort of like demos, they do go into it. They go into the game in some way. So, what kind of in-game dynamic event do you think we'll see by the end of the year? Xenothreat Idris mission? Yes. That is almost certainly what I'm expecting to see. So, during the birthday celebrations, they talked briefly about there is worrying transmissions coming from Pyro, blah, 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 blah. We'll have some cool stuff for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. So, that is almost certainly referring to Xenothreat. So Xenothreat are a pirate group coming from Pyro. We know that they've been working on them for a while, and the idea roughly behind Xenothreat, as far as I'm aware, and this is potentially spoilers, but it's going to be shown off a lot just before it goes live anyway, like in PTU phases and things anyway. So sort of bear that in mind. And so it's very likely to be Xenothreat, they're anti-alien, and they're sort of like anti-alien sympathizers in the UEE. They're effectively a terrorist group, and they will be flying around with a fleet that include capital ships, like the Idris, moving around like Fleet did, going to major planets and areas, and then causing trouble there. And there will be sort of like what appears to be open missions going, there is this big raid going on, please join and help attack here as part of the Civilian Defense Force. Or Citizens Defense Force. Civilian Defense Force? Civilian Defense Force. And there might be some counter missions to that as well. There might be people that can join Xenothreat on the more piratey side, so we'll have to see what happens with that. But it makes sense that that's going to be the main thing going on, having some sort of Xenothreat-based stuff. How functional do you think the holotable was in Squadron 42 vid? Will that be updated? So, holotable probably wasn't very functional at all, nor probably did it need to be too functional. So, especially if it's just for show and for Squadron 42, they can fake a lot of that stuff. It doesn't need to have functionality in the same way as it would in the Persistent Universe if a player's using it. If a player doesn't need to use it in Squadron 42 but is looking at it, well, they can have loads of stuff going on with it because it's more scripted. Also, I know that they are working on a new Star Map, Star Map app overhaul and this sort of stuff, and the holo tables and all that, so they're going to get heavily sort of updated in the future. I believe that since they have a lot of control over when they release their game, not having a major company such as Sony, EA, Microsoft, or someone breathing down their neck. That's true. So the way Star Citizen is developed, it affords them a lot of freedom, but everything's done quite slowly. And I think that because of that, stuff is really focused on that potentially shouldn't be focused on, or at least the short-term focus makes a slow game and a slow development. We are all aware of that because they have long-term goals, they have medium-term goals, but a lot of what they do is sprints and trying to get stuff out for the playable alpha and refining stuff so that it's really pretty, so that they're very perfectionist. Well, Chris's vision is very perfectionist, so he clearly is going, I'm not happy with that, we'll hold it back, we don't need to release, we can hold it up by another year if we need to, sort of thing. And I think, well, another couple of weeks if we need to. And I think that cascades with hundreds of little tasks which will add up to, well, as we've seen now, years. I do think we're generally going to have a great game at the end of it, like a genuinely great game that will go, that was as good as Half-Life 2, that was as good as Half-Life, that was as good as Quake 3 Arena, in a different type of game. Red Fox, 1140, thank you very much. You've just subscribed and then donated a load of New Zealand dollars. There's a lot of money. Thank you so much, sir. So, for people that are Zin fans, the Zin Simp Force, go team! Please be watching Zin. I sent her 160 peanut Lion bars this morning because last night she said, well, we were talking about chocolate bars and what chocolate bars, pardon me, I haven't got the Rona. What chocolate bars are the best? So I personally like Kinder Bueno bars, Toast Chocolate Orange bars. I think they're absolutely delicious. But someone mentioned, I think Cameron mentioned Lion Bar and Peanut Lion Bar being the best. And Zin made a very, oh yeah, Peanut Lion Bar sound. So when a woman makes that sound, I'm sending her some Lion Bars. I know the way to a woman's heart. It's to pay her wages and to be best friends with her boyfriend. Hopefully you'll see DC on the stream at some point. I mean, you'll see him play games with us, for sure. But he's going to be helping me build a Star Citizen PC. Oh, so the donation goals and stuff like that at the moment. I have most of what I need. So I was planning to build a Star Citizen PC for a little while. And I was planning to do it like really just before lockdown happened. And then lockdown happened, it was hard to get components, and then a load of stuff was coming out with new Ryzens and new GeForce cards. So I've got a half-done sort of PC that I was going to build for Star Citizen, which was a sensible, semi-affordable PC. I mean, it's going to be very high-end, but it's not going to be just, I'll buy a 3090 because it's the best, or I'll buy a Threadripper super expensive edition because it's the best. It's not about that. It's about getting the best bang for buck, but also fully fulfilling my needs, which is I want to play Star Citizen at a high frame rate in 4K and be able to stream and be able to record and be able to record that stuff in 4K and edit on my PC. Okay? But obviously, I've got an editor now as well, and I want her to have a very similar system to me. So we're going to be building 2 PCs now, and they're going to be slightly different. And we'll be doing that on the channel. And Azatec have helped me out significantly, who make amazing coolers, and I will be plugging them a lot probably for the next year or so. Not as a there's no sponsorship from them. They sent me stuff because they wanted to help me out, because they're legendary. So I'll be paying back the favour without a contract. You know what I mean? I like their stuff. So I was trying to explain this to people the other day. Anything I shill for, typically I've approached them, almost always. See, I don't shill for Raid Shadow Legends, or because they approached me, and also I don't like their game. It's stuff I like, I'll shill for. I approached Nord, I approached Shadow Gaming PCs, not Raid Shadow Legends, Ridge Wallet, all that sort of stuff. Actually, I need to do a couple of Ridge Wallet ads on my channel at some point. Could the introduction of alien wasters to the MMO part of the game be done with in-game events like invasions or something? Maybe a Banu merchantman could fly into a system. They certainly could be. We do know that they want to do big in-game raid events, like potentially the Xenothreat one we're hoping to have for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, which is a possibility. Sort of makes sense. We know that at the moment Cloud Imperium are working on the Xi'an in earnest, so they've done a lot of work on the Vandal. The Vandal are coming along very well, even the melee FPS ones running around, but they're also now working on the Xi'an as well, so expect the Xi'an to be a part of Squadron 42 to some degree. So yeah, looking forward to that. I don't know when we're going to see the Banu properly, but I would expect to probably see the Tavaran then the Banu, maybe, because the Tavaran are part of the UEE, and I suspect there'll be like a Tavaran officer at some point. What have you noticed the new interaction mode options and the minor animation additions to the Gladius's cockpit and the PU?
This is just a video game.
No, I have not noticed that, Doctor. I haven't been flying the Gladius much. I will be trying to get my 50-person murder mask at some point over the next couple of weeks. Let me turn down the volume of this slightly. Yeah, me and Sin are going to be going to Benny Henge, maybe doing a guide on that, but I mean, I think there's a lot of guides out there already. It hasn't changed where Benny Henge is. Maybe do a really quick room one, or a gameplay one of us trying to find it by memory, because I haven't been there for ages. So the last time I went to Benny Henge, I think it was when they had the puzzle in to find it, and while starting to do that puzzle, I saw 2 lights, because there was the big communication pillars, and there was flashing lights on them. And I saw 2 of them together and went, that's strange, why are there 2 together? Oh, it's Benny Henge. I found it almost immediately. Are all the horoscope birth signs going to be assigned to a ship eventually? There's a new one, isn't there? Isn't there a new horoscope birth sign? New horoscope sign. Oh my god, I can't pronounce this word. Ophiuchus? Ophiuchus. NASA discovered the 13th zodiac sign, the Serpent Bearer.
And that's where
Ophiuchus?
That right there is where their money is, and that's right there.
13th sign.
Squadron 42.
So yes.
It's not worried about it.
No, I don't know.
It, bro. Like,
I suspect they will use a lot of naming. So the different manufacturers like to use different sort of naming schemes. Potentially all of them will be used at some point, and then in the future maybe you'll get Ophiuchus.
Why would they stop making $billions?
I'm bad at words, especially words I've never read before, said before. What was the most exciting, interesting thing that you learned about Star Citizen this weekend? So there was a few things. Obviously, I was a bit upset there was
Back to
no
the same place before,
concept sale.
where
I actually really
fucking-
wanted a concept sale. I think it would have been good in CIG's best sort of like interests to have a concept sale.
The shit's still there, yeah.
I'm surprised Red Fox sent me a load of money without a message. I love you, Red Fox. Mwah. You're the best.
I mean, I flew
So,
across the fucking
things that we
galaxy.
learn, whether they be disappointing or not. iCache planned for Q2 2021 at the moment. Pyro planned when server meshing comes out. Server meshing planned for 2021 after iCache comes out. Physicalized inventory planned probably around when iCache comes out.
Persistence is a good thing.
So no
They
Pyro
need to
this
have
year,
it.
basically no fully physicalized inventory this year. There's still a load of server improvements and a lot of other stuff coming online with 3.12. Lots of extra bits coming with 3.12 beyond what it shows in the roadmap at the moment, for sure.
Even the problems they have.
I'm interested to know, can they do physicalized components without iCache? Probably not. So maybe not physicalized components even this year. I liked Chris talking about the way he sees Star Citizen with it's ready when it's ready. They did that AMA. So there's some cool stuff with the AMA. There was a great bit about server blades and what they had planned for them. So server blades allow automation in ships based on your computer systems. So you can put in sort of like computer modules and software and computer blades into your ship to do different tasks. And it's not just having a AI controller in a turret that will target things automatically. It could be things that automatically fire countermeasures off for the appropriate missile. It could be things that help you find bounties or salvage or ECMs or anti-ECMs or loads and loads of different things. Anything that you, or better shield management. There was a huge range of stuff and I was like, oh, that's exciting. Actually, I know what I think was the most exciting thing. Most exciting thing we learnt over the weekend, at least for me, was that the base building mechanics are expanding significantly. So it's not just the Pioneer dropping off outposts. They want a lot more to be able to be done with that. It even sounded like they wanted the Pioneer to be able to build more, or to be able to actually go, we are going to build a whole large-scale base in this area beyond just a few little outposts. So that sounded absolutely great. I'm totally up for that. Base building with the amount of real estate that Cloud Imperium are going to have with Star Citizen is going to be absolutely fantastic and insane. And I'm happy that I've got a Pioneer. I'm just happy. I mean, it's a very first world thing to be able to buy a Pioneer. I think that's what, $750 or something stupid for a digital purchase. That's my heart thinking about it. Oh God, what have I done? Grumpy Town 2, thank you very much for the subscription. Very much appreciated. So yeah, I'm really the RSI of Unicus coming 2022. I know, right? I'm interested to know what people think of the current sort of 3.11 gameplay, which is really a lot of people murdering each other. Now, it is mostly kept to around Grimhex, I find, and lots of people organising groups to attack each other. So basically, for those of you who don't know, and those of you that do, and let's bring this up on the screen, there is a event throughout October. There's multiple events going on at the moment, but there's an event throughout October where you can earn some in-game items exclusively in-game. So you can't buy these. You might better buy them from other players in the future. Well, actually, you can buy these bear masks, which I actually do quite like, admittedly. But there's these other Halloween masks as well. No, there's 3 in total. One of them you can buy, and variants of it, and then the other 2 you have to earn in-game. Now, the Scarecrow mask you can see here, that's really easily earned. You just go to Bennyhenge, touch down at Bennyhenge, bam, get that Scarecrow mask. That's permanently going to be added to your inventory. I say permanently. Maybe you're about to lose it after the game goes live. Maybe you have to insure it. I'm not sure how it's going to happen with those sort of exclusive items. But this Vandal mask is another story. So you are given throughout October a glaive and a gladius to fly, added to your inventory during the month. And you need to kill 50 unique players in the persistent universe. And if you do that, you will be awarded this lovely Vandal mask. So that's led to a load of players and organisations just going, well, we'll just kill each other. We'll organise groups for it. We'll organise groups to help people that get it. But there's also bands of people roving around, just people roving around murdering with a bit more of a purpose now. But it seems to be happening largely at Grimhacks. But there's people that are really angry about organisations just going, well, organise murder fields and killing each other. And there's people angry at, like, well, I don't like these rando servers that have appeared on Discord that are organising for people that aren't part of orgs or that just want to get this. I don't think it's in the spirit of it. I think it's in the spirit of people trying to get achievements. Like, you'll have a load of people doing achievements in loads of different ways. Some of those ways are going to be people just going random murdering, which I'm not a massive fan of. Some people are going to be trying to get that through, fighting their orc mates or messing around or going, if we get 30 people to line up in a row and we spin up a Gladius chain gun, we can kill them all. But you have to be in the Gladius or the Glaive to get those kills, and you have to get 50 in either the Gladius or the Glaive. They don't stack. You can't have 25 in each. Do you see what I mean? So it's just an interesting one. I think it's fine, people doing it however they want to. Don't feel it's exploity or anything. They just think you can do it. It's all good. It's an alpha game. You're messing around. Some people are going to be having great fun. I think the best way of doing it is that I'd like to see orgs organising org warfare events across servers and just going, well, we'll fight each other. And all these people are fair game while we're fighting. And we'll leave the civilians out of it, sort of thing. And stuff like that. There is some children across the road. Their parents think it's a good idea for them to be, during lockdown, allowed to play with the car. So they just let them loose in the car, and the kids just keep on pumping the horn. Okay. Really annoys me, especially because they pump the horn for about an hour. So if you hear that in the background, that's me getting angry, and the horn going off. Yeah, beep, 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 I know. Oh my god. Oh. Now I'm Grumpy Town as well. What else did we learn? Anything exciting? Oh yes, quite a lot. We'll go through it all, or at least some of it, in a row, slowly, quickly, one of the two. Pull board came in. No, I'm good. Let's get grumpy. So I am quite a stressy, grumpy individual. A lot of you won't see that in my videos. And when I'm playing online, when I'm live, you probably won't see that either because I'm more aware that I probably shouldn't be grumpy. But when I am playing Apex Legends with my mates, with like Zin and people, privately, I get very grumpy very easily. Another day without Titan suits, I know. I want Titan suits. I've had some audio files with Titan suits, which leads me to believe that we might see them at some point soon. But I don't. Maybe I've been thinking that for a couple of years now. So, so the amount of information that CIG gave us the other day was genuinely good. It wasn't a CitizenCon, but it was a lot of the extra information that you'd get around CitizenCon. So it wasn't the presentations, it wasn't the main gameplay demo, but it was a load of like the side things that you learn at CitizenCon went out. Will Arc Corp get reworked so it's not a Coruscant-like planet? When will they add more landing zones? In the future. It'll get more landing zones for missions and some interiors for it so that you can do missions there and that sort of stuff. Expect that in the future for Arc Corp. If I fulfill my If I fill my drinking containers with beer in Star Citizen, will my aim in dogfights increase? Yes, 100%. You'll have a strength bonus to press it. You'll press your buttons faster, more accurately. You'll fly better, and your weapons do more damage. Your fists do double damage. When will we see land claims and base building? Almost certainly after iCache, we'll start to see probably lore gameplay come along with land claims, because I know that at the end of 2018, that's when Aaron first wanted that in. And then they'll probably work up to base building, because we've seen them working on the new homesteads at the moment. And I think that's sort of like pushing towards the same sort of stuff. Homesteads, new points of interest, new types of outpost, new types of building, having these structures be able to be powered by the new pipe system. With the Imperator elections affecting how the game is developed, what do you think each candidate would affect? So it's going to be mostly lore stuff, yeah? But so let's have a quick look at the Imperator elections. Why don't I have them just up on my screen? Because I'm a dum-dum. Let's bring this up. So I encourage people to vote for whoever they want to vote for, okay? So every 10 years, there's going to be a Imperator election, okay? Maybe we'll see another one in our lifetimes. Hopefully the game will release before that. So between now and the 24th of October, you can vote in the Imperator elections from the Imperator election page. Let me just post this for both of you.
It's not worth nothing.
There you go. And basically, you vote there, you'll get a forum badge to show that you voted for whoever you voted for, which you can use if you wish. I suspect it's a good idea to vote because, you know, more unlocks, better. But there's 5 candidates to choose from. One is a female Elon Musk, is the way I'd like to describe her. Very sort of like, let's get AI, let's get technology, let's get a load of people, better educations geared towards sort of like human science,
that's crazy. This is a fucking planet. How the fuck
innovation, all that sort of stuff. And that is Leilani Addison, who I voted for. I like this. So the type of gameplay I would see associated with her is lots of stuff that's going to be focused on science and exploration and sort of like missions which sort of like go, oh, we're all about innovation, but also Skynet, AI, things going wrong with AI, data running stuff, and interception of data, people trying to sell data and espionage and that sort of stuff. I mean, we're going to get largely the same gameplay, whatever candidate we sort of vote for. But the flavoured missions, the way that certain areas evolve, is very much going to be influenced by who wins the Imperator elections. Because certain systems will have extra lore in them, and then they'll build missions around that lore, and more things will happen around that, and there might be large-scale events where pirates attack this area because of the way they're being handled or whatever. So it's going to affect the development of the game, but not the gameplay loops so much. And salvage is still going to be salvage. Do you see what I mean? FK, thank you very much. Much appreciated. 24 months is a long time to be subscribed to me. I apologise for your trials and tribulations. I foolishly gave 3.11 another try. This time was unable to see elevator buttons. I had that problem in the PTU. Yeah, it's, I think largely 3.11's been pretty stable and pretty good. Probably one of the better patches that we've had. Obviously, when things like that happen, it's a bit soul destroying. However, I do believe the way to fix the elevator buttons is to just move away from the area and come back and wait a little while, and the buttons do eventually appear. At least they did for me. I don't hate you though. I love you. We also got Titus Costigan. He's sort of like very economically driven. I think he wants to... Is he the one that wants to... So he wants to take back sort of control with the economy, deregulating a lot of stuff with businesses so they can boost economic activity, and then sort of like have private militias potentially and lots of security forces. Then we've got Paul Lassalle. Is Paul Lassalle that wants to...
He's the centralist, ex-centralist chairman. Empower individuals to prosper by reducing taxes and regulations, including loosening certain weapon restrictions and reworking the Fair Chance Act. So he was going like, I think we should be able to, as long as we're not overly affecting intelligent life forms, we should be able to go to their planets and mine. Just, you know, keep it on the down low. Low-level criminals would receive monetary penalties instead of prison. Yes, he's the one I was thinking of. So they can then be added back into society. We've got Mara Nago as well. She is the transitionalist. So she wants to move the capital from Earth to Terra, which would cause a lot of... That would be interesting. I mean, maybe one day we'll see civil war in the Star Citizen universe. It might be interesting. But she's sort of very pro-Terra. So like, yeah, let's move it to the new world. And then we got Ilyana Sharad, and she wants to sort of like create lots of jobs, have lots of projects going on in each system, and sort of boost the economy that way, and stop the funding for the synth world. So I quite like the way they've done all these candidates. They obviously stand for very different things. As I said, I really like Leilani Addison. I like female Elon Musk, and I think educate your populace. Cool, go team. I am taking Kiwi dollars. Oh, thank you very much for your Kiwi dollars. I appreciate it. Robert Johnston, thank you so much. Trying to one-upmanship someone else. $51. Are you taking Kiwi dollars from someone else? You tutor. I am tutoring. He also he didn't tell me to fuck off, so it's not the same. Thank you very much, Robert Johnson. Very much appreciated. You're a legend amongst people. Long time mega supporter of the channel. Very much appreciated. When do you see us getting the Redeemer? I'm glad I held out for it now. Okay. So, expect to see more about it by the end of the year. Don't expect it before Q2 2021. Yeah? Hello, Board Gamer. I've been watching your channel for 4 years and I've never won a giveaway. Can you please give me a Buccaneer ship? Good luck. I think I've got some 100 series ships to give away that CIG potentially have given me. I don't know. I'll check later and we'll work out a way of giving those out. I do have beginner's guides videos. Yes, that's true. Have you had anything about the Taurus? I'm expecting to see the constellation Taurus by the end of the year. I'm expecting to see hard dock by the end of the year, and the P-52, P-72 being able to be docking, undocking with the constellation and the Taurus being game. That is what I'm expecting. I'm also expecting to see the C2 Hercules Starlifter in by the end of the year. What's going on? People send me money. Stop sending me... Actually, don't stop sending me money, but stop sending me money, you monsters. Aussie dollar is stronger. You'll want want that more than silly Kiwi dollars. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Is this a contest now? DJ Brown... What? No, it's not. Thank you. I appreciate it. DJ Brown's dollars are strongest, though. So, it's a contest. Thank you very much. Marek United, appreciated. You monster. DJ Brown, thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Rocky, thank you for becoming a board citizen on my YouTube channel. That is one of the things I want to be pushing in the future for sure. Is the YouTube channel join member stuff, because that is one of the best ways to support the channel, and it's sort of like sustained income, and then I can focus exclusives on that and Patreon much more easily. Two very easy platforms to work with, and obviously YouTube is my main platform, so all of the stuff I just want to run through there, and you'll be getting exclusives, at least one exclusive video every 2 weeks, but I think we'd be trying for an exclusive video a week, especially with Zin now working for me. Hey man, how are you holding up with the COVID and all? Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I'm not ill, but the general lockdown, I'm doing pretty well. I would encourage other people to reach out. If you are doing well or if you are doing poorly, reach out to other people.
and show them some extra courtesy and see if they're doing well. Have a chat with them. Organise some stuff to do online. Just because you're doing well doesn't mean other people are also doing well. And just because you're doing badly doesn't mean you can't get some support, even if it's online. And definitely reach out to your friends if you're going a bit cray-cray, for sure. Do you know what I mean? Merrick United. Just call me Mark. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. I will, Mark. I will call you Mark. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, Star, thank you. That's people bollocking around with their cars outside my house. That annoys me. What else have we got? Oh, but genuinely, thank you. Thank you for the big glut of money. I keep wanting more than bitch and cry at all the hurdles I have to jump over while playing and suffer the 30Ks. Are people having lots of problems with 30Ks at the moment? I have had the most stable experience ever in Star Citizen for 3.11. Even the PT was pretty good. Is that largely other people's experiences, or are people experiencing more 30Ks than normal? Me and Zin for sure are not. And even like stuff like the memory leaks and a lot of the CPU sort of excessive usage is gone as well. 30Ks, no. Random bugs that are yet to allow me to leave a planet, yes. Okay. Lost 40,000, 400,000 UEC because of a character reset. Okay, so annoying random bugs and outliers are causing issue a lot of people. It's been pretty stable for me. Okay. That's good to know. Obviously, when I do my videos, when I talk about Star Citizen, I can only really talk about from my point of view and the points of view of, well, and the absorbed information and news I hear from others. Yeah? So with some people, that's going to be they've had a great experience. With some people, that's going to be they've had a terrible experience, and all those in between. So I try to get a cross-sectional view. I'm obviously going to be more influenced by what I've seen. Yeah, so the Mercury Star Runner was $225 last time we saw it. I think it's a possibility it might go up to $275-ish when it goes to flyable, but hopefully it will stay at its current price. Board, I have a question. I have a Gladius and my missiles won't lock on the target no matter on the range. What should I do? Okay, so missiles have changed in 3.11. So if you're aware of the changes and they're still not locking, that is a bug. You need to target the ship, then you need to lock as normal. They need to be in your front nose cone. They need to be within the range of the missile size. So between 1,000 and 1,500 sort of meters. It is it is harder to use missiles now. Well, it's much harder to use missiles now. It's still not impossible, for sure. There might be some bugs that some people experience, though. Andy Heaton, thank you so much. I forgot I had these. Appreciated. I will happily take your bits. That's not a euphemism for anything. Or maybe it is. What else have we got? No worries, anytime for your channel and videos are worth donating for. Please keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Fred Fox. That was genuinely appreciated, you monster. Board, can you donate me an Aegis Saber? No. But what I will do is I will look through my list of any ships I've got to give away. Because for the next few months I'm planning to give away Mercury Star Runners. CIG were kind enough to give me some tokens to be able to purchase them. I have to purchase them at full price. I don't get stuff given to me like that, unfortunately. I wish I did. I believe they have given me one of each of the 100 series of ships. I need to double check that. That might not be 100% accurate. I think they have those for giveaway. And if they have, then I'll work out a way of giving them out. Me and Zin might do I might give one out on social media. I might give one out on like my Discord, and then one out live at some point. It's probably something we'll do something like that. When are we getting the Ranger bikes? Don't know. They haven't talked about them. They are obviously one of the more simple things for them to do, I think. I mean, obviously, they are a wheeled bike, so they need to perform as such. They don't have a true wheeled bike in-game yet. They've obviously got the jet bikes. They've also got very small type vehicles, but a bike is a little bit different. Hi. If I understood right, one doesn't need a pioneer to build a settlement. How do you reckon it would work? So there might be other ships to be able to build settlements. There might be the ability to drop in sort of like materials and then have the ground vehicles build it, be able to build it just out of those ground-based materials with another object. So maybe you can just drop like literally some sort of like tiny little factory, like a 3D printing factory, as cargo from a ship. Boop. And then print the base from there. Yeah, something like that. Board for Emperator, I wish. I think there would be a lot of other people significantly better and more suited to be an Emperator than me. Although I think I'd be very fair. I think I'm pretty reasonable as a person. But not when I'm playing Apex Legends. I go very angry. Yeah, but make sure everyone votes in the Emperator elections, for sure. What else have we got here? We've got quite a few questions. And how far am I behind? Several minutes, at least. What is your take on when we'll get the Mercury Star Runner? Will we get it this month? I'm expecting the Mercury Star Runner this month. That is a hope. That is not confirmed, but to me, it looks like that it will go into a PTU build very soon, and then you'll see it anyway. But then, I'm expecting we'll get something in our hands by the end of the month. Did you happen to see the new ship in the Squadron 42 debriefing video? You can see it at 11 seconds. Are you talking about the mining tick? It's probably the Cydnus you're talking about, because I remember seeing the Cydnus in there, and people were like, new ship. Like, no, not new ship, Cydnus. Which video was it in? Was it in the primer video, or was it in the... I have to bring up both now, you monster. Oh, actually, we'll watch the community video as well, because it's got a nod to Wickstrom in it, which I think is worth saying. Safe travels, buddy. Let us bring this up. Okay. So if we go desktop, bring this up for you. So we've got some new scenes of Squadron 42 stuff. What is that? What is that ship? That the ship you're talking about? It is, isn't it? It's like a little tiny junker. Maybe a shipjacker ship? Literally just a junk ship made of lots of different bits. But it does look like it's got 4... They're thrusters on it, aren't they? Should probably have analysed these in a bit more detail. It's quite like a little floating lift platform, but I think it was a... So what we got in here? So we've got a Cydnus in the background there. This is Archron Station, so this is the big mining station. We've got a Starfarer. We've got some Mustang Alphas, or probably Mustang Deltas, I'd expect. This is the Cydnus Spider Miner. So, Tyrellian, one of my mates at CIG, and one of the guys that did a load of Star Citizen Machinima before CIG hired him, is trying to get them to put Mark Hamill's beard back on. Because old man with a beard looks better than a shaved old man. However, I actually think what's going to happen is that old man will start with a beard on and is probably a bit war weary, and then maybe shaves later when he's really back in the action to show that he's cleanly shaven and he's taking his job seriously. That's what I'm expecting, although I could be wrong. This is obviously a collapsed mining area. Very similar to what we've got in Nevsky. But that was a M50, wasn't it? Huh. We got the Gladius. Editor player. Editor player. Broken Comoray stuff. Stress beacons. Chop shop and abandoned ships, destroyed ships, broken areas. So, yeah, that was some of the cool new footage of the Squadron 42 stuff, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. My theory is that you go find Mark Hamill's character, hand him a mid pen. He looks like it. He looks at it and then tosses it over his shoulder. Okay. What else we got? But yeah, that little junker vehicle, I hadn't noticed that before because I probably just was like, we've got loads of stuff to do. There's a load of information coming out. That's me. That's me making videos. Zin, you got to edit the things. I can only talk and I'm bad at reading. What do you think about the current Persistent Universe FPS AI? They're dumb. They're not working properly, but they are working on them to a quite significant degree, and I actually think they'll improve a lot in 3.12 because there are a lot of like the server improvements going in there that will allow for a much more stable server tick rate, which enables them to actually work significantly more as intended. If you see like the ship AI in Vandal Swarm and Pirate Swarm, they work a billion times better than they do in the Persistent Universe, and the same I believe is true for the FPS AI. Once they have them at a stable sort of server tick rate, they'll work as intended, which is why stuff in Arena Commander works a lot better than in the Persistent Universe. When 25A or Avenger Titan for dogfighting? I prefer the Avenger Titan. I think it's a great all-round ship, and would be the ship that I would, if I had to pick a low-end ship to start the game with, it would be the Avenger Titan. Are refineries supposed to refine materials to do something more valuable, or just going to be an extra step in the selling minables? They are going to be a step in making the materials more valuable, and eventually are going to be used in crafting and manufacture. And they talked very, very briefly, they mentioned crafting and manufacture over the weekend, just saying that is the thing we're going to be doing. And we know that there's going to be, like, at the very least, nodes that will consume that, and then materials and items will be made from that eventually, filtering back into the economy and affecting all the prices. But I actually think there is going to be a much more player side of crafting as well, which they have not talked overly about yet, but I think it's very likely. When are we getting the Odin system? We should have it in Star Citizen after Squadron 42 launches. I would expect like the next quarter afterwards, probably after Squadron 42 goes out. That's my sort of guesstimate. Squadron 42 though, earliest we're going to see that is the end of 2021, and as I said, that looks optimistic now. With Star Runner and cargo decks, do you think cargo running will be more worth it and entertaining? At some point, 100%, there will be much more reason to do cargo running, data running, smuggling. But would it be... I don't think we're going to see much more to that when the Mercury Star Runner comes out in 3.11.1 or 3.11.x. Yeah. I do think that the Mercury Star Runner is going to see as common use as the sort of like Cutlass Black. I think it's going to be an incredibly common ship just because of how many people like it, how many people bought it, and how multi-role and versatile it is. Since you are an Aurora R10 owner, would you recommend it to someone else? So, for people that don't know, Azatec sent me a Alienware Aurora R10, which is a great system. What I don't like with it is that its motherboard does not support all of my needs. So, for some people, as long as you, for the most part, building yourself, if you can build yourself, is almost always better because you get to really tailor what you want. You get it a bit cheaper, you get exactly what you want. And I always recommend that if you can do it. However, if you've got the money to spare and you want the support that is provided with my computer is damaged, any reason, send bits of it back or send it back. They'll repair it within like the next day or whatever. Those sort of service agreements are great for some people. Some people want the branding. I remember Alienware 15 years ago, before it was bought by Dell, and I liked that more petit bourgeois nature of it. Now slightly overly corporate for me, but for some people they're a great choice. I would not recommend it to all people because they're expensive, but I would recommend it to some people. Could that ship in Squadron 42 thing be a Vulcan? Aegis Vulcan, or am I drinking stupid juice? I mean, it looks more like a damaged terrapin. So let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it again, and then I'll have it up on the screen for when we want to talk about it. So for people, let's bring this back up on the screen. I mean, it could be. It's like a bit of a broken terrapin. It's a weird little junker ship, isn't it? But this is what we're talking about. I mean, it's got to be shipjacker ship, yeah? I mean, maybe it is just a junk put together ship and it's not actually anything beyond it's relatively unique. Or maybe it is going to be something in the future that we can get our hands on. More just like a civilian junker craft or something. Hard to know, eh? FIFA 11 gameplay is awesome. As a PvP pilot, my trader friends are now more interested in my services. That's good to know. Also, I think a lot of PvP players are enjoying 3.11, not just because they're sort of like being enabled by the murder everyone wants to murder you for the mask, but because it's genuinely a lot better with a lot of balance gone into combat and a lot of the desync issues solved and missiles not being just broken. Ted, feel free to PM me your YouTube channel stuff, and I'll have a look at it at some point as well. I'm happy to help out pretty much anyone with their YouTube channel. I say pretty much anyone. Depends on the content on there, obviously. What kind of bear is best? Are red pandas bears? Like bear-like, aren't they? Bear Grylls. How does your algorithms pick a winner of the ship giveaway? There is no algorithm that picks it. Okay, so for my monthly giveaway, yeah, well, what happens is random number generator rolls a number. So each video is numbered 1 to however many. There's a random number generator rolled. That picks a video. So like number 23, that'll be the video that I made on, let's say, the 23rd of the month. Whatever, it's just numbered. Then, in there, all of the comments are exported, yeah, on an Excel spreadsheet, again, numbered, and then everyone with the same name is basically automatically put into the same comment. So only one comment actually counts per video. There's basically an extractor thing that I use to extract it all and does that. It goes boom. I was like, okay, this is how I'm going to do my giveaways because it's the easiest. I've done that for years now. And then I get a random number generator, rolls on that, bam, number 312. That is this dude. It is as simple as that. Might be a better, more sophisticated way of doing that. And if there is, I'll get Zin to do it. If I have a giveaway that's given by someone else, like an organization or whatever, it is done in the same way. Or at least has been done in the same way. The community is split half. Are these people really happy with progress or not happy due to the lack of content? Where do you stand? And for me, 3.11 is the best patch, as it runs nice, no content though. Yes, so it's very, very much light on content, although you could certainly argue the fighting in Armistice Zones is pretty cool for station assaults. I wish they had more station assaultiness for the Halloween event rather than murder of players. Just maybe taking out turrets and security. I would have liked if you are able to stay around a station for 30 minutes with a criminal rating that you've got to mask. Something like that. I like that style of messing around more, I think, maybe. Certainly with the event here, they're able to test a lot of things. They're able to test player concurrency of fighting and messing around. So where do I stand on it? I'm pretty chill with Star Citizen in the fact that I go, I see some progress. I wish there was a lot of progress faster. I wish that the game was stable, but also at the same time, if I was doing the development, I would not have done playable alphas in the same way. I would have just had sort of like a console and you can mess around, maybe Arena Commander and Theatres of War focused on, but not the persistent universe so much. And waited for a lot more of the gameplay loops to be a lot more developed. But there are massive bonuses and negatives to the way that Star Citizen does its development. Its monetization's probably severely increased because of it. The amount of feedback they get and the rapidness of iteration on short-term things is a lot better. You can get much more fully polished gameplay loops much quicker. But all of the overall sort of development of the game is slowed. So mining, pretty developed gameplay loop. Yeah, it's actually pretty well developed. And there's a lot going on with it. But we don't have much else. We have some cargo hauling, we have combat, we have FPS stuff, and a lot of that stuff is coming online to a bigger degree, but the core systems aren't finished yet. But once they have all the core systems finished, there's actually quite a lot of gameplay, as Chris was talking about in his newsletter, letter from the chairman, literally going, look, we've got like bounty hunting, we've got exploration, we've got all these things that sort of work in the game now, and once we bring those core systems online, then those gameplay loops are there, which is partly true. It's sort of like more irrelevant to me that I don't really care much about the alpha and the playable alpha. I'll play it, I'll cover it, but what I'm more interested in is when the game is starting to come together more. At the moment, I'm a tourist. At the moment, I'm a tourist, and I'm talking about the news, and I'll talk about the game, and I won't be aggressively critical. I am very excited about a lot of the game stuff. The reason I'm not going to be aggressively critical is because I don't feel the need, nor do I have it in my blood and soul to be like, this is shit. Unless I feel that way, and sometimes I might. But, I think a lot of people think that I don't criticize CIG enough. And that's because you have some people that are very, 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 very super pro. Oh my god, I love Star Citizen. I'm sorry, I did the voices. And some people that are so just constantly not critical, just this is all shit. It's all shit. Everything's shit. This is all the bad points. Whatever they've done that's good or progress, it's never going to be good enough to outweigh any of these bad points they've also done at the same time. And I was like, well, how's that helpful? How's that useful? That's not even the news. You're just like, I think that this is shit. Okay, well, good job. I think I want to talk about what CIG are actually making progress on and talk about the news, which is what I think I want the channel to cover for the most part. Obviously there'll be guides, obviously there'll be gameplay, and as the game gets more and more developed, we'll look at the gameplay loops and we'll look at gameplay more and more. Maybe we'll do machinima eventually, maybe we'll do, I think Zin's going to start to do regular lore readings, because it's a sensible idea for her to get making videos regularly. I haven't played around since around 3.9. Came back yesterday to find the game, and the pilot is extremely weird, and I can't pilot properly or modify my mouse type. Your mouse type, I don't understand what your mouse type is. All the sort of settings like that should be in the settings menu. The piloting and the way the ships fly has changed since 3.9. Your ships have got more weight to them, basically. There's thruster efficiency curves. Especially when you're in gravity, especially, you're going to really notice your ships having to struggle to move around based on the gravity there, based on the atmosphere. But your ships don't respond immediately anymore to thrusters, to thruster changes. So certain ships fly very differently. Oh yeah, so agent smithing's going to be a thing. So I forgot to say this. This is another good big thing. If you are flying around in your ship and you've got NPCs on your ship, yeah, in the future with those NPCs, your teammates will be able to take control of them. That is still the plan. I didn't think it was the plan anymore, but it is. You'll be able to take control of those NPCs as long as you allow those players to take control of them. So you say, these are enabled. Well, I don't exactly know how it's going to work, but you say that friends can jump in here, or maybe it'll go, a friend wishes to take control of this NPC. Do you want to let them? Yes. Yeah, if you get Zin yourself to do a video on weekly lore stuff, that would be amazing. Yeah, I think Zin wants to do that. It gives her something to do that she can do quick and dirty, sort of video-wise, which is I want to get her used to being able to pump out content when needed, but also juxtaposed with sometimes I want as much production value added to a video as possible. A lot of people have been like, oh, well, I've been like, and I think a lot of other people would agree that a lot of my videos with editing are incredibly low effort, or have been for a while. And now with Zin, doesn't have to be so low effort anymore. We can have all the B-roll matching up a lot better. We can have much more accurate, more complex videos and things like that as well. Yeah, beautiful planets, but fuck all to do on them. So that's largely true. Well, that's not entirely true, but so Star Citizen, an amazing tourist game. So every 3 months, go have a look at the new stuff, mess around for maybe like 20 plus hours. You can probably get out of it. And if you're just sort of like wanting to see the new content and mess around a bit and go, what's pretty, what's going on? Oh, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool. And I'm done, and I'll see you again in 3 months. But if you've got like an organization or a goal, you can do 1 billion times more. You can play for hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, if you've got the right organization, because they're going to be organizing things to do on those planets. They're going to be doing silly things. They're going to be locking down things. They're going to be testing ops. There's a huge amount you can do in such a pretty engine and it look pretty. Did my previous cooking questions get answered? I take a work called TLDR. I want to cook the native species of planets. They've confirmed hunting. Have they ever confirmed cooking? They have not. Well, so there's definitely kitchens on some ships, and there's definitely going to be the ability to. Well, you can eat food now. I would expect crafting/cooking, almost certainly, on some ships. And do I expect there to be big game hunting and the ability to eat meat? Yeah, I do. I'm almost certain that's going to be a thing. Do you think we get a video? Stars as a video, at least a summer trailer for Pyro or Crusader? What? I think by the end of the year we'll see some more stuff on Crusader and Pyro. You're going to start to see from the 22nd onwards again of October. You'll see the new season of Inside Star Citizen. With that, they'll be looking at 3.12 and beyond. So stuff about Pyro will be there as well. Will the new system introduce different size jump points? Not as far as I'm aware. I think the new system will just have a single jump point connecting it to Stanton to Pyro to start with. That'll be first iteration. It will just be a single jump point as far as I'm aware. Have another YouTube channel to handle all the negative news called Shit Gamer. Nice. Will the new system in we talked about that a second ago. Whenever I get frustrated with the Star Citizen, I beat up a board game, a video or two. That is very, very beautiful, Jay Bird, and I do recommend everyone do that. But is that so that you could then get frustrated at that and you realise the frustration wasn't so bad? Will there eventually be different economies on each server? Okay, so in the short to mid-term, almost certainly, the dynamic system will probably be not perfectly accurate, but eventually it'll all be tied to the same database and the iCache. So they'll be drawing from the same information. So anything that affects those economies will affect every server. And then hopefully everyone's on the same server or same server mesh. Do you think CIG intentionally don't work on the Merchantman? Yes, that's true. They don't because they're working on other things intentionally. They can't deliver it for the price and it's too much. Oh, no. So that I've seen some stuff on the Merchantman. I saw some stuff my last studio tour. They wanted to get the concept of it fully redefined or fully defined because it's a big brand new ship and it helps define all of their architecture and a huge amount of other stuff. But the Merchantman will be in our hands at some point. I think it will keep very much to its intended original goal, but it's going to be slightly different, obviously, because it needs a bit more concept work. HOTAS, HOSAS, or HOSAS and Throttle? It purely depends on your preference. Dual stick is really good for a lot of people. I love keyboard and mouse because I record and film and FPS and do a lot of random stuff. It's just ease of use. But a lot of people say dual stick is amazing. If you want the most immersive experience, HOTAS is great. So it's depending on what you want. When do you think we'll see the public roadmap updated for 3.12? Good question. Now, will we see an update to the roadmap proper before we get the new roadmap? Because the new roadmaps are supposed to be coming by the end of this year. So could that be relatively soon? Yes, it's possible. Maybe 3.12 will be the last roadmap on the current roadmaps. That's probably quite likely. And I would expect to see an update on that new roadmap, on the current roadmap by the end of this month. So maybe to coincide with Inside Star Citizen coming back on the 22nd.
Who's the dude behind me? It's Chris Roberts making sure I don't break NDA. He's behind every streamer when they stream. Yeah, apologies for I'm relatively behind in the chats with questions. Will Pyro introduce raid-like gameplay? We need a Terrapin, Apollo, 2 prospectors and a bunch of fighters for a group to go hit or mine something. So
How much?
I think there was going to be a lot more risk and reward. I think we're actually going to see some larger raid-style gameplay in the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, potentially, for the end of November. I'm hoping that they have the Xeno threat, fight the fleet missions, and then we'll obviously see more of that in the future, a lot more sophisticated. But yeah, in the future, you will 100% have missions that are scaled to whatever sort of thing that you want to do. If you want to do larger scale fleet attacks, there's going to be the missions for you to do. Doesn't that new ship look suspiciously like a Terrapin? It does look suspiciously like a Terrapin. It could be a junked Terrapin.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. Wait, how much did
Any
you say? I was
tips on
paying
people getting
attention.
30Ks and crashes? So there's a lot of stuff you could do. The mixture of port forwarding, messing around with your router, lots and lots and lots of stuff. It depends on why you're getting those 30Ks and what exact 30Ks you're getting.
Got you. So, you talking about USD or in game money?
Looks like a tiny Pioneer,
you're gonna be
that
able to
ship.
buy
It sort of did. I think it looks more like the Terrapin, though. I think it's a shipjacker Terrapin, probably. Any word on the release dates for the Star Runner? So the Mercury Star Runner, soon. 3.11.x build, probably 3.11.1 is my expectation. I would expect it. I'm hoping that we get it for the end of this month. There's no hard date yet, though. Hope your dad as well. Thank you very much. He's doing very well, thank you. Squadron 42 beta / late alpha, end of 2021. We don't know yet. I think I'm hoping that we have an extremely optimistic hope. End of 2021, Squadron 42 episode 1 release. That's what I'd like. We'll have to wait and see. All we know at the moment is that Squadron 42 is at least 2 quarters behind what they wanted to do, and it will not go to beta for their internal beta testing this year. Has anyone heard when we are getting the new glaive and scythe? No, so we're not sure when the scythe and glaive is going to be updated in the persistent universe. We do know that they had them largely done for Squadron 42's needs, but the cockpits had not been done for the humans. So they had been done or had been working on for the Vandal specifically. If we can remote control our friends' NPCs, will we be able to hack our enemies' NPCs to sabotage their ships? No, no, you're not. Although, you could argue that if org mates are allowed to jump into each other's NPCs if they've allowed them to, you could have people espionaging into an org for a long period of time and then sabotaging with those NPCs, which would be weird. There's going to be space animals at some point. They are going to be working on the space cow and boids, so the smaller animals like rats and ranta and things like that. And the onicrabs. When will ship-to-ship docking be available in the PTU? You'll see hard dock from the P-52 to the Constellation, P-72 to the Constellation, I think by the end of the year. But ship-to-ship docking beyond that, that's going to be a while later. You'll see ship-to-station docking before that. And they're working on ship-to-station docking at the moment, and the hard docking. With the cargo and refinery decks, will we be able to choose where we want to dock? It would be a hassle to walk all the way through a station to unload cargo. Well, so if you're a large cargo ship, you need to unload cargo, we'll probably do a ship to station dock to near the cargo facilities. That would be my expectation.
If it's in a smaller ship, you might be assigned a landing pad, but you'll be able to get the stuff off the pad or whatever. There might be ways of paying to have your cargo loaded or unloaded, and sort of prices associated with that as well. We'll have to see how they're going to do it, but it's not going to be, yeah, you've landed your Freelancer Max at a landing pad, the cargo decks across the station. Now you have to take every box individually on an elevator. There'll be transit systems for it to move around. There'll be ways of getting it around there. There'll be ways of having NPCs unload it for you. It's not going to be like, well, this is Euro Truck Simulator and you've got to do the loading and unloading and everything. Is it a good time to start Star Citizen for a brand new player? I would say the best time to start Star Citizen for a brand new player would be the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo at the end of November. Almost certainly going to be a free fly event there as well. At the moment, it's cool, Star Citizen. There's a lot of people flying around murdering each other to try and get a mask. Any news on mentions of Theatres of War recently? So they are going to be giving us some updates on Theatres of War soon.
Bro, I just heard some crazy
I know that.
shit. When I got to Grim Hex, dude was like, hello. It didn't sound like it was all hacked. And it was like, welcome to...
Good morning. Thank you very much. Moronic.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated, sir.
Oh, that's they just do it. Okay, I thought he just got killed.
Do you think the recent information releases for Squadron 42 will allay any concerns about the length and state of development? They will to some people. So some people are going to be more worried. Some people are going to be less worried. I think it's much of a muchness. We know that Cloud Imperium's development process is it's ready when it's ready. What we need are the new roadmaps and as much update as possible with those roadmaps with general just communication information. If they are able to keep up with the communication and the forum sort of interaction that they have been and the quarterly Squadron 42 reports and all this new information they've got for the Persistent Universe and Squadron 42 on these new roadmaps, then I think we'll be in a good place and there will be quite a high level of confidence in Cloud Imperium to be able to manage a community as well as build a game. Because that's what they need to do. That's what it's about. It's not about just building a game. It's not just about providing something for the community. It's about both simultaneously. And they need to do both simultaneously and share as much information as possible. And we are along for the ride. And I want to feel like I'm along for a ride. Any new ships or ship types you personally hope to appear at the Aerospace and Anniversary Sale? I mean, the ones that we've had about the rumoured ones are the RSI Odin gunship, the Xi'an cargo ship, and a mobile refinery, all of which are possible, some or all. I'd love to see the Sidnus as well. I'd love to see the Titan armour, the mechy power suity thing. I'm really excited for that, in fact. And we could see some other stuff as well. So I don't think we'll see all of that for sure, but some of it, yeah, for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, most certainly. Bear with me 1 second. I just need to quick bio. Yeah.
I just made 40,000 from it for 5 minutes of drilling, or maybe like 10 minutes of drilling, 40,000 easily. That was my first time ever using it. It took a lot of time. Yeah, it took some time. Plus, I didn't know what I was doing at first, but it took some time.
How's everyone doing? When you can also ask a question. I have suggested this is an AMA soon. What have we got? You had quite a few crashes yesterday. Okay. Heard anything about the banner measurement? Yeah. So it looks to me like the Polaris is going to get work before the banning merchantman is finished. It looks like they'll probably do the Polaris first. Like, if they focus on the merchantman at some point in the next couple of quarters, then you'd probably see it by the end of 2021. But again, that's if it's a priority for them. Board, when I now log into the Star Citizen, I have to go to the character creator, and when that happens, I basically can't connect to the server and logs me out. Will a character reset fix this? I don't 100% know. Check on the support.robertspaceindustries.com site for that problem. If nothing else works, then character reset is worth trying, but that's as like a last resort. Yeah, I'm finding problems with the EU servers in general. The Aussie and the Aussie servers seem to be better for me, oddly. Are you happy about the Happy Birthday event? I'm happier than them not having an event at all. Do I think that CitizenCon was missed this year? Yes, massively. I appreciate all the love. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. What else have we got? Anything else exciting? Is there a confirmed trigger for the Scarecrow mask for Benny Henge? As far as I know, it's touching down on the floor gets it for you. If it is just being near the area and being able to literally fly through it, I'm not 100% sure. But touching the ground definitely attributes the mask when they attribute them. You don't get it immediately. You get it like on the was it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? I think they drop them in. Any ideas when we're able to sell components? After physicalized components come in, I think it's the plan. So sort of like, could we see physicalized components by the end of this year? Probably not now. They're probably going to want the iCache. Probably the earliest is Q2 2021. When's the next episode of Calling All Devs? So they have it all on Fridays, so maybe this Friday, but I'm not sure.
Inside Star Citizen starts back up on the 22nd of October. Should we expect the Pyro system to be in game around this time next year, due to the fact that Chris Robertson said he would wish the server machine to be in? Yes, that's what I'm expecting. The Q3 2021 patch looks like more likely for Pyro now. Any word on the Santok AI? No new information on the Santok AI, that medium Xi'an fighter. Who did you vote for? I voted for Addison. And why? Because I like the idea of AI running amok in the future, and female Elon Musk has some good points with, get your workforce as scientifically educated as possible. Innovation for the win. Do we know what system will be in development after Pyro? So not 100% confirmed, but it's likely to be the Nyx system, and then building towards the Odin system. Odin system's obviously been largely built out for Squadron 42's needs. The Nyx system's connected to Pyro, and then that leads on to the Odin system. We've got some of the Nyx system stuff already with Levski. That's actually, and Delamar, that's supposed to be in the Nyx system. Is it true if you have a computer without AVX, you'll never be able to play Star Citizen again? That looks likely. They've updated Star Citizen launcher to require AVX extensions. So CPUs pre-2011 do not have AVX. That's a good point. Every time on my accounts that I've got the mask on, I have searched the body at Benny Henge. That's a good point. So I think it's worth doing that. We'll make a guide for it. I'll drop a guide in it probably tomorrow, just to make sure everyone's happy, and we'll double check some stuff. How do you know if the component in a shop is better than the one on your ship? A lot of components have similar ratings, grades, and size. How do you tell them apart? I would use a tool like Artisan Tools or Urkel's system that actually shows all the stats for everything to work out what components I'd want before I went there to buy anything. And that's the best way of doing it at the moment. At some point, you'll be able to see and compare stats of each of these items, but typically A grade and military stuff is better. B grade military stuff is better than C grade civilian stuff. Typically. Will ray tracing be added in the future? If it's sensible for them to do ray tracing, they will add it. They're looking at technologies and will sensibly subsume and use whatever is reasonable for them to do so, that gives them good results. They don't want to just go, yeah, let's put this all in here. They want to be hardware neutral. They want to, they're moving on to Vulkan support fully over the next few months. And then stuff that's supported with that's what they're going to do. How many star systems do you think are in development and already finished? So there's probably a few in development. However, it's more the tools and the assets and the biomes that they're building so they can rapidly build out the rest of the systems that are more important. Ones that I actually think are already done, they've probably got Stanton, Odin, maybe another system, because they said that like 90% of the game is going to be in the Odin system for Squadron 42, so maybe another system's done as well. And they probably got Pyro a lot of the way through, but it's more that the assets for all of those are going to be used for all the other systems. So. What are the thoughts on Squadron 42 being launched on next generation consoles to help boost revenue? If they can release Squadron 42 on a console without downscaling it for the console, then I think that's a good idea. They don't want to have a sloppy port. And if they don't have to make concessions with having it on console, great. Good morning. Do you think when we have these components that maybe an engineer could, for example, have an extra drive in ship storage to replace and swap it out? Yes, 100%. That's one of the things you want to do. That's a lot of the... Look what I'm doing with my hands. That's going to be a lot of the repair gameplay and what engineers are going to be doing. They're going to be replacing components. They're going to be moving stuff out. But obviously that's salvage as well if you take a component and... Could there still be casting surprises for Squadron 42? I believe there still are casting surprises for Squadron 42. So, what I'd say with the 8K stuff, the NVIDIA, is it DLSS? The intelligent upscaling AI stuff is absolutely amazing. Like, maddeningly amazing for 8K, for 4K and 8K. You're like, how can it do this with so few pixels? How can it make more pixels? And AI is powerful. So I think like in the next 5 years, I think it's going to be good that Cloud Imperium have focused on having high fidelity, because I think that graphics cards will hugely support what they're trying to do at super high res. So, have you checked on Baldur's Gate 3 early access? So I haven't. The reason I haven't is that I've started playing a D&D campaign with one of my mates, and we're doing Descent into Avernus, which is the prelude campaign for Baldur's Gate 3. So once I've done that, which will probably be a few months, then I will look at Baldur's Gate 3. Is Chris Roberts playing a character in Squadron 42? I don't know. I haven't heard that he is, but maybe. I haven't even thought about it. He's got to want to play a character in it, hasn't he? This is a question regarding current gameplay. Did they reduce the damage that ship guns do to turrets? And did they reduce the power of stock shield generators? There's been some rebalancing, and some of the shield holes have been fixed as well. Do you think Sol, so the system with Earth in it, will be a priority system for them to get done? I don't know. Or do you think it will be heavily guarded? I don't think it will be reasonably guarded. Be one of them, like Terra and Earth and Sol will be incredibly well guarded, I suspect, as systems. I don't know. It's an interesting one. I'd love to see what if they had our solar system done really well. That'd be amazing. I mean, it'd be amazing just a tourist to visit. I'm doing all right, Protarx. Thank you very much for asking. I hope you're doing all right as well, sir. Yeah, if I place my head just right, Chris Roberts gives me hair. Perfect, isn't it? Yeah, I appreciate the love. Thank you. Do you know if the ship component... We already talked about that. Yeah, at some point we'll be able to compare components in-game properly. Has there been any information for org in-game features, updates for that? So we can have ship sharing, and any of your org members can grab it from your terminal. That is apparently the plan. But lots more org features coming along, and lots of a permission system allowing certain people to have certain access to certain ships. I would expect to see org hangars and things like that as well, and org bases that you can grab that stuff from, literally have shared ships from. When are we getting that? I don't know. I suspect you'll see updates to more and more group gameplay over the next few coming patches, to get it into a really nice state. And then when we have iCache, they can probably sort out more of a permission system.
How do you report an economy exploit? I don't want everyone to know about it to kill the economy. Drop a support ticket in. So contact CIG support. Do it as a support ticket. Read me. Thanks for the voiceover board. Video is in the works. Oh, no worries. Sorry it took so long to get you the voiceover.
Oh, you're talking about my grenade. Like,
It's like 2 weeks late or something. I'm a monster. I'm so sorry. I need to be constant. I mean, I get very distracted very easily. I need to be constantly reminded of stuff. You answered this question before, and I'm sorry for asking again. I noticed they've updated the player creation. Any word on when facial hair is coming? I know they've been working on facial hair. We're going to see different hairstyles, and we will see beards and stuff like that in the future as well. They wanted some specific tech for it so that it didn't look trash and the lighting worked properly on beards. So they'll be added at some point. I'm hoping the Bounty Merchant goes up in size rather than down. I would expect it to see some changes. What feature are you most looking forward to being fleshed out? Dynamic economy, all of the bits of the game coming together. I mean, for me, I want to be able to have the economy supported by all the different mission types and reasons for combat and base building. I think base building's probably a hugely appealing part of the game to me, but it's everything coming together to make reasons for it to be an MMO and reasons for the missions to exist and motivate all players to do all the different types of gameplay that they want to do. How's the construction of bases and buildings going to be like? So what we heard originally from the pioneer of player-based building was you'd be able to drop outposts, and outposts would have functions. So you'd be able to drop like a little mining outpost like the outposts we've got in game, but they'd have functionality. So you drop one for mining, you drop one for farming, you drop one for whatever gameplay purpose you wanted. Bam, plopped on a planet, and then you'd be able to place in some way structures for like power and resources and that sort of stuff. But now it looks like they want a lot more than that. They're going to have proper homesteads. There's going to be lots of ways of building. There's going to be a lot more you can build. And exactly how you do that, is it going to be lots more functions of the Pioneer? Maybe. Is it going to be lots of other ways of being able to drop structures and 3D print things on planets and just bringing the materials there? Potentially. We don't know. There's a lot more going on with base building now, though, and homesteads and lots of other ways of using the Cloud Imperium, Star Citizen real estate stuff. There's a huge amount of space to build in Star Citizen. Ridiculous. An incomprehensible amount.
Got you. Which one of these missions?
Did you say something earlier this month about a new ship? So I think we'll see some of the new ships that they sort of like been rumoured for a while at the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. I was hoping we were going to see one on the 10th of October. Obviously we didn't.
What about these right here? Remove plane jumpers. Can I do that?
Question poll for the room. More than a direct question, I'm looking at building a new system soon. Is anyone actually getting a decent or playable FPS in large ships and stations? CPU, GPU recommendations. 3080 is my recommendation for a GPU. They apps genuinely seem great as a price point. CPU wise, I mean, it depends what your needs are. I'd genuinely look at when the new Ryzen 5000 series come out, potentially grabbing a 3900 or a 3950X if you're going the Ryzen route, because I think they're going to be incredibly cheap. If you want something, if you want one of the 5000 series, then maybe look at a 5900X. Yeah, don't get a 2080 Ti. Get the 3080. So in the background, this is the Squadron 42 end of 2018, maybe even 2017 demo. We're just having a bit of a chat about what we saw over the weekend. With the recent info on iCache and Pyro being 2021, what do you think will be in 3.12 now? There's still a reasonable amount coming in 3.12, and there's a lot more than that's currently being shown on the roadmap. So we've got some mystery armor. Could it be Titan armor? Maybe. Unlikely. I think it's more likely to be like some bounty hunter armor and stuff like that. Locations, we've got refinery decks. We're actually going to get some gameplay, I believe, associated with refinery decks. Spacescaping, so spacescaping is going to be additional sort of like clouds, nebula, points of interest looking a lot better, and backgrounds for those areas looking a lot cooler, and some other points of interest sort of in these gas clouds. But you'll see them at the Grange points with the space stations, with mission objectives, stuff like that. Refineries are going to allow us to have minables sort of refined into different types of potentially more valuable materials, and hopefully we're able to buy refined goods as well and actually move around and sell them, so lots more commodities to sell. Lots of AI stuff happening. I actually suspect that AI will be in a lot better place for 3.12. One of the large reasons for that is because they've got the server to client actor networking rework, but a load of back-end systems, a load of support systems for the networking stuff that should hopefully at this stage allow for a stable server tick rate, and that actually means a lot of stuff works as intended, which has been a big problem with Star Citizen for ages with its AI. And then hopefully you'll have your FPS AI in a much better state, and not just like derp. We've got the tractor beam multi-tool for moving cargo stuff around, so expect to see lots of updates to cargo now in 3.12 in my opinion. And we've obviously got cargo decks. We could probably see the Taurus, the Constellation hard docking with the P-72, P-52, the Hercules Starlifter, the Talon, obviously. What else we got here? Got refinery, got weapon zeroing, push and pull, so literally moving stuff around on trolleys or cargo containers and EVA. And again, I'm expecting to see cargo 2.0 basically here. Elevator panels, death animations, some more laws and systems for those laws. So really we don't have much in the way of big ticket items there, but I would expect to see more missions, more gameplay, some evolutions of a lot of the gameplay that we've got in the game already, and I'm hoping that we do see some larger ticket sort of features. There's a lot that could be. I'm reluctant to say what I think that could be until I see the next Inside Star Citizen, because that will give us a lot more indication of what's going on with that, for sure. Because we don't know their focuses and priorities. There's a lot they're working on currently, but what exactly is another sort of another matter. So I will reserve judgment for a couple of weeks. What else have we got? Anything else?
Damn. Oh, so this ship is pretty damn fast then if it goes 12 then. This is not as fast as the fastest.
After playing games where the server ruined everything, Last Oasis with CIG, will CIG be selling server meshing tech? I think Amazon Lumberyard will probably subsume a lot of the server meshing stuff.
Origin as well. I like Origin, man.
Is it more likely that Cloud Imperium will have iCache, server meshing, Pyro, physical inventories, and other major content bundled together for 4.0 as a late 21 release? I think some of that content will be bundled together for a 4.0 release, yes. But I think some of it will come before. I would expect to see iCache
I like Origin, bro.
before server meshing.
That's what the other one I had like wine glasses in the back. I was like, oh, this must be for the rich motherfuckers. Okay.
Is mining in caves with ships or vehicles anywhere on the horizon? I mean, yeah, it's whenever they build the entrances in the caves large enough to do that.
They buy that shit and little food dispenser shit.
So it depends if it's a priority for them or not at the moment.
You actually get food and water from them.
As well as base building and planets, we'll be able to build outpost stations in space. So they haven't confirmed that, no.
I'd love to see space station building though. Chris Roberts said that in the future our ships won't disappear into the ether when we log off. How will that work if player runs capital ships with a real player crew? We're not 100% sure. We're not sure how, if there's going to be safe places to put them, if we need to dock them, if they will just, after a while, disappear into the ether. We don't know yet. Hey BG, thanks for all your current content. Star Citizen is clearly a favourite. In your opinion and prediction, how will it compare to True Universe, Elite Dangerous, and X4 in a single year span? Well, we're a while away from Star Citizen, Position Universe being a full game to be able to compare to any of those games, really. It's going to be, at the moment, and for a while, it's going to be very pretty. It's going to look a lot better. It's going to be much better as a tourist destination than any of those, but it's not a fully fledged game. In like 3 years' time, maybe we're about to go, well, actually, Star Citizen's got a lot more depth to it. There's a lot more going on with it. It's much more of a simulation and economy game where you can really sort of role play your character almost because there's so much to do. So there's a lot more depth to Star Citizen than any of those, and it's a lot prettier, a lot more immersion, a lot more fidelity, a lot more Eve 2.0 walking about everywhere. Underground, underwater base building. Thoughts? They want swimming, they want underwater exploration to some degree. Will we see underwater bases at some point in the future? Maybe, but not something that is planned currently.
Alert. Engines overheating. Port shield under
After 3.12 comes out, will we see a new roadmap for 3.13? Once 3.12 comes out, it depends on where the new roadmaps are. Have we got the new roadmap at that stage? If so, hopefully we'll be able to see 2 quarters to a year. I'm hoping a year in advance, and a lot more of the breakdown of what's going on. So it's whatever the new roadmaps are focused on.
I got it, bro. Hold on.
alert. Weapons systems.
Do you think the roadmap will work with the new one? What? Do you think we'll have to stop having weekly updates? No, I think we'll still get weekly update and some context to what's happening on the roadmap, just with additional roadmap information with the new updated roadmaps. They'll show sprints, so they'll show what each individual team is doing for the 2-week sprints and how that breaks down and when tasks are completed. So it's a lot more in-depth, a lot more detail, a lot more of the minutiae. Any more information on the Hull C? Not particularly. You'll see probably them talk about it a little bit more with 3.12 because there's a lot of the cargo stuff that they need to get in for the Hull C coming in there. Obviously they need ship-to-station docking in as well. Again, I'm hoping ship-to-station docking maybe for 3.12 if we're lucky, although I think just wanting the hard dock for then is probably more reasonable. Expecting. There's a load of updates they're doing to the UIs and the mobiGlas at the moment. I'm not sure of the time frames on that though. I heard that you can only see a character at or below 130 meters.
Okay, bro.
So popping and levels of detail and draw distances and detection ranges, that is going to be worked on massively in the future. So I'm not 100% sure how it's all going to work, but obviously that's incredibly important, especially with server meshing and multiple servers seamlessly sharing data. But obviously at the moment it's they're testing a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is placeholder when it comes to well, I say placeholder. It's working with the tech they've got before they finish building it all. Is there any plans to get cargo mechanics on cargo decks? Yes, there is in the future. I'm hoping we'll see a little bit more of it for 3.12. Is there any sign of any anticipated gameplay loops coming out in 2021? Yes, there is. I'm almost certain we will see salvage and repair as they're sort of like working on some of that. So salvage, tier 0 salvage will just be almost certainly removing physical item out of a ship and putting a new item in. and that's the same as, well, that's repair. Salvage is taking it and putting it in your ship. Obviously, they started to build the cutting tool for 3.12 this year, but they wanted to get the cargo stuff and the gravity tool in first. But I would expect to then see salvage and the cutting tool and stuff like that in.
How do you change one to
Makes
the
sense
other?
as well.
Like, what's this V?
But medical gameplay as well is going to be coming online soon, starting
So
to,
that takes
and they
away
talked about some of that coming online next
shit,
year.
though. Is that-
With all the new tech now in Star Citizen, would you like to see a replay of the vertical slice? Oh yeah, of course I would. And the Admiral Bishop speech, and the Morrow tour. I mean, I want to see as much as I can with that stuff.
Now, what mode am I in right now? How I know the
I am going to dash off very, very soon, because I need to eat. I've only eaten breakfast so far today, so I need to eat something. Any ship release predictions for next month? As I said, the rumours are Odin, RSI Odin gunship, gunboat, Xi'an cargo ship, and mobile refinery. But I'd love to see the Titan suit of armor. I'd love to see the Sidness. There's a lot of other stuff they could also put in. Variants of some of the ships as well. Like,
Oh, coupled, yeah.
is 4.0 the next patch after 3.12? No, so they're saving the 4.0 moniker for when they have
Gear
um,
deployed.
What's ES?
Pyro in and jump points in with it. So when they have Pyro, basically. So that will probably be Q1, Q2, Q3, 2021. Sort of most likely looking at the moment. More likely Q3, 2021 at the moment. Do you think Cloud Imperium will or should withhold the full Galaxy map for release? Yeah, if it's not been discovered yet. Anything that hasn't been discovered yet, or there's a reason that humans don't know about it, or that it's not publicly available, then yes, you hold that stuff back.
Like that, bro.
Hey BG, I hope you're keeping well. Which future feature are you most excited by? iCache, server meshing, Quanta, or something else? I mean, Quanta is all of it coming together, but most of the stuff is all of it coming together is the most exciting thing for me. However, base building is probably the individual feature I'm most excited for. Even without CitizenCon 2020, are they still going to do some sort of big keynote? It doesn't look like that. They've done all the addressing and the stuff up last weekend. So the weekend just gone. That's the not CitizenCon event, and that's when it went through. So we've got a huge amount of information from that, admittedly. Intergalactic Aerospace Expo at the end of November, we should see a lot more stuff as well, but it's more in-game eventy and cool ships and things like that. And I would expect to see some stuff by the end of the year. Like, they'd like to show off some bits for sure at the end of each year. But yeah, we don't have that cool big keynote and those cool gameplay demos that we get at CitizenCon, and those all those other bits that CitizenCon really is pretty cool for, which is a shame we don't have it this year. I appreciate all the love. Thank you. When do you think 3.11.x will be out? I would expect to see a 3.11.1 build by the end of October. Or thereabouts. I would hope to see. I'd hope to see Tier 0 salvage by Q2 2021. As I said, and I said what Tier 0 salvage and repair would be, which is the very basic moving components between areas. So that with iCache looks likely to me. Again, not a confirmation, just an expectation. Right. I would wait till November before buying or upgrading a ship, yeah. And for new players looking to jump into Star Citizen, I mean, if you really want to get in now, great. 3.11 looks pretty stable to me. But the end of November, there's the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, and typically that's a 2-week free fly period as well, where you can try the game for free, and it should be pretty good. Right. I am going to dash. Thank you very much for joining me today. Very much appreciated. I think that Soon we'll be streaming a lot longer on Mondays and Fridays, probably. Yeah, I'll update the donation stuff with people's beautiful Australian and American monies. Thank you very much. That very much appreciated. You guys are cray cray and beautiful. Mark, Andy Heaton, EJ Brown, Monsters, Robert Johnston, AFK, Grumpy Town, Red Fox, mwah, the best. Just subbed and then gave me money. Beetroot, love you all. You're all the best. We're gonna find someone to host though on the Twitches. Oh, we'll chuck you at Morph. Morph streaming, which is great. Swoop. Slash raid. Give Morph some love. Because he is a very pretty content creator. Let's give you some of that. Some of that. I don't know what's for breakfast yet. It'll be something relatively healthy, like I'll have some lightly smoked salmon and some like toasted almonds with it or something. But yeah, thank you so much for today. Very much appreciated for joining me. We'll be talking. I might do a really super quick rundown of what we got over the weekend in the Not CitizenCon event. Maybe we'll get some guides out this week for where Benny Henges, easy ways of getting 50 kills. Is it a good thing what they've done? All that sort of jazz. So thanks very much for watching. Very much appreciated. You guys take care. If you've got some lore stuff that you want Zin to narrate for Star Citizen, ones to focus on first, you can send me emails at contact@boardgamer.co.uk or get me on my discord.gg/boardgameruk. Super Mac Brothers, I'm literally raiding Morphologists now. It's very much appreciated for your raid, but in about 3 seconds it's going to move over. So the worst timing ever, but you know, it's a raid inside a raid. But I appreciate the love. Thank you very much. You guys take care. Probably they don't create any form of malice. That's how we start the stream now. It's me making weird sounds. I don't even know if I look like a pretty boy. Actually, unless I've changed face, I probably don't. Oh, morning. Give me a minute or so to enjoy this cup of tea, and then we will and then we'll start properly. Yeah. Okay. If you would like to ask a question during the stream or now, question in brackets, will hopefully allow me to put it out from the ether and answer it from out of my ass. No, hopefully there's something more than I reckon. I get asked so much what type of tea I've got. I'm going to make it a bot command. I have just some general black tea. It's not Twinings. It's organic, fair trade black tea. I can't remember where it's from. Sorry, you'll have my face in a minute after I finish slurping. Oh, Sarge, thank you so much for subscribing. Sarge has quickly become one of the biggest supporters of the channel. You are a legend, sir. I say quickly. It says you've subbed for 8 months. It's been a while. Oh, thank you very much, Delamars. We had the pre-stream. The pre-stream is great for subbing, apparently. Do a 2-hour pre-stream before the stream starts. That bit. That's not. How can you imagine? I mean, you can. It would just be this screen with me talking random shit. Just like the same when my face is there. It's the anticipation, yeah. Got a little tiny bit of. I mean, it's not black tea in the same way you have black coffee. It's got a little bit of milk and sugar in it. It's referred to as black tea still. I think. Unless I'm really dumb, which is, I suppose, not mutually exclusive. It's a good screen. Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate it. Oh, so Zin's. Oh, we'll talk about this in a minute. But Zin's a lot better. Like, she's working today. Well, sort of half working. Giving her one video to do. Next week, though, I'm going to try and get her. I'm going to get her to work on the end of November stuff. Like, I'll get her working on the weekends for that. That was sort of part of what she was supposed to be doing anyway. But for the last couple of months, I've been pretty lenient on when she needs to work, because there's not that much work to do until we're ready to do it. Tea without sugar or milk is clear tea. I don't know. I am British, but I'm not a tea connoisseur. I'm not sure if it would be on the citizenship test. Well, we need to make a Star Citizen citizenship test. That's what we need to do. Some bullshit questions, pardon my French. Right, let's make my face happen. Let's just do it. Oh, that is not what I expected to see. That is some YouTube stats. You want to see some YouTube stats of my last stream? That was. Do you want to see that? Can if you want. Or a video. I don't even know what the stats. What stats are these? There's some stats. I don't fucking know what's going on the screen. It was a hard day yesterday. I'll tell you why it was a hard day. So we were playing D&D in the evening, and doing really well. And I'm a extra cautious rogue, and I'm really fair with the loot. I don't run around trying to like murder hobo everyone. I try to help the group. I try to get loot for the group. They've made me effectively the group accountant. And we're around in this dungeon into Avernus, whatever it's called, the prelude to Baldur's Gate 3, but as a D&D tabletop adventure. And we're going around this dungeon, and we're level 2. It's really early on. And go into this room. This woman there. Loaded skeleton rats swarming around her. And we're like, oh, trouble. I get like the first action. So I run up to her, shoot her a couple of times with the crossbow bolt, and flank her. Run up to the next to her. I was like, don't want her doing any weird magic shiz, yeah? And everyone else runs into the room with me, except for the most useless character in the world we've got on our party, who is a scholar. He's supposed to be a bard, but he's just this old scholar that doesn't do anything. He's like chronicling us. Played by my mate Ian. He's so annoying. He plays him perfectly. He's just plays it so well. Go in there, and then she teleports out and fireballs us and kills us all. So kills us all. She knocks us all out, except for this useless guy who's then in front of her, and his action is to can I open my mouth and sort of gesture that she's allowed to walk past me in the hope that she won't attack. That was his action. But instead, she started to attack him, and he made her go to sleep. And he rescued us all basically. But it was it's just D&D. It's a really hard dungeon in D&D. It's clearly supposed to be hard. It's got to be, really, right? We're not just, maybe we're just bad. Thank you, JB Stones. Sorry, I started the stream by talking about D&D adventures. I'm sure a lot of people do not want to hear about that. Well, you're hearing about it. You're hearing about it. You've turned on to the board gamer, and you can be bored as well now. Well, maybe you're interested in D&D. Good. It's good. It's good laugh. A load of people I have. I've played some games with some of them before. Be interesting to see if lockdown changes the way we can do that. We would all remote if we had to. Cyber D&D. But yeah, so the world landscape's changed for all of us, I think. I think there's a worry in some places that the world will go back into more lockdown. Star Citizen, Crown Imperium, they seem to be doing very well from the lockdown. It's obviously slowed this year by, I'd say, a quarter. And the project by a quarter overall, I'd say personally, beyond any other normal days. But yeah, it's interesting. It's there are some odd efficiency benefits for what's happened with the world. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's fucking awful. But like, when you go to a bar now, and I've been to like a bar once since March. Oh my god, I haven't been out much. I went to a restaurant once and a bar once. I went to a comedy gig on Wednesday, and it was an all-female comedy gig. Yeah, and I have reservations, worries about all-female comedy gigs, in the fact that it might be extremely super feminist humour, super. That's massively an issue. If it's funny, it's funny. I don't really care. But I don't want it just be cringe about the same thing. Like, I don't want every act to be pretty much homogeneously the same. But it was Callie Beaton was the headline act, and she was fucking fantastic. She was very clever, very good with all the comedy. She's very, very good comedian. And she asked about bonobos, and I was like, I know about bonobos. They're the sex monkeys. They like to joust each other, and talked to her for a little while. And she went, "You know a lot about that, don't you?" And then started to pick on me regularly, which is more interaction than I've had from women in several years. So that was good. It was a really good laugh, really good evening. It was nice to get out of the house, and you can tell that venues are seriously suffering, and they're doing a lot. So, well, yeah, the thing I was saying, that some things are benefited from it, or at least efficiency benefits. So you see pubs now and clubs or whatever. Well, pubs, I don't know if clubs are open, but pubs QR code everything. So you don't go to the bar anymore. You just go beep beep, put your order in on your phone, and your stuff turns up at the table. That's just great. That is amazing. That I want the minimum amount of interaction with people at a restaurant, unless it's someone that's telling me about the specials and what's on the menu, or the sommelier talking to me about wine. And you can define how middle class I am from that statement. But you need a good sommelier in a restaurant, in my opinion. But yeah, sorry, that was... Maybe we'd start the streams with 5 minutes of me talking about my life and random bullcrap. I think when Zin is involved in podcasts with me, you'll get some beautiful Zin stories. So Zin stories, and I hope you're listening, Zin. Zin stories are, you feel like there's going to be a point or a moral to the story or something going on, but there's not. It's just something that happens in the day, and it could be like, I was stapling some sheets of paper together and I realised I ran out of staples. It's not even I ordered more staples. It's not even... I don't even know what documents... Maybe this is overly described what documents they were. They are there to do with this, to do with... And then you just don't get any more information about anything. And you feel left and wanting and not sure why that conversation started. They are the best. You'll learn to love them. You'll learn to love them. But it's Zin is a lot better now. So Zin was suffering from coronavirus, as was her partner. So it's fine for me because they live in like Milton Keynes area and near London, and I live far away from them. And the two of us need not meet to do the work. It's all remotely done. So I'm still being pretty safe. But so they've been. It was like bad flu for them. Or flu. Flu is relatively bad. The problem that... Scyther! Thank you very much for the host. I hope that's how you pronounce your name, Scyther UK.
The worst part about it is you can't...
DC, so her partner, lost his taste. And I'm not talking about like his fashion sense, although if you could argue that he's had corona all his life. No, you're a beautiful goth. You've got almost goth, DC, you're a beautiful boy. But yeah, he lost his sense of taste. And he says I'm going to go back, and he's like most worried that he won't get that back. And I think if you were to told people there is a genuine chance you will never get your sense of taste back after having corona, people would not leave the house. I would never risk that, eh? That is, I'd rather risk my life than lose my taste. I think that's what it is.
I have mad patience for people.
Right. So, if you'd like to ask a question during the live stream, question in brackets will help me out a lot. Typically, thank you very much for lots of helpful people in the chat as well. You are very useful people. Yeah, typically my MAs are between 1 and 2 hours, but it's sort of like how long ago. At the moment, I haven't been able to go, and for a long time, I haven't been able to go for more than 2 hours because I want to go check on my family and my cats and lots of other stuff, and I should move around because of my back and a lot of stuff. When do you think we will have a PU in a state where there is enough content that you feel like there is enough to keep finding new stuff and to not get stuck doing the same thing over and over? That's going to be a while. That's going to be... we need more star systems. I actually think it's more likely going to be about 3 or 4 years before you have that, where you're not going to be like, this is repetitive. Like, because you're going to need a lot of gameplay loops. You're going to need a lot of variants, and you're going to need a lot of the permanent progression stuff to come in, and the game to be in much more MMO state. There's actually quite a lot to do. There's a lot of stuff they can get in the game now, and a lot of stuff that they're working towards, and lots of mechanics that will come online. But until they fit everything together with the dynamic universe simulation and all the gameplay loops working together and reasons to do that, you're not going to have a proper game experience until then. It's going to be more of a load of modules loosely fit together, and more alpha testing. And the reason that Star Citizen is in an alpha is because of that. Yes, you have some sort of loosely polished gameplay loops like mining. Mining's pretty polished, and they're adding refining to that to polish it even more, and then they're going to be building that into the dynamic universe sim, and then you'll start to see more and more of that branch out, and you will have a bit more over the next couple of years, and there'll be a lot less repetitive, and there'll be a lot more to do. But I think, specifically to your question, finding stuff that you're not going to be doing the same thing over and over again, that's going to be a while out. What GPU do you suggest? I suggest you wait a little tiny bit longer before choosing what GPU you should get, because the AMD 6900 XTs and 6800 XTs look genuinely great. There might be a 3080 Ti or a 3080 upgraded RAM edition, and there might be a bit of a jostle around in the pricing of GPUs. So because it looks like AMD are just about to release a very competitive set of GPUs, that could upset the market a bit, and it might be that red is better, or green have to be more competitive on price, or they're about the same. Being about the same, or one being slightly better than the other and then them competing on price, that's a great position for us as consumers to be in. I wouldn't have solid loyalty for red or green. NVIDIA or AMD, it doesn't matter. Just go for the one that suits your needs the best at the price point you want. Look at power draw, look at all that sort of stuff. We will be looking at probably the 3800 and the 6900 XT on my channel. If hardware manufacturers decide to chuck me graphics cards, great, I'll look at more. But I'll typically be buying them myself. So yeah, basically what I'm saying with the GPU stuff, wait a few more days to see exactly what the third-party reviews say about the 6800 and 6900 for the AMD, and how they compare to the 3080, how they compare to the 3090, and see if there's more of an inkling whether we're going to get a 3080 Ti. Because the 3080 Ti, if they release one, it might be in a very competitive price spot to compete with the 3900 XT. You see what I mean? Sorry if I've just chucked a load of numbers and things at you and people are like, what are you talking about? Talking about GPUs, the new GPUs that have come out from NVIDIA, which are very poorly stocked at the moment, so lots of people are still waiting on trying to get 3080s. I'm in position 226 in a queue to get a 3080 Eagle. I ordered within, well, as soon as I was able to, on the first day of pre-order. And unfortunately, I did not get particularly high up in a queue. I've moved, well, I think I started at 242, and no, 342? I've not moved too much in the queue, is what I'm trying to say, poorly. One of the things you'll see, hopefully next month, is 2 Star Citizen rigs built, one for me and one for Zin, and we'll catalogue that on the channel somehow, because I want the one that's going to be used by me, I want to be easily repeatable, good price point Star Citizen PC and general gaming PC for the next sort of couple of years. When I say good price point, it's not going to be the most expensive everything, it's going to be what is sensible, what is a good idea to run games at 4K in the modern era. That's what I sort of want.
I got a Fanta leaf for you. Have you ever tried? No, it's impossible.
Good thing that Cyberpunk 2077 was delayed again. So they delayed it by an additional 21 days, and I posted on their Twitter, take as long as you want, get your game done. I'm not going to criticise anyone delaying their games, except for occasionally maybe Star Citizen, very lightly. But we know they're going to take as long as they want to take. What I don't want from CIG is, as soon as they have the new roadmaps out, I don't want them to be last-second changes. No, we know that we planned salvage for 2 weeks' time, but we're removing it from the roadmap until we decide it's going to come back, and that could be 2 years. Do you know what I mean? So as long as they're more accurate with that and a lot more on the ball with any updates, I think I'll be happier with Imperium even if there's delays. Cyberpunk, yeah, take an extra 21 days. Get your game polished. 21 days. It's 3 weeks. Come on. It's all good. And people that were very angry about that, it's like, well, I can imagine people, and you're allowed to criticise them, you're allowed to be angry about it, I suppose, but I can understand it, that they want an extra 21 days. I think people are most angry if they if you were taking days off work or arranged your life around it. Happy Halloween, Astro Mabbers. Thank you very much for the donation. Very much appreciated, sir. You are a star.
Hold on now, this guy's telling me a story.
And did I say JB Stones? Did I? Thank you. I'm not sure if I did, sir. But thank you very much for subbing. Very much appreciated. But yeah, I think a lot of us are waiting on iCache. It looks like they're trying to push iCache for end of first half 2020. 2021? 2020? 2021. That was the current guesstimate plans. They're going to do the Star Citizen build on Twitch or YouTube. It won't be live. There'll be YouTube videos. Though we might talk about it eventually on live stream.
Yeah, they've been there for a year.
Is it people? I love the fact that regulars know that I'm making tea at the beginning of my streams. That's lovely. Steampunk Devil, good to have you here, sir. DJ Brown, love your face. Sarge, you're a good chap, but love your face as well. Binary Cheese, oh, you got how long does that mean you've been a member of me? They've got a little avocado board gamer face. I forgot that was a face that you could get.
I believe that story. I mean, that's
What have we got?
right there, but it's definitely happening.
What have we got here? So I will want to talk about a few things in a bit, like about the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, about the teaser picture, about some of the rumours we've had. Crazy Caterpillar, thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated, sir. Is there a ship that you have your eye on you want to purchase for the upcoming sale? I've only got, I'm not sure how many Mercury Star Runners I've got, but I'll probably buy some more Mercury Star Runners because I think they're the great giveaway ships. They're not super expensive and people are hype about them, so they help give something back to the community while not breaking the bank and help expand the channel. I probably grab a Nomad if it is a mobile refinery ship, or any form of base building or industrial ship I'd grab. Would I grab an RSI gunboat?
They're not the same though. They don't look the same.
I don't know. I've got a Javelin, but something like a Polaris might be a good idea as well for content. I've got a Carrack as well though. I find it hard to justify buying any more ships, and they can get them all in stream anyway. Well, I appreciate all the love. Thank you very much. I find it terribly depressing for your life if I'm the highlight of your week. But I'm. But thank you. I appreciate it.
I forgot where I'm trying to go right now.
Yeah, I'm interested in whatever the new ships are. I'd probably grab some Mercury Star Runners for giveaways. I kind of want a Kraken, but I just think they're too expensive. I got it in game. I've got a Javelin.
Did you send me an invite to the party?
CIG will not be releasing iCache anytime soon. It's not expected in possibly Q3 2021. Yeah, I think Q2, Q3 2021 seems realistic. I'm obviously slightly optimistic with dates because when I look at Star Citizen stuff, I look at their goals, which are optimistic goals typically. We'll know a lot more when we have the updated roadmap, I think.
I hope one day they have servers that you can specifically join, you know what I'm saying? I hope one day the
What do you think about the new ship UI? Personally, I think they've outdone themselves. It looks fantastic. So this is, let's actually show this. So let's bring this up on screen. Oh.
You're gonna be playing. Just give it a second, buddy. Give it a second. If it's not playing, let me know. Don't feel
So
talk to me.
This is the sort of updated UI. That's a gentleman.
Oh yeah. So
Don't worry about him.
So
So
join a specific server.
this looks really good. This actually isn't the full UI though. I think that's very pretty. John Crew. No, I don't want your face, John Crew.
Look at that. There you are.
Bad John Crew.
That's you. Hold on, guys. Let me help you.
So this, let's go here. So At the top of the screen, we've got a load of sort of like events or notifications, which will be really helpful for at a glance you're going, there's a missile coming, or my power plant's out, or one of my bird engines is out. It'll sort of like give you a list of what's going on. But also on this you can see what direction you're moving in. You've got all your sort of like countermeasures, you've got all your ship modes, you've got your thrusters and what they're doing, and your velocity and everything. You've got a compass, you've got what's going on with your signatures on your ship. There's just a huge amount of information conveyed, and it looks fantastic. Look how good that sort of like the layers are for that, and it's just it's sort of what I'd expect to see in a modern fighter. I know you could argue, wow, it shouldn't be like a modern fighter. It should be much more advanced than that. Well, I mean, should it? If they knew how to make it more advanced than that, then modern fighters, or the postmodern fighters, whatever you want to call them, would be like that already. If it's just a design layout. You think it's too busy, Telemars? I think it's got everything I want going on. I think it's using. So for me, it's using the screen real estate very well. There's a huge amount going on, but it's not obstructing my view. I really like it. I genuinely really like it. I think it's very well thought out. It's got an altimeter as well, which is telling you where you are compared to the actual ground. So if you go fly over a mountain, it will change. I find that much more useful. Yeah, I really like it. I think it shows you what you need to do, what you need to look at without blocking that. And you're gonna. This is the Aegis one, so obviously for Squadron 42's needs, they want it for like the Gladius and other Aegis ships. But each manufacturer is going to have their own slightly differently themed one. Could we have more custom HUDs in the future? Maybe. So the compass is relative to the planet or moon you're on, or if you're out of atmosphere, then the whole galactic plane, which is interesting, but it's at least a step towards shared coordinates and navigation, which I think we all wanted, right?
Oh no, I crashed it. We have to get another one.
Expected to get a bit more love and change everything, but it was also the MFDs. So the MFDs, they come online here. No, they don't. Oh, there we go. The MFDs, I think, look fantastic as well. They've got all the different.
This white lady, she had like her arm was stuck.
Did I skip past it?
Disability, you know what I mean? And she was.
No, it'll come up in a second. There we go.
Why are you?
So these MFDs.
Dylan goes, why are you old?
Love the way they look with the flickering light as well.
I said he said his name is Dylan, you know, because she.
Because the Gladius is supposed to be an older ship, too, so it sort of makes sense. Yeah, I was really happy with that.
And then he tells her,
boop.
then she just standing there, she kind of got a look on her face because she heard him. And then he tells her, are you a zombie?
But Star Citizen makes stuff very pretty. It looks to me like that is pushing towards the genuine final versions of everything. People send me money! Oh, Death Fruit! You've never sent me money before, unless you've been through a different name. You saucy manimal. Keep on keeping on. And I will also be getting a 5950X. That is the plan here as well. Oh, that's what the current donation goal is for. That makes sense. Yeah, so very excited about the 5950X because it is genuinely a super powerful processor, which is very suitable for games and workstation environments. And I do both. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. I hope your name is Defraud. Thanks. Thanks for the ridiculous amount of money. Very much appreciated, sir. Oh, you legend. I need to make sure I thank everyone properly in the beginning of the month, sort of like channel update videos. Also, what I want to get on the PC I am building is everyone's name that's helped donate towards that PC. We'll see how viable that is. I'd like to get it later engraved or something, because then, you know, there's something there that I can occasionally see and you go, I gave a man money so he could buy a PC, and then salute yourself. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you, though. Do you think that the F8 or F7A will actually be flyable? I think it is very possible that they could be flyable this Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. It's possible. We don't know for certain. There are hints that it might be. I think it'd be very cool if they are. Because it would just be for a day. And people would be like, for a day. It'd be great. Yeah? It's going to drive more interest in them. Mimosa! Thank you very much for donating a load of subs to people. Eagle Nur, Friedolf, and Jag. You all got free subs. And that means you get to use my emotes and watch me and feel warm and fuzzy inside. Thanks. Oh, you start. Thank you very much, sir. Will Man United beat Arsenal this weekend? Yeah. 3-1. Yeah? Guaranteed. Guaranteed, mate. Is mint the new Expo colour? These are the new Expo colours, probably. So we've had some bits for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo out now, so there's the Star Citizen page for it. So you can go here and it will be updated. It's just robertspaceindustriescom/IAE2950. Bam. And it starts on the 20th of November, goes on to the 3rd of December. And I believe it's this sort of a mustard yellow is the way I describe it. Black and white. I think that is the colours of the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. On my way here, we'll talk about this. So, talked about some of the stuff that Star Citizen Leaks have been talking about, and we know that Cloud Imperium have been working on some ships for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, and typically we'll have a concept ship or straight flyable ship or both, or vehicles and stuff like that going on. And we've got these little pictures, which I think we're all going to suspect are new ships and vehicles. Now, the ones that we've talked about recently are the Nomad, which I think is this central picture, which potentially is a mobile refinery ship, although it could be other stuff, but I think it's probably a mobile refinery ship. And you also have the RSI gunship that used to be known as the Odin, or at least is leaked as the Odin. And I think that might be the left and right pictures. Well, every time I look at this, it looks like more like a F8 for some reason to me, but it's not. Yeah, so that gunship would sort of like be Hammerhead to Polaris sized, somewhere in between there, if it's the rumours are to be believed. And I'm very, very excited for that sort of stuff. I like new ships. I actually get a bit upset that CIG are not putting out so many concepts and flyable ships over the last couple of years. And a lot of people were like, no, we want more game. Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. I get quite excited by ships, and I think they should have a dedicated team making at least 4 new ships a year. That's what I'd actually like to see. You'd have a huge amount of variety by the end of it. But I suppose they're going to have loads of modularity and stuff like that in the future anyway, so you don't need loads and loads of ships. Maybe. But you can certainly disagree with me. You're still waiting on your Crucible, the fruit.
Just got divorced. Oh, my bad.
I think the Crucible is going to be cool.
So I was saying, at my age...
what else do we have? Save the dates.
Have, kids and are divorced now. And it's been like that for about 10 years for me.
Yeah, 13 days.
Girls are divorced.
November 20th to, well, it says to December 2nd, but I think it's December 3rd it actually finishes. We've got later on today, we've got a Calling All Devs, which we'll I'll probably chuck up on the weekend, a summary of it, that will be looking at Death of a Spaceman. So we might see some medical mechanic stuff in there. We might see some insurance stuff in there. We'll see stuff about mortality of your character and how they plan that to work in the future. I think that's a really good thing for Clan Imperium to touch on and talk about.
You know how young people get married in Africa? Gotcha.
Yeah, I think we've been worried about what insurance means. I think we've been worried about what death means in the game, because it's not going to be a hard death. It's not going to be you're dead, GG. You can die loads of times, and then you can keep on getting revived. Maybe you'll be able to get medical insurance. Maybe you'll be able to get your lives back or whatever. But after a certain amount of deaths, you will permanently die, and your assets, so all your stuff, will move on to another character, which you'll create. So there might be some loss there, maybe some form of death tax, maybe some sort of reputation loss. The idea is it's not like, oh my god, GG, oh, what am I going to do? This is the worst thing ever. This is a mechanic to help you value risk and reward, and to not want your tomb to die. You're gonna want to surrender. You're gonna want to do things in a way that means your dude does not die so much. Yeah. So, Board, what are your thoughts on Star Citizen at the moment? How are you feeling about it? What are you excited about? Any issues? Well, the development of Star Citizen is incredibly slow. Yeah. And if I was playing Star Citizen exclusively every day, I'd probably facepalm myself into the table so hard that my table would snap in half. Okay? So, I play loads of games. I enjoy Star Citizen as a tourist. I enjoy covering it. I love it as a project. I mean, I'm in love with it. I'm in love with the community. I'm in love with the devs. I'm in love with what they're trying to do on paper. I used to play a load of EVE and Free Space 2 and loads of that sort of stuff when I was a bit younger. So, especially EVE. Like, I fucking love EVE, pardon my French. Yeah, as a project, it's great. At the moment, there's not a huge amount of gameplay, and the gameplay that's there will get repetitive very quickly, as we talked about earlier. But what they're trying to do and what they're working towards is great, and I really enjoy getting involved with that and covering that as a project and as a content creator. So, and every major patch is pretty exciting. It's like I'm a kid in a candy store, and for a good couple of dozen hours at least, I'll be like, oh, new things, all pretty. And then I'll have some, after I've done all that, I'll be like, what should I do? I'll have some ideas, and I'll have to make some effort to get some gameplay. And then I realise I can join in some other people's orgs, and get involved with their org events to expand out the gameplay a bit more. Yeah, so the main issue with Star Citizen is its slow development and occasional erratically poor communication from Cloud Imperium when it comes to what they're working on and why, and their sort of like changing priorities. So I think it would be hard to disagree that Cloud Imperium are a bit flaky when it comes to transparency of what they're currently working on and why things change, and they don't update us as quickly as they could. However, that does look to be changing significantly in the near future with some new roadmaps and the way that Cloud Imperium are working at the moment. They do appear to be having a load of devs actively going out on the forums answering questions, especially like people like Chad McKinney. But the Cloud Imperium are doing AMAs regularly on their forums. They're getting a good amount of video content out, although I would like them to stop having a 3-week break every quarter for Inside Star Citizen, or at least replace it with another show when that's down. I'd like to see Criminal Devs more often. They are sort of getting into a position where they're going to start giving us a load more information with those roadmaps and with the Squadron 42 information as well. But if you want a fully ready playable game now, unless you're jumping in with a org that you know you're going to have great fun with, or a group of friends, then Star Citizen is not for you yet. It is not a sit down and play game. It is an alpha, with all of the problems an alpha brings. So bear that in mind. I am certainly excited about it, and I'm a little bit. So I like the drama as well, and I'm sorry to say that. I'm at least interested in the drama. There is a polarization in the Star Citizen community, which is odd. There literally are people that are Star Citizen just detractors that hate the game no matter what. It's like a genuine Star Citizen derangement syndrome, which is weird. There are some people that are obviously counter to that. People refer to them as white knights, so they exist in very small quantities compared. There are definitely people that argue different points and have different points of view on Reddit and forums and stuff, and I wouldn't describe them necessarily as detractors or white knights either. They just have a different opinion to other people, and you get a lot of that. But overall, the Star Citizen community is it is the most welcoming, fun community I've been part of. Like, people are genuinely helpful. And you get threads on Reddit and people on Reddit and stuff that are CUNTs, yeah, definitely. You get that everywhere. it's the world we live in. But you get a lot of great people there as well, especially in orgs. Like I find if you want a Star Citizen community to talk to regularly, joining a medium to large org is a good idea.
Hello?
Join the right one for you. Any inkling of Kraken progress? I suspect we will hear more over the next quarter on the Kraken. When for Taurus, any info? No real info. We know that Cloud Imperium have been working on the Taurus. We know that they've been working on the Constellation Parasite docking over the last good few months. And it's possible that it'll be in for Q4 2020 or Q1 2021 sort of time. So, Board, what are your thoughts on Star Citizen? That's what we literally just talked about for a long period of time. I'm quite far behind in the chat with questions, so please bear that in mind.
Lotus,
how much of a performance upgrade is going up from 16 gigs of RAM to 32 gigs of RAM? Okay, so I run 64 gigs of RAM, and I've noticed lots of improvements memory-wise from going up from 32 to 64, but you've got to remember I have like 100 Chrome tabs open and I'm running loads of stuff at once while playing a game and stream and do lots of stuff, so workstation-wise that's really suited for my needs. 32 gigs of RAM is a great upgrade over 16 gigs of RAM.
This game is way too complicated for you to play, bro. I couldn't.
Thank you very much, Bearded Miner. I will remain a beautiful potato for you. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you. Lots of generous people today. You mad pipples. So I think I think we're moving towards a situation where the norm is getting closer, or the preferred amount is 32 gigs. Yeah, that's sort of the sweet spot in my opinion. It's just really useful. It just allows you to do a lot more. Some people aren't going to be using 32 gigs of RAM. They might be around 16, and maybe 16 is better for you. But I just think 32 is great. But you also need to consider the speed of that RAM as well. So don't just go for 3200 super cheap, 32 gigs of RAM. Look at getting like 4000. It depends if you're going for AMD as well. AMD Ryzen's, they really leverage higher speed RAM. Hey, bud, looking good. Thank you. Appreciated. I've been eating a bit more. Probably quite bad on my diet, but I've been exercising about twice the amount I normally do a day, doing sit-ups, push-ups, and going for about an hour run. Have you slept? I'm always going to look tired because I suffer from anxiety disorder and I don't sleep very well. And during the days, I sort of tire myself out by worrying about random things. This can be about it'd be a lot of different stuff. Money not coming out of my bank account when I think, oh God, have I paid Zin's pension? I was like, yeah, I've got it. It says it's paid, but it hasn't come out of my bank. What does that mean? What does it mean? So I worry about that for like an hour, and then I worry about purchasing some dice for an hour. Like, what? Why are you worrying about purchasing dice? I want to make sure I get the right dice. I'm spending like £100 on some dice. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I want some really nice dice because I don't buy much. Bored. What do you buy? I buy Haskaha t-shirts because I like his screenshots. Because Haskaha, I use his screenshots pretty much all the time for my videos. What else do I buy? A green screen, but that's business related. Models. I buy occasional Warhammer 40,000 models that are slowly building up in my room. But I don't buy much. Food. I spend money on food for myself. Everything else is just business. So I wanted some dice, because I play D&D. Have you tried weighted blankets for night? Yes, I've got a weighted blanket. I'm going to buy a electric heated blanket, although I don't actually like heat very much. It is getting closer to winter, and I don't like very thick duvets. So maybe I just get thick, I don't know. But I've got a weighted blanket. I use it sometimes. I've also got a leg rest, which elevates my legs, which helps occasionally. Any news on the Imperator elections? We will find out who won on the 1st of November, apparently. Would love to see a deep dive on how you plan to upload a YouTube vid and all the related process. Oh, how will we do it? Yeah, me and Zen can do something like that. For sure. Draken Arroway, thank you very much for the sub. Very much appreciated. Oh, you star. Thank you, thank you. Use a heated mattress pad. Never liked it during the night. Yeah. I wouldn't want it on during the night just when I get into bed. Has there been any updates and progress on Horizon? So not since they last talked about it a little while ago. We're still expecting it as a split release over Q1, Q2, 2021, Horizon and Crusader. Yeah, I think a lot of people actually thought they had until the 30th to vote in the election, because obviously the winner's going to be announced on the 1st. Ever played Traveller? No. I haven't played much D&D or much in the way of tabletop RPG. I've done a reasonable amount of LARP many years ago. Done some stuff. I'm more board gamey, but I'm pretty chill. I play pretty much anything. I like social games, like a lot. In fact, board game was originally going to do a lot of board games, and probably might still in the future. Like, I genuinely love them. As your only ship, would you prefer an Ares Inferno or an Aegis Saber? Ooh, I love them both. I'm in love with the Ares Inferno, the idea of it more, but I use the Saber a load. I think the Saber might have more use. I need them. I need the Ares in my hand. I need to be able to actually test it. What is something you think we might see next year that no one currently expects? Well, if no one expects, then me saying it will confuse the whole situation, won't it?
I can't stand doing any family bullshit. I just want to have my life and chill.
Have they said anything about missions where you have to collect samples? I don't know, it would be cool. There's going to be science missions, and there's going to be missions where you collect stuff on planets and hunt animals and all that sort of stuff in the future. Expect every sort of basic trope to be covered. Any updates on the Star Runner? Expect it between now and the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo starting on the 20th.
Kim just acts like she's fucking crazy.
Do we have an idea of when NPC crews will arrive? No, we do not. They are working towards NPCs as wingmen and as part of missions. They're working towards computer blades, which are semi-automated software or modules you put in your ship that can control turrets. And then after those, expect to start to see NPC crew. Loving the new HUD look. Cannot wait to see it in game. Thoughts? Yeah, I think it looks absolutely fantastic. Some people are saying it's a bit too messy or cluttered. I think it's using the screen real estate appropriately and has a huge amount of the information that I need at a glance.
You're gonna hurt your leg, bro.
Anyone know when the November Expo starts? 20th. Board, what's your favourite manufacturer? It changes, but I have no loyalty to one particular manufacturer, I've realised. On paper, it's Drake. In practice of the ships I've got, it's Aegis.
I crashed into a fucking...
The combat ships, anyway.
Bro, I just crashed into a fucking asteroid, bro. Damn, I just crashed.
Do you think the Kraken will be a worthy industrial support ship? Yeah, your industrial ships can come there to rearm, repair, and refuel, and potentially sell their things there. Yeah? What's the difference between static server meshing and dynamic? So static server meshing is the first stage of server meshing that we're going to get. It will basically have set areas as servers. So in the Stanton system, you might have 12 servers, one for each of the planets, one for each sort of area of space, maybe one for each moon, things like that, yeah? Just automatic, that is there. They're static servers that you move between seamlessly. Dynamic server meshing has one server, the Stanton, and then every object container, but this is basically anyway, every object container, be it a ship, be it an area
Hey,
of
Dylan,
space,
you can
be it a
come
planet,
back in a minute, just
can
stop
become a
crying,
server based on player population. It could be a room, it could be a planet, and they're all nested in each other. So you could have someone in near an outpost, and each of the each of the rooms in this outpost are their own server, and the outpost outside it's its own server, and the planet it's on its own server. So if you could, so they each have a certain amount of people in, and they move seamlessly between them. So dynamic server meshing allows for more, basically. And the idea of how is this different from the way other things work? It's seamless. It's seamless. A ship can be a server, but also is interacting with another server, and then combat can occur between multiple servers, effectively, because you have two Idrises fighting, and with a full complement of people, maybe they could also each be their own server. Do you see what I mean? The weird thing to sort of think, oh, okay. What D&D character do you play? So I'm a human variance rogue, and I am crossbowy. I've got hand crossbow and crossbow expert, so it's pop loads of crossbow bolts at things. But I am a true neutral. I don't like the random murder of people unless they deserve it, basically. And I want friends. So I steal for the group. I act towards the group interest. I've got some pretty bad points that I require a plan to operate, or if I don't like people's ideas, I operate to defend them. So what I mean by that is, like, if I see someone doing something stupid, I will set off the trap before they're fully in it, even if it could technically damage them a little bit rather than a lot. And I just sort of operate like that. Like when we were playing yesterday, there was a suit of armor, and someone did detect magic on it. It was like an evil suit of armor in the for Baal or something, god of murder, I think. No, that's Baal is good of murder. It was Baal or something like that. They're like, oh, you detect faint magic on the gloves. He was like, oh, the gloves have got conjuration magic on. I was like, one of our guys walks up to go, I'm going to try and put the gloves on. So I immediately crossbow bolt the gloves. Go, evil gloves! And they come to life and attack us. And then my mate went, they were probably just gloves of self-defense that you activated. It's like, but you're trying to wear them! Oh, sorry. I enjoy social games. I love D&D. I probably do D&D on the channel at some point, maybe. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the other manufacturer ship HUDs, for sure. With the shelf power management, has there been any info on the item system 2.0 and its component-driven glory? So, the new resource system and the sort of like fuel goes to the power plant, converts into power, and then power goes to all the ships, systems, and battery, which also goes to all the ship systems. And then, well, I say all the ship systems. The ship systems it's connected to, and then relays also connect things around as well, which they can all be disrupted individually and can all be repaired individually, which is really interesting. So the physicalized component system is very much directly connected to the resource system, and they are being worked on in tandem, I believe. Something that's going to take a while to get in fully, but you might start to see more and more and more of it. Oh, thank you very much for the money. Sweet Karma. I love watching your content so much information. Sorry, I had to. Good luck on getting the upgrade. I love Star Citizen, but haven't been able to play as I need a new PC. Also, do you think the Banner Merchantman will be for sale? Yes, the Banner Merchantman will be for sale. I will say that with a 99% probability. Almost every ship should be on sale that's previously been on sale. Some ships will be on sale in limited quantities. I don't think the Banner Merchantman will be limited quantity. I think it will just be on sale. And it will be on sale on its Banner Merchantman day, and maybe it will on the Banner day. But maybe it will also be on sale at the end of this period as well. Probably will be. Eight years for 4 planets and dozens of game-breaking bugs. Only 49 more systems to go. Yeah. Yes, so Star Citizen is an alpha. If you go, it's an excuse. That's not an excuse. That is what it is. Not a game yet. You correctly identify that it's not a game yet. Star Citizen is a tech demo. Star Citizen is an alpha game. It's just, going to take a long time before it's a sit down and play game. And yeah, you're basically testing stuff. It's more than a tech demo. It's something they are iteratively building on. What's the difference between... I talked about that already. What else have we got? Should we Star Citizens lobby to keep our account items we purchased at the expos? Yeah, so I'd like to see those items that you purchase unlocked on your account permanently at expos, the sort of like expo gear and t-shirts and stuff, or during the expos, a way like they had with the October events, a way to get those items as an unlock. Yeah. So you go to the expo every day, you get an expo hat. Yeah, there's going to be lots of free stuff, I would expect, like a digital goodies pack, potentially, or at least the Carrack helmet, going to be given to everyone for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo as well, so sort of bear that in mind. But I totally agree with you, there should be ways of keeping the stuff permanently that you get from the Intergalactic Aerospace Expos, the flare. Yeah, people that were getting really upset about the 21-day delay on Cyberpunk, I just think it's a bit weird. Like, delays happen. I think actually what it was, that it was a little bit sort of like the irony of Cyberpunk the day before they announced the 21-day delay. Someone basically said, "Can you please confirm that there's not going to be a delay and no takesy backsies?" And they said, "Confirm no delay," basically. And then the next day they went, "There's a delay." And it's fair enough. It's only 21 days, and they want to get stuff done. And yeah, take your time is what I'd say. Try not to confuse. As your only ship, we talked about that as well. Do we have much information on the quest lines and stories that will exist in the persistent universe? I feel like most talk is about gameplay loops, mechanically, how they work, but not quests. So missions and stuff, there's going to be a huge amount going on. There are going to be quest lines and stuff that gives you a deeper understanding of the lore of the area and what's going on. The mission givers are going to be part of that. The sort of like more theme park ride missions, and the more sort of like missions that most people, when they go to a new star system, when they get involved with. Do you know how it worked last year? Will the limited ships be on sale every day or just every few days? So every day there'll be a different manufacturer, and then some of the ships will be sold in batches. So like if they sell the Idris, which they should, they'll be in like batches of 50 or 200. It will go on sale at certain periods, and they will give us the times and dates for those. We can't speak about specifics yet because they haven't released the schedule for it. Do you know if they're going to fix the sales terminals so we can buy armor, etc. at the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo? You at least you're going to be able to buy it by hand, by interacting with the item at the very least. Can I upgrade my Taurus to a Caterpillar? Do all ships go on sale or available? Almost everything. What do you think the chances are that the RSA Black Widow will be announced at the Expo? So that's a good question, because I talked about that maybe a year ago? A while ago. I do think we'll see the Black Widow at some point. I haven't heard any inklings of it going to be at this Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. Typically, I would have had a rumour, or Star Citizen Links would have said something, or someone would have said something. But, do you think we will get a cargo update, big boxes in 2021? That's what it looks like they're moving to. iCache and Cargo 2.0.
It was the best sound ever.
thank you very much. More money. Get a haircut. Wow. Says the bald guy to the bald guy. Perfect. That's fine. You're allowed to say that. Love the show. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have. I'm sorry, X-Racer. I'm gonna take that $10 you gave me, and I'm gonna have a curry tonight. I'm gonna treat my family to a curry as well. Really fucking fancy a curry. Pardon my French again. I'm trying not to swear so much on the live streams. I don't see much of a problem with swearing, but I have realised that some families watch me, and some people watch me with their children. So I don't want to overly swear. Swearing is bad, kids. Well, I don't think it is. It's not polite to do regularly. Maybe just with your friends group, or to emphasise a point. I like a good swear word, but it's not to do in polite conversation.
Nolan, chill out, or we're gonna turn it off.
Everyone's going to have a nice Halloween. Obviously, Halloween for a lot of people this year is going to be a bit different because you're not going to be able to go out to the pub. You're not going to be able to. Oh, that means children aren't going to come to my house and ask for sweets. Yes, that is the best thing that's happened this whole pandemic. I hate Halloween for people knocking on my door. I want kids to come around my house. I'm busy. I want to be playing computer games. What's your opinion on the newly unveiled resource management systems? It's a evolution of the pipeline system that they originally wanted to have, which sort of, although they didn't talk about it directly inside Star Citizen properly, it directly is incorporated into the physicalized component and physical damage systems. But I really like the idea. So it's going to allow for engineers to run around ships and repair these relays and basically these fuse boxes or these like conduits or whatever, the literal relay points. And I just think it's going to have so much gameplay. It's going to be so interesting and so fun. Do you know if they're going to fix? We talked about that. Where are these new resource management systems? They're a while out. I'd actually expect to see physicalized components first start to be phased in, and then very soon afterwards the new resource management system. It's possible they're coming both at the same time. Almost every ship should be available to purchase at some point during the expo, even if it's just in limited number. You once mentioned there was a civilian version and a military version of the Javelin. Sort of. So the one that we humans have been able to buy is the civilian version. The military version of the Hornet is the one the UBE use, and it will have military components. The civilian version was supposed to be a stripped down, empty version originally, but Cloud Imperium since said your Javelin will be fully functional. It just might not have the best components. Will people actually flog out thousands of dollars for one of these capital ships? Yeah, people do all the time. I mean, some people have spent tens of thousands of dollars. I suspect there's probably someone or a few people that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, $100,000 or more. Some people have huge disposable incomes, and if gaming is your main or only hobby, and you love Star Citizen, I think that people spend hundreds of thousands on golf. Like, you know, it's better than golf, isn't it? I mean, do they spend on? Yeah, they do. Clearly they do. So I wouldn't recommend you spend thousands of dollars on ships. I'd recommend you spend thousands of dollars on your rig, so your PC. I'd say get it in game, right? Right in game. Right in game. Does Scam Citizen have VR? Not yet. But the new UIs looked like they were like being more VR ready. We'll know a bit more about VR when they've got Vulkan integration sorted out for their game and their Gen 12 renderer, which we might see towards the end of the year. It's going to be a while before VR's in. I've realised that my video that I talk about that in is coming out later today, but it's not out yet. It's Chris Roberts behind me. Making sure I don't break NDAs. Oh, thanks, Jaybird, for being here to mod. Very much appreciated, sir. Endeavour, the Forgotten Child, question mark. So the Endeavour, big science ship, very modular. Going to be a while before Cloud Imperium get it in game. Because it's complex, and science is a very, very complex, in-depth mechanic which touches on a lot of stuff. Have you tried the Kinubus for your anxiety? I can't, it's not legal in this country to be able to try, unfortunately, yet. Maybe in the future I will. But I suspect it would be probably pretty good for it. So I'd worry about the longer term medical, potential medical problems with that, or the aging of parts of my body, because I don't want to slow down my brain. That's one of the other things. Like, I don't want to slow down. But I don't want to be tired all the time. So if I can relax a bit, that would be nice. Did the recent Corsair picture leak indicate anything? Not to me. I mean, there's a cool new render that I saw. Cyberpunk Red comes out in November. Is that the tabletop PUBG version? New edition of the tabletop. Yeah, because it's a few years. Was it 30 years before Cyberpunk 2077 or something? Would you be interested in playing a game of it? Yes, I would. I want to do more and more role play. I might buy a new lens from a camera. So I've got a Canon 750D just here, which it's good for recording and good for taking pictures. I'll be using it at lots of events, but I'll also be using it at some point when I can bother to set it up properly, potentially get a new lens for my streams like this, and for doing just vlogging to camera work, because it's going to be significantly better than my C922, my Logitech camera that's in front of me at the moment. Where was I going with that? I can't remember where I was going with that. But I'll get a new lens, and I'll be able to do other stuff and board games and potentially D&D and stuff on the channel. I think it's the idea. Do you know what the ship of the next month is going to be? No. Hopefully the Mercury Star Runner. Do you think they will add NPC critters on planets in the space? Yes, they've talked about it already. There's boids, which are like rats and ranta, and the little floaty onicrabs. There's space cows and animals. Space cows going to be one of the first major ones they get in. They've also got like a yeti that's going to be on microdeck. There's the pyro crab and crablets, which are very big Cthulhu-esque demon-looking crabs that live in Pyro 2, I think. And yes, big game hunting. Science based on that, all that sort of stuff sounds like it's probable. J-League concepted a suit of crab armor as well that you would get from harvesting them. The 3 pictures on the bottom of the save the date look like the Talon, the MSR, and the gunboat. What do you think they are? I don't agree. But I think in the centre is the Nomad, and I think on the left and right is for the new RSI gunboat. Although, I mean, it could be the F8 as well. I don't know. Confuses my brain. It's hard to tell, isn't it? And it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a little snicky pecky. Would you recommend the Mercury Star Runner or Drake Corsair for a group of 3 to 5 players? Depends on the type of gameplay you want. Yes, I'd recommend both of them. If you want to go more into exploration gameplay, Drake Corsair. If you want to do more smuggly, data runny, and multi-role stuff, then the Mercury Star Runner maybe. I like both ships, but I think I prefer the Mercury Star Runner. And I think that if you wanted to go towards exploration, I'd actually go to the Carrack rather than the Corsair. Oh, Facehead. Sorry for the multi-message question, but it was kind of long. No worries, I haven't seen it yet. I'll hopefully see it in a minute. What are some of your favourite board games? Endeavour. Some of the Euro games. Endeavour's sort of like a engine building, colonization-ish. It's not colonization, shipping game. where you start in Europe and colonize the New World, or ship out to the New World, explore it, sort of thing. Very basic mechanics. I absolutely love and adore it. I've just started playing Terraforming Mars, which I quite enjoyed. Yeah, I like those sort of engine building games. I'll pretty much play anything, though, board game wise, that other people are playing, with at least 2 other people. So, cool, give me a board game. I play board game. I'm pretty easy. I'm reasonably good at board games as well. Ones I like, I'll get good at pretty quick. They said their current focus is PvP. Besides the obvious, what exactly does that mean? What? So, that's not 100% true in all areas of the game. There's a bit of a focus at balance for PvP. That's where you saw the missile changes, and they want PvP to be in a competitive place as possible for things like the general PU, so they can have counter missions, so they can get theatres of war working, and theatres of war allows them to balance PvP much better in game. But I wouldn't say it's a. I mean, the core concepts of the game are more the focus. I like this NPC, and I've talked to I tweeted the voice actor who talked. I like her more in the dress rather than the suit. Look, I said it. It was like 6 messages in chat. I don't know the format that you were taking questions. Yeah, it's all right. I'll see it in chat in a minute. Let me go find your question. Let me go find your question, Facehead. Is it near? Okay, yeah, I see these. I'll go back up to the top. So here's a thought-provoking question. I got the game and wanted nothing but the Redeemer. I felt this was the ship I could solo, play with friends, and do mercenary gameplay. It was a drop ship, had plenty of guns, close combat air support, as well as having a living quarters. It was small enough to solo, boot, no big enough to get me in a bind. Now they've reworked the ship, and I've lost the drop seats, as John Crew said. I'm at a point where I don't know if the ship is worth it anymore since I've lost these drop seats. What are your thoughts on the rework, and what is the ship you would recommend as a replacement? So the Valkyrie is probably what directly replaces it, in my opinion. It might be worth seeing what you get from the Redeemer before you trade it up for something else. You might also see use maybe in the Starlifter, like the M2 Starlifter or something. It depends on exactly what sort of gameplay you want. But I think the Valkyrie sort of almost directly replaces it. Its original intention, anyway. Warden or Miss? Oh, depends on the gameplay you want. Missile boats might not be as effective as they were anymore. I would wait to see what they do with the missile rework early 2021, and then roughly work out what you think is the gameplay you want. Board, are you here, bruv? Yeah, I'm here, bruv. You right, Jakov? Is the Star Runner still coming out at some point before the 3.12 patch? Yes. Expect it between now and the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo starting on the 20th of November. Your thoughts on when the Genesis Starliner will be in game? It's hard to tell. I don't know if it's a priority for Cloud Imperium. They've got hints that it might be because they've got areas set up in the spaceports for Genesis Starliners. It makes sense that they want to use them to move players and NPCs and have gameplay associated with them, but have the ability to move players that don't want to move their ships to new areas, especially when you have like more physicalized inventory stuff and the iCache. They're going to want to, well, your ships are here. I need to get here though. My ships are there, and I haven't got any ships here. Well, get on the Genesis Starliner and get travelled to there. You see what I mean? Let's go back up here. Should we all make Pico heads as Disco did? Yes. Well, it wasn't Pico heads, was it? He made one Pico head, but he also made Gillian Anderson and Mark Hamill. Okay, let me actually show this. I'll tell you what Zin said. So Disco had made a Wilson's, so balls out of football. We made a Pico head, which is fucking fantastic. We also had Mark Hamill just written on a ball. And what I said, that's got to be Gillian Anderson then if that's Mark Hamill, right? And Zin said, that can't be Gillian Anderson. Because this ball's got curly hair. I was like, was Mark Hamill perfectly spherical? Is he? So, with Mark Hamill written on his face. So I think that's Gillian Anderson. That's the context there. Who's Gillian Anderson? Scully from X-Files? You think it's Brian Chambers? Oh, of course it's Brian Chambers. It could be Brian Chambers. Is it the beard? Is this supposed to be Brian Chambers' beard? I thought it was Gillian Anderson's beard. Oh, fuck. Okay, that makes more sense. Do you know what? You know what? That makes more sense. It's hard to tell, though. It's hard to tell. This is how incorrect information gets out. When do you think they will fix the map where you can lock points to the quantum travel? Don't know exactly what you mean. They're working on a new star map. Well, an updated star map. And they have, as you can see with the compass they're putting in, they're actually thinking much more about coordinates, locations, and we know eventually we're going to be able to save locations and stuff like that and travel to them in some way. Will the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo include a free fly event? I believe it will have a free fly event throughout the entire expo for anyone that has a Star Citizen account. You don't need to bought anything. You just need to make an account on their website and then put in the code that they say, put in this code to get access to the expo.
At your service. Core system operational.
Any news on the Drake core set? Nope, no updates. Will limited ship sales, for example, the Hull E, be on sale? I believe so. Some of those ships will have a limited hull amount, though they'll be on sale.
Thank you. Please visit again.
So, typically the ships in the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo have a number of months or years of insurance based on how many years Star Citizen's been going. So you expect to see between 72 to 10 years to lifetime insurance on ships. Ships over $1,000, I think, automatically have lifetime insurance. Ships and ship packages with new ships in have lifetime insurance. Is the Endeavour typically sold for limited quantities? I can't remember. I don't think it's in limited quantity, the Endeavour. I'm hearing folks in game talking about how the Mercury Star Runner's pilot-controlled hardpoints increased in size. Do you know if this is true? It looks like it has. We don't know exactly until it's in our hands or until CIG tell us. Has there been any talk about planetary nav on foot? Yes, there's been talk about it, but there's no like extra confirmation and anything more than they're looking at it. There's going to be some ways of navigating. And some form of coordinates or navigation system that we'll be able to share. Any idea how they will handle trophies like concierge guns and special helmets? I don't know. I suspect you'll be able to insure them. Any loaner ships changed occasionally? Corsair news? You can check on support.orbspaceindustries.com to see what the current loaner ship matrix is. Corsair news, no new Corsair news currently. Do you have any idea to when core technologies will come online to the point where more gameplay mechanics can come in? Every single patch. Every single patch you're going to see more and more core gameplay and mechanics come online. It's a slow process though. Was Squadron 42 delayed partly due to the lawsuit? It could have been. I don't think there was any major delay there, but I don't know for sure. I think generally Star Citizen is just, they're trying to take as long as they want to get it into a really good state. There's no publisher, so you've got the problem of them taking as long as they need, as long as they want. That might produce a great game. I'll be interested to see if they still have this big crunch phase or they don't. A lot gets done in crunch, and I'm not sure if Squadron 42 has had a crunch phase. You could argue that Star Citizen has at least one, crunch phases for every major patch, but I suppose they only real crunch phase we know about, I see, is for CitizenCon, and obviously they didn't have that this year, so. Will the Rangers be back on sale with lifetime insurance? Probably not, but you might be able to get them in a package with other ships with lifetime insurance. What's the status of the Crusaders Ares Ion? Still in development. I suspect that the pipeline's pretty refined for it, and I would expect to see it sort of like Q2, Q3 next year. My expectation. At full release, will Star Citizen have better graphics? Yes. It'll have better graphics, it'll have a lot more graphics options and scalability. How many fuel tanks are we up to? What? When we finally get item 2.0, can we separate wing controls from landing gear? They've been working on that, and that is the plan, I believe. I don't think it's directly related to item 2.0, though. Or the expansion of physicalized components, I suppose is what I'm trying to say. Look at all these people spending so much money on Star Citizen! You're mad! In the best possible way. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. Good on you. You know, if you're spending it on something you love. What do we think will be the LTI token at the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo? The Nomad. Probably going to be the token. If it is indeed on sale, which will be the I'm expecting to be the mobile refinery ship, and I expect that to be priced around $90. Maybe we'll get something really, really cheap and small, like a little tiny vehicle, a vehiculette. Bear with me 1 second. I am going to buy out. Oh, and being old, and slightly older. Hi. Hope you enjoyed my chat. Ooh. Did you get your Vandal mask? I don't think I did. I only got today to get it. Oh, I don't know if I want it. Probably got like maybe 20. I haven't really been actively going for people. I can't be bothered. I've been busy. What is your guess as the ships in 3 pictures? We talked about that. 3.12 gameplay question mark. Soon? What? You monsters with your ships. Some more questions that we've already answered. More questions we've already answered. What are your thoughts on 2020 content-wise? Very slow year. Obviously, partly understandable with lockdown. But still, obviously, stuff and strides they're making. Banner Merchantman or C2? Which is for whom? Banner Merchantman, if you want to do trading and hauling. So, yeah, the Banner Merchantman is more of a trade ship. And I suspect it would be better if you've got to go through more dangerous areas. Whereas the C2, I would expect it to be better for if you want to transport vehicles or do work a lot in atmosphere. Then I might want to go for the C2 over the Banner Merchantman. That's the way I think of it in my head. How about cloth outfits over the undersuit? I think you'll be able to put accessories onto armor, but I don't think you'll be able to have cloth armor under a suit and then it show with your armor on. I think your light suit goes on top of that for a reason. That might change. What do you think about the new HUD? I absolutely love it. I think it looks great. We talked about it earlier. At a glance, it has all the information I want. I don't think it's too cluttered. At least it's not cluttered in the area that I need to be able to see and fight in. And I can get all the information I want. I can also now see notifications. And I can see a compass. And I can see my signature and how it compares to the background or the environment. And there's just a huge amount of data available for me there. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you very much for the donation as well, Arthur. Carl Lockhart, you just answered my question about NPCs flying us around the universe. Are they planning to do more with restricted areas? I hate flying out of Area 18 now. Also have some cash. Thank you very much for the cash. Appreciate it. Yes, they're going to continue to change and improve the restricted areas. Exactly how that's going to evolve, I don't know yet. We do know that they want to further relax green zones and have FPS combat, have NPC spawn lockers so NPCs can come and reinforce areas, NPC security forces on the ground, that sort of stuff. So I suspect that will be built into that. They're going to massively incentivize players to not attack each other and not do weird things around landing zones, especially in the safer areas. With the law system, with the security system, with risk and reward and stuff like that. But there's going to be a huge amount of risk for almost no reward at those areas. Probably none. But they sort of also want to remove these hard systems out that go, you can't fire your guns, and you can't fly wherever you want. It's interesting with the restricted areas because they are a bit overly buggy and not working as intended, or at least originally. They're a lot better than they were now, but they're still not great. I want to have a bit more freedom to move around. So let's see what they do with them. They're going to evolve and improve them for sure. Do you think the RSI Constellation will go through yet another redesign? I think it would get a very light rework. Nothing major, just sort of like materials updates, lighting pass, a few little tweaks. Nothing major. And mainly just because they're going to be adding the functionality of the docking of the P72 and P52.
Systems on.
How detailed do you think the medical gameplay would be? I think there's going to be lots of different levels of medical gameplay. There's going to be just using items on yourself to cure things or to cure other people. They built a med gun, for example. There's going to be people getting knocked down and bleeding out rather than just insta-dying, and you're going to be able to stabilize them. You're going to be able to use medical items on them. You're going to be able to get them back to safety. A lot of the stuff will happen is that you'll be able to get people up even if they're very badly injured, temporarily. Or be able to help them get up, or use a med pen on them to give you temporary, I need to get to a clinic, I need to get to a med bed. And you might be able to stabilize them for a much longer period on a med bed, but there's sort of like these different tiers of medical game, of med bed and facility. field, I suppose one of them is field repairs and work, where you can just jab yourself with a pen, use a med gun, stabilize someone out on the field, just with random items on you or medical items on you, and drag people around. But there's also going to be tier 3 injuries, which are minor injuries, but could be a whole crippled limb, which require treatment or curing disease and stuff like that. Tier 2 injuries, which are going to be multiple crippled limbs, major damage, and then tier 1 injury, which is near-death injuries, which are all going to need sort of like to have treated in a hospital or on a med bed or in a medical ship. Exactly how in-depth that gameplay is, we do not know yet. Will there be lots of minigames associated with it? Will it just be using the right items on the right thing and just having a quick diagnosis and working out what to do? Can you accidentally kill someone by splinting their leg rather than putting an eye patch on them? Unlikely, but possible, I suppose. So why if you sent me lots more money? DJ Brown! Money? Avoid buying MDMA, but get something good. I will not buy the narcotics. I mean, I like a bit of a drink. So, I mean, I like some drug. No, I like wine, and I like my cider, and I drink a lot less than I used to. Did drink like half a bottle of Gentleman Jack the other week, which I regretted the next day. Used to be able to drink a lot more and feel less effects. But thanks, I will enjoy that. Thank you very much, TJ Brown. Very much appreciated. I'm a pretty good boy now. I enjoy my food, and I enjoy a nice wine. But how detailed would I like to see medical gameplay? I said, I can't believe you sent me that much money, you monster, DJ Brown. Thank you so much. I'm not sure how detailed I want medical gameplay to be. I want there to be nuance to it. I want there to be a lot going on with it, but not too much that it overly complicates everything. Like, I want it not to get in the way of the game. I want it to add to gameplay. But sort of CIG have said that, yeah, you'll be able to get medipens and potentially items and gear and help people up off the floor and get them briefly combat ready, or get them be able to get back on their feet so they can then get to a clinic, like give them temporary health. I like that idea. I think that's a good idea. I apologize. You actually dog barks. Sorry, DJ Brown. You mind me to yawn. What else have we got? When we get the Tonk in game, so we know they've had a little bit more of a prioritization of the Tonk because they wanted to get it in theatres of war. I would expect to see it next year. I'm not sure when next year though. It's going to be based on their priorities. What are your thoughts on the prototype engineering role? We need to see more on it. I love the idea of engineers running around, putting out fires, repairing systems, repairing relays, people at consoles, rerouting power, turning off relays. Great, genuinely great gameplay for multi-crew, and for boarding and ship attrition for capital ships, because that's what's going to happen. Like, capital ship fights are going to be pretty, hopefully pretty lengthy, and big battles of attrition sometimes. And I also hope that a lot of the time these ships are going to be trying to get away. So then you have reasons to have quantum interdiction and that sort of stuff, and you win a fight not necessarily by destroying all the ships in the area, but by driving them all away. So there needs to be gameplay associated with that makes it satisfying to have won, but not necessarily murdered everyone. Do you think it's possible that CIG sells the F7A during the Anvil Day? It's possible. I think it's more likely it will be flyable to test than it to be on sale. Do you think they will put in full drive VR technology when it's released? We're not going to get full out VR. We're not going to get Sword Art Online, not for many years. Well, we might have some pretty strong VR tech in the next 20 years, admittedly. What's your expectations for how physicalized inventory on ship components will work with insurance? You'll be able to insure your ship with its full loadout, but it will cost more. I think your ship's components are going to be worth a lot more than the hull of your ship if you go for the top grade military A equipment. I don't have a question about Star System, but I'll ask how you are. I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Really looking forward to the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. Looking forward to 3.11.1 going to first wave PTU. I'm looking forward to 3.12. Looking forward to Zin being fully better. Next week's going to be good. I think it should be in a position that we can start to do a lot more of the stuff that I wanted to do. Got D&D again next week. Yeah, I'm doing well. My dad's doing very well as well. Thank you very much for asking. I think the Polaris will go on sale. Yes. Do you think the Tally will get a rework? I think it will get some light. I think it'll get a bit of a light update, but nothing major. Ship docking still coming to 3.12. No. Well, so it's not on the roadmap, 3.12. You might get hard dock in 3.12. So that would be the Constellation P-52, P-72 docking and undocking. I mean, it's possible you get ship to station docking. They're working on it, and we've seen it, but it's not going to be ready for then. I casually watch your videos at 1.25 speed. Can you do a favor and speak 25% faster? No. I think people would say that I speak too fast anyway. Jeez. Will armored clothing be a thing? Like a bulletproof vest? Maybe, actually. I would expect to see damage mitigation on some clothing. So, yes. CCU to the Polaris. So, if it is a limited by number hull, yeah, so like the 890 jump for example, I don't think they do CCUs for it. So bear that in mind. With them showcasing engineering gameplay, what's your estimate for repair work and the Crucible and Vulcan? So the Vulcan's salvage, but the Crucible's obviously mid to high tier repair. So expect to see physicalized components, removing component, and putting a component back in as tier 0 repair, potentially with relays at the same time, having you to make sure a relay is working and moving stuff around. Yeah? But the actual repairing of hull damage, large ship components, and that sort of stuff, I think will come a lot later. What is your opinion on the sightings of the demented physics god Clang from Space Engineers showing his head in the physics star system? Well, eventually we'll have a big iron that will iron everything out and everyone will be happy. That's mine. Invictus Cell, didn't they say... Invictus Cell, they didn't do the CCU to Polaris. Okay. We'll see if they have it this year, but as I said, typically more with limited hulls. When it's limited by number, they don't. And when the ship is over a certain amount of money, over $1,000, I think. I'm going to clip you saying Gillian Anderson's beard. No worries. You can tweet it with it. How likely will we be seeing the next iteration or first iteration of Salvage next year? Almost certainly. So, and I expect the first iteration of Salvage will literally just be removing components by hand or with the cutting tool and bringing them back to your ship. That is first That is tier 0 salvage.
Double negative for both of your twins.
Mercury Star Runner
See
before
how that
Invictus.
works out, twin
Yes, before
boys?
Invictus. Invictus is
You
the
see
Fleet Week.
how it works out,
Mercury Star
boys?
Runner should be coming out between now and November 20th,
Balance and you're laughing at the joys
which is
of life.
Intergalactic Aerospace
You
Expo.
don't know what you're
Which I
laughing
know you
about.
meant Invictus, but you know what I mean. I was being semi-pedantic. Accurate. I was being
I
accurate.
saw that one. I saw you hit him that time. I saw it.
Yeah, it looks more likely now that the Mercury Star Runner will come out at the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo on the first day, potentially. But I think it's still possible we could get it with the 3.11.1 patch that comes out a little bit before that with the external bits of the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. Well, that's what they do every year. They have the new location there, but you just can't enter.
Hey, look, I'm serious though. You're gonna hurt yourself if you don't stop bullshitting around.
Since new concepts are required for funding, do you think... Nah, it's not anymore. That's not true. Them selling ships is required,
Just be careful.
but they're not necessarily new concepts. And they're obviously also selling strictly flyable ships, but new ships. I see what you mean. But they need to sell ships. It doesn't necessarily mean new ships. I mean, they could stop selling, stop making new ships and just sell the old ships. They'd still be making a lot of money. Do you think CIG will at some point be able to catch up on all the unfinished concepts? Yeah, they are. There's not that many ships left to actually for them to produce. Is the Banner Merchantman out of active development for now? It is not currently in active development, the Banner Merchantman, as far as we are aware. I want to do Cyberpunk on my channel. I'll probably do a playthrough of me and a playthrough of Zin on Cyberpunk. I need to make sure that there's no ding-dongs and Bob Lee's shown.
Oh, sheesh.
So the Polaris will be on sale or store credit guaranteed. I can't guarantee that. I think it's likely.
Where you going? Huh?
I think it's highly likely. Do you think there'll ever be a game mode where everyone starts the same and can't use ships paid for by real money? There's going to be mods and stuff in Star Citizen. You want Battle Royale is what you want. Why do you think the Polaris won't be available as CCU? Someone said that it wasn't last year. And I said, typically ships that are limited number won't go on CCU, and it depends on how they sell the Polaris this year. Oh, so yeah, the Polaris has previously had CCU upgrades, yes. But I say I can't guarantee that there's a CCU up this year. I don't know exactly how they're going to select.
I saw him. I know he did. He was badass.
Yeah, I suppose they don't limit the amount of Polaris by hull. Limited by time rather than by hull. So yeah, it should be a CCU available. Did all the 100 series CIG giveaways have lifetime insurance? I think they did. I've not given away. So CIG did give me a compliment of a 100i, 125a, and a 135c to give away, which I have yet to do. I will be giving them away next month. I'll talk with Sin on the weekend and we'll work out how we're giving those away.
Nolan, don't run away.
Eagerly waiting for the Star Runner giveaway. We'll draw it on the weekend, probably. Do we roughly know when we're going to see the Hull series? No, not really. They're working on getting the Hull C in game with various sort of mechanics and stuff that they've been building for that for a while. I'm excited to see potentially us maybe being able to fly the F8 and the F7A during Fleet Week. It'd be great if we can. They don't have to be on sale. It'd be cool if we can just fly them. You know what I mean? When do you think the Orion will not... When do you think the Orion will not be out until we have 2 systems at least? So the big old miner. Yeah, I think...
The one on 25th is open.
We're likely to see a few more star systems before the Orion comes out. The Orion's a massive mining ship. It's just massive. I don't think they need it in-game. Unless it's for Squadron 42's needs, and even if they do need it for Squadron 42, I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be ready for the persistent universe. And in Merchantman when, if you're lucky, end of next year. I think it's more likely we'll see Polaris by the end of next year, and 2022. I think more likely 2022. Do you reckon the RSI gunboat will be a limited hull sale?
I know.
Don't know. It's hard to tell. I think limited time, not limited hull. That'd be my expectation. That it will be an expensive, big ticket ship for them. A lot of sales, especially if they don't limit it. What ships will probably not be available during the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo to purchase? Saber Raven, AMD Mustang Omega, Scythe,
right here. It should be fun.
maybe Scythe and Dave.
Hey, no, Manolo, why don't you come sit down?
Probably everything else, including probably a limited amount of Javelins and Idris. Probably not the F8 and the F7A as well.
All right.
Hey, Bob, do you have any thoughts about that resource flow graph on the Halloween episode? How close is that kind of function we're going to see into ships? They're working on it. They've been building ships and systems with it in mind. However, I don't think we'll see it until the end of next year, at the earliest. Have you heard anything about the new Aaron Halo still in development? It's a point of interest that they were building and prototyping about 6 months ago. There was lots of work going on to it. I'm not sure where it currently sits. However, I know they've been working on points of interest and gas cloud tech. So obviously for 3.12, you're going to see new gas clouds and nebula and stuff like that. But space stations and points of interest are going to be in. We'll see a lot of this throughout the Saturn system. And I think that the natural evolution of that is to see the Aaron Halo at some point next year.
You're okay. Get up.
Hulley flyable by one person? Yes. But it's a big ship, and there's a lot that go wrong with it, and it might be hell to fly with one person.
What did you do?
So bear that in mind.
You hit him for the chips.
Why would CIG use gunboat as a name or gunship? That would seem to go against all of their previous name scheme. So I think it's just so Star Citizen Leaks originally said that the RSI gunboat or gunship was going to be the Odin, which they may have renamed. It might have just been the working title. So I think like originally the Banu Defender was going to be called the Minuteman. Little known fact.
All right, yo, Dylan, come here.
But they changed it. So
Dylan.
stuff like that changes. But I think calling it gunship / gunboat at the moment is just a working title.
Yo, Dylan.
And they'll reveal it probably when it goes on sale in Fleet Week, if it goes on sale, which we think it is. Do you think we will see some of the joke ships once they get further down the line? What? What do you mean? Joke ships? Updated Vandal skins when? I don't know. It's not just skins. I mean, it's the model as well. I mean, they look amazing, the new ones. I'm not sure when they're going to put them in game. Hopefully soon. I mean, I suppose their cockpits are markedly different from the Squadron 42 cockpits ones, but...
It's okay. Okay?
You think we'll ever see the Retribution flying? Yes, but I don't think it will be in Squadron 42 Episode 1. I think that will be being built in Episode 1 and turn up in Episode 2. I think they may have been influenced slightly by Free Space 2. Yurion. Thank you very much for the sub. I don't know how to say your name. Thank you, though. Very much appreciated.
I want the Doritos Los Tacos, the nacho cheese one, but I don't want any cheese on
Right.
the tacos. I want 3 of them.
Is VR still is VR support still a thing?
They should be less than $10.
VR is you can bodge it to work with Vorpix and other things like that. Yeah, at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There's no official VR support for Star Citizen or Squadron 42 currently. They said they had planned to put it in game at some point, and will look at it more realistically after they've got Gen 12 renderer / Vulkan support in, they're actually about to go, let's think about it. Will it 100% be in game? Well, not 100%. Certainly not 100%. Is it very likely? Yes. When? In the far future. It's going to be a while. And expect to see it in Squadron 42 first if they do put it in. That would be a lot sooner than getting it into the persistent universe, in my opinion. At what time is calling all devs today? Don't know. Probably around 8 p.m.-ish UK time. Do you think we will get a carbon or white version of the mole? Yeah, you'll be able to paint and have lots of different skins for loads of different ships in the future. There'll be loads of aftermarket stuff for that. Well, get aftermarket customization in the not too distant future. Mid-term, I suppose, is what I'm talking about there. Lots of cool stuff coming up with the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo and the Ship Showdown, skins and flair. Food truck and ships in game would be great for in-game events. Maybe. I mean, if you can have a shop on Abandoned Merchantman, why not have a very mini shop ship? And then you can set it up as a food van. You can set it up whatever you want. Have a single shop module in a ship. That's the ship. But whatever you want in there. Put a clothing store in there. Put a food store in there. Whatever. Sort of makes sense. I love you, Huntress! Board totally ignored his mods questions. What? What questions did I ignore? Maybe. When do you think we'll get a board egg in the PU? Is that a real question? And yes, I did. I did ignore it. Thank you very much, Huntress, for the love and turning up. I haven't seen you for a while. Mwah! You are one of my favourite people. I was going to say, were one of my favourite people? That's a lie. You are one of my favourite people. And I miss you. Don't give me one questions. I don't fucking know, do I? I'll have a good go as well. I reckon it's around then. We need to do some playing or chatting or something together, Huntress, with me, you and Zin, and potentially some other people. Get some more play on the go or something. It'd be good to pick your brain on things. I'd like to get you more involved in the channel and you use your brilliant ideas. How many hours average per month do you play Star Citizen? I don't know. Probably not as many as people think. Between 20 and 40. I don't play that much. I play a reasonable amount. During new patch cycles, I play a lot. Hundreds. Maybe. Is there any part of the Microtech Expo outside this year? We don't know. We don't have all the details yet. I'm hoping there's an event external to it. Can we have our group logo on bigger ships? Don't know yet for sure. I would hope that that would be customization that you can do. You'd be doing me a favour, Huntress, to be honest. And you say yes, please, but you'd be doing me a favour, and I think you realise as well that you would be. So thank you. Right. Do you think the Consolidated Land Pioneer is worth its cost? So it's going to be changed a significant amount. So they basically said with base building and the Pioneer that the Pioneer is now going to be more of a mobile factory. You don't need the Pioneer to be able to build a base, but it's going to allow you to build a bigger base, a more reliable base quicker, maybe more efficiently, maybe cheaper, all that sort of stuff. So I think that if you're into base building, want to build a big base, you're most certainly going to need a Pioneer or a good base, or based on well. But it's expanded out a lot more. It's not just an outpost dropper now. But exactly what it's going to do, we don't know yet, because we have not seen all the mechanics for this, and the CIGs have not told us about it all. Organization member does piracy. Can everyone get member? What? So, if you have, expect to see an org reputation as well as an individual reputation for people. and your org will be partly affected by the members in it. Will the Rangers bikes be back on sale? Yes, almost certainly. Player-owned asteroid bases, you'll be able to build bases on lots of different areas. How big's the asteroid? Is it Delamar big? You'll almost certainly be able to build on places like that. Smaller asteroids, I don't know. Potentially asteroid bases. Obviously, one of the hangars is an asteroid base hangar. Why am I wearing a skull cap? This is my head. Unless you... That's... I love you, Chris. Got an itchy face. Since they showed off Layer 3 with the Sandworm demo, I love the fact that you refer to it as the Sandworm demo rather than sort of like Planetary Tech V2 demo or anything like that. Do you think they have any other planets and systems built out just for that gameplay and hero assets? They certainly have other biomes and stuff prototyped and teched out. Like they've built out the Sol system very roughly originally, so they get like a size comparison and work out scale, things like that. They've probably got the Odin system. They've probably got some of the Nyx system. They've probably got a reasonable amount of the Pyro system, and other test planets, other biomes and stuff that we haven't seen yet. Almost certainly. Do you think there'll be a race for guilds to claim Benihenge? Guilds are separate from organizations. I think the guilds are more functional NPC orgs that give you benefits for being part of. But for orgs, will you be able to claim Benihenge? Probably not. Probably won't be able to land claim something like that. Probably has to be on the surface of a moon or a planet. Could you set up a blockade around it? Probably. When, if, why, guild system mission givers. I don't know what that means. I think you don't know what that means either. I hate you, Windlord. Cereno mines, yeah. You can have the mines, the magnetic mines and the pew pew turret mines. I'm actually looking forward to based events, and I hope that they have player-owned stations in the future. I think that would be pretty awesome. Plastic Death, thank you very much for your money, because I like money. Happy Friday, pal. Can you please explain resources like mining nodes? Will they respawn, or are they finite? Seems a bit unfair if you join a game late and starter areas have been stripped. Okay. So expect finite amount of resources which change over time and new areas to be discovered regularly. So what I would basically expect is that you'll find an area on a planet and there's a finite amount of resources there, mine there for a while, and then that will get exhausted. And then later on, kind of, in another area, more resources might spawn. Yeah, that's what I'm sort of expecting. And they can be depleted over time and get less and less and less. That's sort of the way I'm expecting it to go. They've sort of like said it will be finite, but there's obviously they need to drive the economy. There's obviously going to be ways you can just keep on finding asteroid fields in space because they can move them around and they can have them spawn. And I would expect to see similar on planets, to be honest. The thing is that we do not know exactly how CIG are going to apply it in practice. You might have heard Tony Zarek talk about finite resources, but I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that. They might mean finite temporarily in an area until others are discovered and they move around. Because there's a huge amount of gameplay area as well, so that's my expectation for that. Hi, board. I'm currently in non-AVX purgatory. So what this gentleman is saying here is that his CPU does not have AVX instructions, so he can't launch Star Citizen. It's a recent change to Star Citizen that requires AVX instructions, which some people, a very small amount, just can't play anymore, which is a little bit annoying, admittedly. So I have sympathy for you. Have they? Ooh. Ooh. Have they finalised the mechanics for people who have multiple game packages in one account? I presume it's evolved. No, so they have not finalised, and at least they haven't conveyed multiple game packages and what that does. Could it give you multiple character slots? Could it allow you to have multiple NPCs as those characters? They have said that agent smithing is still planned, which is great because I thought it wasn't planned anymore. And that would be having NPCs on your ship and then allowing certain friends to take control of those NPCs when they log in, which would be cool. That's awesome. Chris Roberts is behind me yet? You love him, yeah? He's cool. He's not decapitated, that's just Chris Roberts. Have you seen anything more than his head and shoulders, eh? No, you haven't. No one has. Have you tried Escape from Tarkov? Yes, ages ago. I'll check it out again. I think it's too stressful for me. I don't do well with too much stress. Will the space whale be available during the next Expo at Santa? So I'm expecting the next Intergalactic Aerospace Expo to be on Horizon Crusader. And that's an interesting thing. I don't think the space whales will be ready, but I think they'll have maybe space whale plushies and space whale statues and that sort of stuff. They are building a space whale for Crusader. When will the scopes on weapons actually work, zooming in and out? They are working on it. So they are working on weapon zeroing for 3.12, so I'd expect a bit of a scope bug fix at the same time. Right. In the 600i rework, should it have received a medical bay? I don't believe so. 600i is not supposed to have a medical bay, is it? Where is it? I can't fucking remember. Did you pick up the D&D Cookbook Heroes Feast? No, but I probably will now because that sounds awesome. Official D&D Cookbook Heroes Feast. Perfect. Was that coming out November 3rd? Already? Oh, that looks amazing. Okay. Trail mushrooms, elfin cuisine. Okay. Yeah, I'll be getting that. Thanks. Right. Any other questions quick before I sort of move this on to someone else's channel? I'd go and host someone else. Because I want to go check on my parents and my cats and probably get a little bit of nosh. That's food. I don't know. You can make me yawn. Just by saying yawn, because I will read it and then I will yawn. When will we talked about that? Am I the only one with mixed feelings about physicalized inventories? Don't know how I feel about having to store duplicates everywhere or fly to retrieve them. So I think the idea is that you have items that you want with you and in different locations. You don't necessarily need to keep on moving around to go and get your previous items. You take them with you. You take them as storage. Or you have duplicates in different places. The issue you have, potentially then, is that you've got too many ships and too many things. Did they ever fix the 140 million player render issue? What? 140 meter player issues. They are... Expect a load of stuff to be fixed in 3.12 when it comes to some of the networking stuff. But I'm not sure exactly what. Fillet or ribeye? Ribeye. Ribeye are my favourites. I mean, you can get a good fillet for sure, but the ribeye is so flavourful, and I love a big, thick ribeye. Will the Buccaneer be on sale soon during the expo? Yeah, it will be on sale during the expo. What do you think about bigger ground vehicles that you can live in? I think it's a good idea. I think we will see some larger vehicles to the ground. Should I download on... Oh, should I get Star Citizen on an Alienware 17 R4 1080, yeah, you'll be fine. Star Citizen will work pretty well on that machine. Will the Buccaneer be... We talked about that. You want to buy a rolling camper? Quinnebago or something. I sort of... Look, I love the idea of bases on planets. I kind of like the idea of having large mobile bases for planets. Maybe not large ones, but vehicles that you can log out in. You can do surveying in, do a lot of gameplay mechanics that mirror some of the what ships can do. It sort of makes sense. I have an upgrade on my package, the UE Exploration Pack, lifetime insurance, and wanted to remove it. If I melt it, will I be able to reacquire it in the buyback tab? I don't think you can reacquire that scale of package. You'll have to. You might be able to if you talk to support. Talk to support and see. Will they ever put the Kraken back at Lawville? Yes. Once the Kraken's in game properly. So the Kraken that you saw in Lawville previously was just the exoskeleton model for it, is the way I describe it. Early stuff. My Vegetal Titan has been stuck on the insurance loop for a month. Any idea when they're fixing that? No. I would expect it to be fixed for 3.11.1 though. You can't. I think you can reset your account to fix that, but though that is quite an extreme step to do. Right. Oh, I'm really happy that Huntress came and said hello. I love you, Huntress. You are one of my favourite people. And I will give you a poke later on today. That's a promise. It's a full game up. I say promise. I mean, it depends if I remember after I've eaten. I'm the worst. But Zin is doing much better. She's like alive today and wanted to work, so she should have a video finished for me when the stream is done, and I'll put that up within the next couple of hours. That'll be a video looking at the summary of Inside Star Citizen, but also a little bit on the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo and some more of the teasers. We're going to go host someone else in a second. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me today. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much to Huntress just for being alive and being a mod. Thank you very much to Plastic Death for the monies. And DJ Brown for the lots of monies and saying that I'm not allowed to buy narcotics with it. That's fine. Carl Lockhart, thank you so much. Arthur Sargasian, Sargasian. Facehead, you star. X-Racer, mwah. Sweets Karma, mwah, mwah, mwah. Death Round. Oh, that's a load of money. Why? Don't do anything with my life. Astro Mappers, thank you. Happy Halloween indeed. I hope everyone has a great Halloween weekend. I'm looking forward to being able to avoid trick-or-treaters this year, which is great, because if they're outside my house, then they're probably breaking some more lockdown rule, and I'll report them to the police. Get wrecked, kids! But thank you, yeah, very much appreciated. Yeah, I ain't really got much to say. I love you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. We will go and host someone else. Wait, no, that's me talking to me. We're gonna go host Moist Noodle.